Did you know that the phrase, "did you know," is used when you're asking someone if they know a fact and you already know that fact? Did you know that the heart beats more than 60 times in 60 seconds? Did you also know that at rest, the heart can move 5 to 7 liters of blood in 1 minute and 7,600 liters per day? In other words, about 70 milliliters of blood is pumped into the arteries during each heartbeat. If you know these, simple reason is because you watched the last episode of Spring Clinic. If you did not, well, my name is Temitope Ajijola Ola. Thank you for joining this fresh broadcast of Spring Clinic, where we delve into everything health and well-being, so we can help you not only to feel better, but also bring you information that will help you reduce the risk of diseases, lengthen your lifespan, save you money, and benefits the environment. Today, we'll unravel a vital biological system that removes excess and waste products from the body to maintain homeostasis. Most of these excess and waste products are in fact used and broken down components of metabolism that leave the body in the form of urine, sweat, or feces. What do I know? Our owner medic, seasoned family physician with over a decade's worth of experience under his sleeve, Dr. Ayodeji Ogungbemi, is on set to take us through this session step by step. We're delighted to have you on set, Dr. Sir.
Thank you very much.
As always, we're delighted to have you. All right, you educate us on our excretory system, because we do not know. Because at the end of this, we want to say, did you know?
Once again, thank you very much. And
thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank
I appreciate you and the entire management for having me, and for all the effort you put in place in having me here.
Thank you.
Again, I have to appreciate my teachers for teaching me well.
Yeah.
If not, maybe you wouldn't have accepted me here. Well, straight ahead, when we move into the excretory system, I think we've talked about quite a number of other systems.
Yeah.
Respiratory system, circulatory system. I think it's now time for...
Talked about digestive
as well. Digestive system.
Yes.
Now we're talking about the excretory system. And I need to say this, that no system works in isolation. All systems work together. So whenever there's a problem with one, it will be revealed in other systems. So that's a fundamental fact that I would like everybody to understand, that once a system has a problem, it will affect other systems in the body. And the person starts to feel ill, just sick, because there will be a change from the normal. And the excretory system is a very vital system because it brings homeostasis, as you talked about. It brings, to make it very easy for people to understand, it brings balance. When we talk about homeostasis, homeostasis is about balance, ensuring that the normal milieu or the normal environment remains the way it should be. For example, in this studio, there should be, or there would be, a maximum number of people that should be in per time. So if you have excess, then there'll be a problem. So the excretory system helps to remove the waste products or excess. Because what we call waste may be an excess, a normal, that a good thing that is above the normal that is required, or whatever is not needed that is not good. So we must put it in that light. So, because one wonder why would water be part of the waste? Water seems to be necessary.
It's like that sentiment about weed. When they say weed is an unwanted plant growing, is a plant growing in an unwanted place. Just like ugu could be, weed sometimes.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I won't have to say just weed it out.
Yeah, exactly.
So because water, we still get there. I'm just trying to lay a foundation. So all waste products are not necessarily bad in itself, but once it is above what is required, it becomes a problem. Just like I tell people, food is good, but once we eat more than is required, there'll be a problem. Water is good, but once, so in that light, I want us to view waste products like that. So let me come to the definition of excretion. Excretion is defined as a way in which the body removes waste products or product of metabolism. Now, with that, there's an exclusion which I would like to add, because when we talk about process of metabolism, metabolism occurs in the cell. It means that it is from the cell that this waste will start to come out from all the cells in the body. One, it excludes undigested food.
Okay.
So if I eat, let's try to go back to digestive system, where I can see that you are wondering. In the digestive system, we eat, it goes down, we chew, we break it down, mix with saliva, then the food is broken down. Now, it is not all the food that is utilized. So it is not all that is absorbed or assimilated into the body cells. So some will come out as pieces, particularly the roughages and things like that. So they are not part of the product of metabolism, but it's also a waste product.
So it's okay. So they're not part of productive metabolism, but they're also waste.
Yes, but did you get the concept? I go over it again.
Okay.
Okay. Now, waste. The definition would say the body eliminates, or however the body eliminates, product of metabolism and toxic substances in the body. Metabolism occurs at the basic unit of an organism, which is in the cell. So each cell is undergoing, that's why each cell is alive. So each cell is working. So it's breaking down amino acids, breaking down amino acids that come from protein, largely, breaking down glucose coming from carbohydrates, largely. Then water is also coming in. So it's breaking down all these things largely now. I'm using the word largely because
at least for the most part,
yes, for the most part, not entirely. So the glucose is broken down into energy, and then at a point can be converted to fat. Amino acids from proteins, largely, another whatever, is broken down into, because the cell needs amino acids to grow, to reproduce. But as it's breaking down all these things, there are also waste products. So the products produced from those places in each cell is regarded as products of metabolism. Okay. And they are toxic to the body. So there's a system that the body has to take out these waste products. Now, that is one. The second sign that I'm bringing to it is that the feces we all pass, not the content of digested food. That is, for example, I'm a Nigerian, this is west of Nigeria's eba, rice. Now, all the eba I took, or that I've taken, all the rice, all the food, is not all that got digested and assimilated. The body, based on the time the digestive process, works on it, part of it will be taken in, part will remain. And then whatever it goes through the rectum comes out. Talk about excretion, as it were. It includes the waste product of metabolism and this undigested meal that we took. So we must understand it. And it's a system. A system will consist of different organs, and largely there are 4 organs But I'm making it 5 because of the inclusion I've made now, to include the undigested meal that we have taken in, because it's also a waste product.
Okay.
Because once it stay longer in the body, then there will be problems. So maybe I should start with that, so that there will be a link to the digestive system. Then we really talked about it. So undigested food, whatever we are taking, goes through the entire digestive tract. Then the undigested parts is what comes out. Obviously, it has been broken down, it has been mashed together, it has been processed, as it were. But it comes out in the feces. And we mentioned last time that in the rectum is like a dryer. Once the body is dehydrated, the rectum absorbs more fluid, more water, so that then the feces becomes hard. We talked about. So that's for the large intestine, or the large intestine, as a part of the excretory system, from my own analysis.
Yes.
Well, let's now go into other critical aspects. We have the urinary system, where we have the kidney, the ureters, the bladder, and the urethra. Okay, let me go back.
There's a ureter.
Yes, and there's a urethra. Ureter.
Is it like the intra?
No.
Okay.
They're both tubes. I mentioned it when we were talking about cardiovascular system, and I said about 20% of cardiac output goes through the kidneys. So that means the kidneys are a very vital part of also the cardiovascular system. And one of the functions of the kidney is situated in the excretory system. So blood is, when we say blood is life, it's not just about the fact that it has red blood cells. It means that it is a critical part in maintaining balance, homeostasis. So as the blood is going around the body, it is supplying oxygen, supplying nutrients to the cells, and yet taking up carbon dioxide, and then taking up waste products from the cells. So whatever waste products the blood picks up from every cell, it has to get out through a route. Okay. And one of the major routes is through the kidney. Okay. Can I continue? Yes. So it gets the blood to the kidney. Usually one should have 2. Okay. I said usually, normally one should have 2. There are cases where some people may have 1, some may have abnormal ones by reason of birth, or things like that.
Is somebody be born with just 1?
Yes, a child may be born just 1, but that's an anomaly. It is. Anomaly simply means it's abnormal. It's not expected. Does not mean that 1 not work. But sometimes the 1 also may not work. May pack up, have issues. So now when it gets to the kidney, what the kidney does, I'm just making broad illustrations, because if I go into details, we have, for example, this kidney now, we have a nephrologist, somebody that is a specialist, a consultant in just kidney matters. You can imagine. So what will I say in even 1 hour on kidney matters? So, but largely speaking, amongst other functions that the kidney does, because kidney does other things. I'm using these words now. It filters the blood to take out these waste products. So it takes out the waste product and excess water
from the blood.
From the blood. So once it gets, we have 2 kidneys. The one can survive with 1 if the one is healthy. But I still don't know why God gave 2, but we have 2. So then there's a connecting tube from the kidney, from each kidney to the bladder. The bladder is a pelvic organ, except when full and heavily distended, it remains a pelvic organ, but it can be full enough to come into the abdomen. That's the pubic area, just above the pubic area. So, but the kidneys are at the back. The kidneys are not in front of.
Oh.
The kidneys are situated, they are in the abdominal cavity. They are glued, or they are, I'm trying to use normal words too. I don't like using medical grammars. Okay. They are plastered to the posterior abdominal wall. No, they are hung up there. So then we have 2 tubes whatever is the waste product gotten from the blood that supplies the kidneys, it comes through the ureter, U-R-E-T-R. So we have two ureters, one from the right kidney, one from the left kidney, and the two enters the bladder. We have one bladder. The organ just stores the urine. So what we have largely in the urine is they're just waste products, water plus waste products. That's all. Largely uric acid, largely ammonium compounds, and water, largely.
You mean the urine does not have any medical value or benefit?
Normally, no.
No.
The benefit is that it helps to, it's just a waste product. So
it can be used for anything.
It can be used.
Because I've heard people saying people drink urine. I mean,
people say a lot of, I'm trying not to use very, people say things. People say things. Just like I tell people when you go online, it's not everything you find online that is true. I can sit down and put things online. You can sit down and put things online. So there's nothing like drink your urine. Whatever you are drinking is just waste. I hope you have not drank urine.
No.
So the urine is just a waste plus water, you know. And I also mentioned at the time that the water component there is based on how hydrated the person is. Now, these waste products are there. If the person is well hydrated, urine will look like clear water like this, maybe a little bit of amber color. And once the person is dehydrated, it means that, for example, I don't know if one can check. Let me use this as an illustration. This is a cup of water. This is a cup of water here. If I put sugar in this water now, it will likely not change the color. You know, it will still look like water, as clear as or salt. But if we use the concentration, or we reduce the quantity of the water, the concentration of the sugar will increase.
That's before adding the sugar. If we reduce the quantity of the
and I put the same quantity of sugar there, then the concentration of sugar in the water will be more. So the true color of the sugar will start to show. So that's what happens with urine. If one is well hydrated and a lot of water comes in with the waste products, then urine looks close to water, you know. It can, except maybe for the odor, one can even, is this not water that you put inside this thing? But once the person is dehydrated, to the level to which the person is dehydrated is to the level with which the urine will be concentrated. It will have more, in terms of concentration, waste product. So it now looks more yellowish and looks, and people start to say, person is ill, you know, that your urine is, why is your urine this yellow? So usually,
doctor, permit me please. Could you really say that today I drank a lot of water, and when you pass out urine, it will still have, you know, that very dark color?
Yes, if there's a disease condition ongoing.
Okay.
So, because don't forget I said the color of the urine is based on the volume of the water and the waste product. Okay. The waste product will also be affected by, you know, when we come to a disease condition, a lot of things can now come into the normal. Yeah. The normal urine, there's something we call urine is normal.
Are there people who pass out urine that is clear, that is as clear rather as...
Maybe close to this.
Okay, very close.
If you drink enough water, that would... But sometimes, maybe I should quickly chip this in. The issue of the concept of normal intake of water is dependent on 2-3 factors. I'll explain. One, your environment.
Okay.
So if the environment is hot,
yes,
a lot of water would have gone through your skin. So if you tell me that you took 3 liters of water, there would have been a lot of H2O would have escaped through your skin because the environment is hot. Urine, the person is saying, I've taken enough water as prescribed, but my urine is still concentrated because the from the skin is also part of the way water can escape. Even as we are talking like this, if you put a glass, very clear glass in front of a mouth, Just a matter of water. H2O is escaping. Whenever we breathe, it's the same. So in our feces, water is there. The water escapes through a lot of routes. When people vomit, water is there. So let's come back to the urine. So the urine contains contains water and excretory products. So that's the urinary system on its own. And it's such a fantastic system, very, very critical system to the body. Now that's on the kidneys. So urethra. Okay, I was talking about the bladder. So the bladder is just one, has two tubes from both kidneys that puts urine into the bladder. The bladder is just a muscular organ, purely muscular organ, so it can expand. So after a while, once the bladder is full, not necessarily full, like full to the brim, when the bladder is full to a certain amount, it stretches, then the person feels like urinating. Then through the urethra, just one, U-R-E-T-H-R, urine comes out. So urethra.
You know, that was what I was asking. Is it like the concept of inter and intra? Yeah, inter would be outside somewhere. Intra.
Both of them are
like
the same. They are maybe intra-abdominal, or both. Okay, I think the diagram is there. The two yellow tubes are the ureters. Then the bladder is the lower rounded brown organ, and there's a tube at the lower part of that bladder that is the urethra. So we urinate through our urethra. Okay. So what we know is that at the external orifice of the urethra, that's where urine comes out from. Now, there's a common problem with this. Whenever there's a problem, you know, I talked about this, people that have kidney failure, whenever the kidney is failing, it means that the kidney will not be able to perform all of its functions. And one of its functions is excretion. So the person will become bloated because the kidney will not be able to handle the excess fluid and the waste products. So you have things like the legs are getting to realize it now. It simply means what should be escaping out, what should be passed out, is being retained in the body. And this product of metabolism, these waste products, are toxic. It gets to a point that the person starts to feel very ill. And it gets to a point that the person may start to become restless, talk irrationally, because these waste products are bad. They are toxic. Particularly, yes, to every cell. That's why they are called waste. They are unwanted. But particularly to the CNS, the nerves, the brain. So it becomes a major issue. So that's for the kidney. We also have the skin. The skin is an excretory organ. Not mention that all organs may have 2-3 functions, and systems have different other things. So part of the excretory system, we have the skin. The skin, excess water, just like we talked about.
Well, let me hold you there, Doctor. So we'll start with the skin. You know, when we get back from this break, therefore we need to go on this quick break. And when we get back, Doctor is going to continue on the skin.
Up to 6 animals. As more bushmeat is brought into our cities, the risk of human infectious disease outbreaks increases. Ebola, monkeypox, Lassa fever, yellow fever, and even transmitting this way. Illegal bushmeat trade not only endangers our wildlife, but affects our health and damage our economy. So please, keep them out.
James Ajiblof from Nigeria Premier University of Ibadan. Born September 13, 1930, the orator and the polyglot spoke impeccable English, French, Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba language. His diction among orators, orator, these earned the prefix SL. Autobiography, Detainage Diary, and the People, among 6 other books. Bola Ige was a colorful politician, elected governor of Oyo State in 1979, and appointed a federal member of the Yoruba Social, Cultural, and Political Group. He invested his political sagacity to propel the group to the height of political leadership and decision-making in the southwest of Nigeria. Bola Ige was assassinated on the 22nd. Murderers are to be apprehended till day. Western Spring Television identifies Bola Ige as a watershed character in history.
Well, dear viewer, I think you already consider yourself very blessed to be on this particular episode of Spring Clinic on Western Spring Television. And before we went on that break, today we're talking about the excretory system, and Doctor has been taking us through the excretory system. We've talked about some organs in the body that pass out waste, and we've talked about the bladder, we've talked about the kidneys, and Doctor was about to get to the skin when we went on that break. Over to you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much. As we need to make a doctor. We need to make yes, I mentioned earlier that the kidney or the urinary is a major part of the excretory system. And I also mentioned that the intestine does not convey product of metabolism, as it were, but also helps in taking up or taking out undigested food substances that have not been broken down. And it's important to know that. Number next that we're talking about is the skin. Where the skin, some regard the skin as the largest organ in the human body. Maybe one of these days we'll talk about the skin and its functions, because the skin is really important and it has several functions. So out of those functions is the excretory function. And you'll be surprised. Okay, I mentioned it earlier that people use different terminologies. Say the skin breathes, the skin can breathe, the skin can do this. All this is just terminology to say that skin is a living organ. So it helps in excretion. And largely, the excretion is through the human sweat. I don't know if you have tasted your sweat before.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you an interesting one. Have you tasted another person's sweat before? Accidentally. Accidentally.
Like sometimes somebody's, taking out sweat and just, yeah.
That salty, which simply means, because I like breaking down things. The sweat is in a fluid state, which means water is there, and it's salty. Now, salty does not necessarily mean the normal salt.
Okay.
It just means that it contains salt. Salt means, salt is like a compound, it's a general terminology. The salt we take has a specific name. So, urea also gets out through the skin. So, compounds, waste products, urea, excess water, excess salt, can also be, in fact, also get excreted through human sweat. And it's also very simple. As I said, no thing is isolated. It is still the circulatory system that gets blood to the, I'm trying to remember the name of the sweat organs, because in close proximity, so the waste products get absorbed into the sweat organs, and then from the sweat organs, it comes into hand. And it's so good for human beings to sweat.
Should you be worried when you're not sweating? And there's heat or could that happen? Can that be a condition?
That will not be a good condition.
Okay.
If you exercise yourself, you should sweat. If you are, though sometimes sweat could be discomforting, I understand that, but it's way of the feeling and playing with products. There are also other things about the skin that we'll talk about maybe sometime later. Then we'll talk about how people handle the skin and then cause trouble for themselves later. Now, as the skin serves as a means of excretion, the skin also serves as a means of absorption. So, because I need to chip this in, that whatever you apply to your skin is absorbed into your body. When you go to buy creams or ointments, people need to read, because people just, I'm not focused on the marketer. The marketer wants to sell. But one of the goals of this program is to educate people. That is, if I need to buy something, then I need to check. Hope this does not, will not harm me in any way. And if it does, just put it aside, you know. So we need to hold that. Whatever you apply to your skin will be absorbed. In fact, it's a way of drug administration. You know, there are different ways of drug administration. The very common one that we know is that you swallow tablets or capsules, then injections. There are drugs that are in form of ointment. In fact, there are acceptives that are in form of, we call them a patch, just like a small, like a sellotape, sort of. And then we get stuck to the skin, and then it releases chemicals that ensure contraception. So the skin is also a very excellent organ of absorption, and people should be aware of that. You know, in fact, once you're aware of it, even the roll-on you use, you'll be careful. The what do you call this? Colognes we use, be careful, because these colognes you put on your body, so maybe one have to go for the ones you can put on the clothing and not on the skin. So that is extra for people.
Well, this, I'm sure it's really a very, very wide and broad topic, but we're going to have to, you know, summarize it so that, you know, we would have, I don't know, Doctor, are you thinking we should extend to another?
I got it off. Just 2-3 minutes around. So that is skin. We have two other organs, very important. We have lungs. The lungs is an organ of vision. We've talked it. But as the lungs, if I remember, and should, as the lung takes in air and then traps in oxygen, it takes out CO2 and water. So as it's serving as a respiratory organ, it's also serving as an expiratory organ. That is, it helps to take out the CO2 produced during metabolism. Then the last one is the liver through the gallbladder. That is through excretion of bile. So maybe we'll talk about bile later, because bile does a lot of things.
Very white. I would have loved to keep extending, but
so bile is, maybe just give me a minute right now.
okay.
Bile, people would ask, how do we get bile? And what's the importance of bile? Because if you kill an animal, the bilous substance there, the bile there, is very bitter. You know, I wonder, why would a human being have something bitter like this? And if you want to kill it, make sure that the end of the gulp does not spill and it comes back. So it is very gotten when blood cells are broken down, so it down and get bile. But the bile is important in absorption of fat.
It's important absorption
of fat. So if people that have bile problem, their stool will still contain the fat that they have taken. So their stool will largely float. And their stool will contain fat. So the stool will look pale, white, and be floating, a little bit of foaming. So sometimes when doctors say, can you tell us how your stool looks like? People wonder, what are they looking for in my stool? And you tell them, my stool is usually white, though. Then it's like a little bit oily mixed with, there's a bile problem here. But bile also, just a little that is needed anyway. So the bulk of it has to come out through somewhere. It also comes through the pieces. The liver is important. The gallbladder is part of the liver. Liver, when people talk about liver, people say things like the liver is a detoxifier. Yes, it is true, but not in the way people talk about it. Most drugs are dealt with in the liver. Some drugs become potent after they have gone through the liver, and some drugs become denatured after they've gone through the liver. So the liver is important, and it helps in dealing with waste products. So anybody that has a problem with the liver will have a problem with excretion of toxic substances in the body. I think I can out of there.
Well, I have a lot of take home today. I mean, the fact about the kidneys being at the back, I never heard. I mean, I didn't know that. I thought it was right here in front. Because, well, that's my take home. Now let's get back to the start. You would have finished off my sentence about your ignorance with "now you know." What on the street says in your mind. Now don't stay comfortable with half information. Don't. How could you possibly know in 10 seconds what it took us about an hour to learn today? Not to mention Dr. Ogungbemi's years of training and his wealth of experience. Well, follow us on Western Spring Television. Follow Western Spring Television on all our social media pages to stay up to date on life-saving information. Keyword, life-saving information. I am Temitope Ajijola Oluwaola, and I'll be back to scrutinize your effort on the next broadcast of Spring Clinic. Bye for now.
Èdè Yorùbá jẹ́ ọ̀kan lára àwọn èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní agbègbè Niger Congo. Èdè Yorùbá gbajúgbajà ní àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè tó ń bẹ ní ẹkùn ìwọ̀ oòrùn ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀. Ó kéré tán àwọn ènìyàn bíi mílíọ̀nù 14 ló ń sọ èdè Yorùbá lónìí. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwọ̀nyí láti ilé móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 50 àti lórí Times. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbèmí ìjọ pèpèdè ìyá akọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe àkọlédè.
Àbújá bí orúkọ ìlú tí a lọ sábẹ́ Olúmọ. Ó gbé àwọn ẹ̀yà àti Òwu tó jàǹgbara wá láàfin Ọ̀yọ́ àtijọ́ láàrin ọdún 1775 sí 1780 ní akọni Lísàbí Àgbòǹgbò Àkàlà léwájú wọn láti dáwọ́ sísan ìṣákọ́lẹ̀ fún Aláàfin dúró. Ìdí nìyí tí àwọn ọmọ Abẹ́òkúta ṣe ń pe ara wọn ẹ̀gbá ọmọ Ìṣàlá tàdé ìlú àti àlà. Ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn ìfibẹ̀ ṣe ìlú pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn. Ní Nàìjíríà ní St. Peters tó wà ní Aké. Ilé ìwòsàn àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà Sacred Heart wà lórí ẹ̀gbá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni Òkè Olúmọ wà níbùdó tó tẹ́jú láti lè fi rí gbogbo ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ní òkè náà. Àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n àti onímọ̀ púpọ̀ ló jẹ́ bíi ọ̀gbọ́n Wọlé Ṣóyínká. Ọ̀jìnmí akọni obìnrin ní Fúnmiláyọ̀ Ransom ti wà ní iṣẹ́ àdìrẹ níṣẹ́ tó gbayì nílùú Abẹ́òkúta. Ẹ̀gbọ́n Lísàbí.
Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan gbogbo àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ìlókè, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò. Ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège, àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn, àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba. Ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko, èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba. Ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ dábù rẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ yá ní gbọ́rọ̀ ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fi àmójọba, ohun tó ń fi àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ, ohun tó ń fi àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera, àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkàálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ. Ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 865 1049 0803 865 1049. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín, àwọn àwòrán yín kò dé ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. Ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. Ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò, ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà, ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀, ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń dẹ ẹ̀gbin nù, tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn aráàlú lára. Gbogbo ìlú ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí ohun tẹ́ ẹ nílò ní agbègbè. Ẹ jẹ́ àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀. Orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé, ètò ohun ẹlẹ́rìí lórí Western Television ní àwọn àgbègbè adé láago 2 ọ̀sán.
lórí Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ọjọ́ 12 oṣù 12 ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Àbújá ní ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá, gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014, kódà lọ́dún 2016. Àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn Kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Rí pé àrùn ló wà nílùú Àbújá, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
bí ó òde sílẹ̀ sílẹ̀ ìdíkà oṣù lè hàn kó sí ìdí tiẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ìwé afẹ́ni àti oníkálù akọ sí ìrìnàjò lé oṣù bíbélì yóò ṣe rí gbèrò onífikùnkùn pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́kọ̀láyà lọ́lọ́rọ̀ kan lórí ètò níbẹ̀ lọ́ọ́ máa fi bí ó ti mọ àkótó rẹ̀ sàn lálákàpẹ́ mídíà àwọn mẹ́sẹ̀jì ọmọ kẹmọ̀ ni wọ́n ń gbé sílé wọn fìlú tí fi ń wò bó àgbẹ̀ bí gbogbo ọjọ́ àbá mẹ́jọ rọ̀ sí ẹ̀ka ní ìkànnì mú mọ́ òwúsàn ìkànnì time bírò tọ̀sí ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
Washington State.
èrò wá kérò ọ̀nà bá ti rẹ̀ ní tójọ́ méjì tójọ́ mẹ́ta ẹkú àti làákìrẹ́ ni ẹ wò ó gbogbo ẹ̀yin ará ilé ẹ̀yin olólùfẹ́ ètò Owambe Unlimited àtẹ̀mí Ìyálóde Àríyá mo kí i káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ti ṣe mọ̀ ẹ mọ̀ pé tí ìbá ti sọ fún yín pé ṣẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ ní mí tí ò kí ń lòde ìbànújẹ́ torí ibi tó bá dùn ibẹ̀ làgbórí ṣẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àtẹ̀yìn àtẹ̀mí gbogbo wò ní lòde ìbànújẹ́ nǹkan ayọ̀ nǹkan ìdùnnú láàmú bára wa ṣe ní gbogbo ògbà èyí mo fi ń kí yín káàbọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited níbi tá a ti máa ń dára wa lárayá níbẹ̀ la tún ti ń kọ́ra wa lọ́gbọ́n ibẹ̀ la ti ń wo patí ibẹ̀ la ti ń wo àríyá ibẹ̀ la ti ń tàkùrọ̀sọ gbogbo nǹkan tó jọ mọ́ fàájì àlùjọ àríyá gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá orí ètò yìí kan ètò Owambe Unlimited ló ti máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ìdí rèé tẹ́ ẹ̀ fi gbọ́dọ̀ máa ń wo ètò yìí ní gbogbo ìgbà torí gbogbo nǹkan tó yẹ kẹ́ ẹ̀ mọ̀ nípa pátí ní àbẹ́yàn ṣe ń ṣe ni gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó yẹ kéèyàn fi tólẹ̀ lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan gbogbo nǹkan tó yẹ kéèyàn ti ṣe kalẹ̀ kó tó di pé yóò di ọjọ́ ayẹyẹ yẹn àtàwọn nǹkan míì nípa àwọn tí wọ́n ti ń ṣe àríyá ni bóyá bí àwọn MC ni DJ ni alága ni gbogbo ẹ̀ pátá lórí decoration lórí oúnjẹ gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá orí ètò Owambe Unlimited láti máa ń kọ́ra wa ìdí tẹ́jọ́ yìí fi ṣe pàtàkì ni lónìí Ìyálóde Àríyá tún ti wá gbára mi ìdè pẹ̀lú ikọ̀ rẹ̀ láti ìkànnì Western Spring Television ní ìlú Òṣogbo òròkì yìí náà la wà tá a ti wá fẹ́ fún yín ní nǹkan mí ara ọ̀tọ̀ pátápátá ló tún bá dé lónìí ṣùgbọ́n kó tó di pé màmá tún pẹpẹ tó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ lórí ètò lónìí mò ń bọ̀ tí bá padà dé lókè lọ́hùn náà ètò Owambe Unlimited ó máa tẹ̀síwájú ẹ má gbé kúrò ńbẹ̀ mò ń bọ̀. abala méjì lè tó wá dá sí lábala àkọ́kọ́ ibẹ̀ láti máa ń ṣe àgbéyẹ̀wò àwọn kókó lóríṣiríṣi tó yẹ kéèyàn tiẹ̀ ti fi síwájú kó tó di pé èèyàn ó ṣe ayẹyẹ bóyá lórí oúnjẹ ni decoration ni orin ni MC ni alága àjókòó ni gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá àbí bóyá bí aṣọ gan ni lórí make dún àwọn photographer videographer gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá lábala àkọ́kọ́ ètò Owambe Unlimited tó dábàlà jẹ̀wẹ̀ ibẹ̀ láti àgbéyẹ̀wò àwọn àríyá lóríṣiríṣi tí Ìyálóde Àríyá àtikọ̀ rẹ̀ bá ti kàn sí lópin ọ̀sẹ̀ tá sì mú wá fún yín tí ó dùn wò tí ó dùn rí ṣùgbọ́n lónìí ara ọ̀tọ̀ la tún fẹ́ ṣe kì í ṣe méjèèjì tí mo dárúkọ yìí la fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan míì tó dá yàtọ̀ gédégbé ni ìdí tí Ìyálóde Àríyá àtikọ̀ rẹ̀ ṣé wá gbé arábìnrin ìyáàfin ìyá wa tí wọ́n jẹ́ alága ìjókòó alága àdúró gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá ó tún lẹ́ǹgẹ́jà gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá pè wọ́n arábìnrin Ògúndípẹ̀ Ọmọlára Wúrọ̀lá tí àwọn olólùfẹ́ wọn mọ̀ sí Ẹ̀ǹgẹ́jà Lọlá Gold ti wà níbí lónìí pẹ̀lú Ìyálóde Àríyá láti bá wa yànnàná nípa iṣẹ́ alága àjókòó alága ìdúró àbẹ́ǹgẹ́jà àti àwọn kókó tó tiẹ̀ so mọ́ àwọn iṣẹ́ yẹn àti fọ́nrán kan tí mo fẹ́ jẹ́ kí àjọ gbéyẹ̀wò kájọ wá bèrè nípa ẹ̀ tí wọ́n sì máa mi lóhùn pátá nípa iṣẹ́ yìí àti ìjọ tí mo fẹ́ fún ìyáàfin ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited.
ẹ kúlẹ̀ o.
ẹ ṣeun ẹ kí àwọn ará.
ẹ̀yin ara mo kí yín ojú tẹ fi ń wò wá pé fọ́ o etí fi ń gbọ́ kò ní di àmọ́ yín bá ẹ ṣe gan.
ó dà kó ká mọ́ bá a fọ̀rọ̀ gun ẹ ṣàbẹ̀rẹ̀ ìbéèrè lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ báwo lẹ tẹ̀ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣe Ẹ̀ǹgẹ́jà yìí gan.
ọ̀rọ̀ tó gba àkókò ni.
ó dẹ̀ bá wa gé eré pété.
Ọlọ́run ló ń lọ́tọ̀ àwọn kan kọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀bùn ni látọ̀run ẹni tí Ọlọ́run bá fún ní ẹ̀bùn ó tún wá pọ̀ èmi sọ wípé Ọlọ́run ló fún mi ní ẹ̀bùn so àti bí náà mo dẹ̀ ti rè bí mo ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó ṣe díẹ̀ náà bóyá tàbí tó bọ̀.
ó dà kó tó pẹ́ mẹ́rin yóò ti tó bí mélòó tí ẹ ṣiṣẹ́ Ẹ̀ǹgẹ́jà.
mi ò sí nínú alága tí a ń bù ọjọ́ orí mọ́ra wọn ẹlòmíà lóun ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ látàdọ́ta ọdún but ní tèmi ó ti tó ọmọ ọdún mọ́kànlélógún 21 years tí mo ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí.
ó dà lẹ́ẹ̀kan lára ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ sọ ní pé àwọn èpè fún ẹ̀yin ẹ̀bùn ló jẹ́ fún ẹ̀yin ṣùgbọ́n tí mi fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní pàápàá fún àwọn tó bá tẹ̀ ń wò wá bóyá bí àwọn tó sì jẹ́ ọ̀dọ́ bíi tèmi ṣé iṣẹ́ téèyàn lè kọ́ ni alága ìdúró alága ìjókòó àti Ẹ̀ǹgẹ́jà ṣé téèyàn lè kọ́ ni.
èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ kọ́ o ẹni tí ò bá kọ́ kò ní mọ irú àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ tó yẹ kó gbé kódà tún ní ẹgbẹ́ ta tún tó jẹ́ pé dédé máa tún máa ṣe ọ̀tún òsì òsì.
ó sì pé bí mo ṣe rọ̀ tí mo jẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ yìí dẹ́kun pèdè bí mo ṣe fẹ́ bù ó lè sọ pé pèsè pàtí náà ṣíjà yín ilé.
pírẹ́ntà yàtọ̀ sí Ẹ̀ǹgẹ́jà ọ̀rọ̀ làwọn méjì yàtọ̀ wọn.
ó ti wáyé mi ó dá mọ́mí fún àwọn tán bá tiẹ̀ fẹ́ kọ́ ẹ sọ pé ó ní àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ ẹ wá sọ bóyá bíi méjì síta lára àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ tó yẹ kéèyàn gbé fún ẹni tó bá fẹ́ kọ́ tó ń wò wá lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́.
ẹni tó bá fẹ́ kọ́ gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ ẹni tó ní ẹ̀bùn orin á mọ bó ṣe lè mú orin láti fi nǹkan kan sọ dorin.
ìyẹn tó ń bí Ẹ̀ǹgẹ́jà
orin gan
ẹ bá ń kọ́ méjì lára àwọn kéèyàn kù.
tẹ́mi wá fẹ́ kọ́ tèmi màá ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ní Ẹ̀ǹgẹ́jà láàdù ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mi náà ní láàrin ní títí dé fìdá mi ó gbà tí mo lára àgbọ̀mọ̀ ló tó pa o ojú pa ó kí ẹ̀wọ́ pósítà ni wọ́n wá nínà ká kan tó máa fèmí hàn mọ́ lára báyọ̀ gbogbo ayé ti mọ̀ pé mo dé.
ó ti yé mi. Bèbè mi náà ni Ìyálóde Àríyá lórí WSTV. Bọ̀ tó dà pé mi ẹ̀bùn orin so ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀dúró tí orí dá mi mọ́ kẹ́mi máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ. Lára àwọn ẹ tó wá sọ̀rọ̀ pé ẹgbẹ́ tún wà téèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ wọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹni tí ó wọ ẹgbẹ́ gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ pé ẹni tó ti kọ́ níbì kan.
Tó ti dúdú gan, tó dá lójú pé yes, mo lè sọ láàrin òkú. Torí tó bá ti ń wọlé wá ní ṣe nǹkan báyìí tí ò bá ti mọ̀. Àwọn ìlú mìíràn lè dédé dìde wá ní àwọn ti mọṣẹ́ ìtẹ́lẹ̀ ẹ̀wẹ̀gbẹ́ which means tí èkó níbi kankan.
Tí èèyàn bá fẹ́ wá wẹgbẹ́ ṣé ẹgbẹ́ ní bọ́n ṣe máa ń ṣòwò bí yábí ìdílẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fún wọn ìdánwò ní àbíkó tó di pé wọ́n fẹ́ wẹgbẹ́ òpó kọ́ o.
Nírú ìtọ́ ti wá bá ti rí yes ti wò ó tó gbangba sùn lọ yẹ máa ní olùlọ wẹgbẹ́ bọ̀ tí má rí pé ò tí ì tó máa ní o ní láti lọ kọ́ tó di pé wá.
Ó dáa lẹ́ẹ̀kan ẹ ní nípa ọ̀dọ̀ tiyín pé ìrìn àjò tiyín ṣe ó ní bákan bó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó fẹ́ jẹ́ kẹ́ sọ níwọ̀n pẹ́tẹ́kẹ̀ kan sọ bí ìrìn àjò ọ̀hún tẹ̀ ti yẹ bóyá ó ní èèyàn kan tó ń ṣe ni tẹ́ wá rí bú ṣe wọ́n wo àkókọ́ṣe lẹ́ fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní àbẹ́yìn náà kọ́ lọ́dọ̀ èèyàn kan ni àbí ó tẹ̀ náwọn nǹkan kan tó fà á tẹ̀ fi wá wò pé iṣẹ́ tí mo fẹ́ ṣe nítorí ẹlòmíràn bá gbé wọn wá sórí ètò àwọn òbí mi fẹ́ jẹ́ kí n kú mo sọ pé rárá tó lówù ǹjẹ́ nǹkan báyẹn tẹ̀ wá lára ìgbésẹ̀ tẹ́ sọ pé fẹ́ sọ fún wa.
Ẹ ṣe ní iwájú Ọlọ́run mi ò rò pé màá ṣe alága bọ̀ lásìkò àti mo ti wà ní primary school ni mo ti mọ̀ pé mi ni mo máa ń lead eré ìbílẹ̀ mo máa ń kọrin
nílé
ní ìdánwò èmi ni mo lead wọn mọ̀ pé nǹkan fẹ́ kí n ṣe ni so mo ṣáà ń rí pé mò ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ àjò yẹn mo wá ń kọjá ńjọ́ kan mo rí màmá ní ẹlọ́gà wákàtá wọ́n ti pè wọ́n ti lọ sí i mo ṣe wá rí wọ́n ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn ẹ̀mí kan ní dúró mo kàn wọ́n báyìí mo ní kí náà ṣe mo wá délé mi mọ̀ pé nǹkan tọ́lọ́run fẹ́ ṣe fún mi ni ilé ta wá tí a lọ padà gbà ìyá kan wà ń bẹ̀ ọmọ ẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe ìyàwó alága ò tí ì wọ́pọ̀ bí eléyìí ó ní àwọn àkàn ẹ̀bẹ̀ ìyá ìbáwá tí ẹ máa ń ṣe táwọn èèyàn ní ẹ̀ try mo dẹ̀ bí lọ́wọ́ yẹn mo wá mi fún àwọn èèyàn ní ẹ ti mọ́nú ilé ayé kan owó ní 5 naira báyìí lólówó àwọn ta 5 naira náà rù wá mo ṣe dé nìyẹn bí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn mo dẹ̀ ṣe èmi ò pé mo ṣe nǹkan tó ṣe àfìgbà tó wí pé mo parí iṣẹ́ tèmi ti rí pé ó ti parí síbẹ̀ Ọlọ́run sọ pé no sí àní iṣẹ́ yìí wá kò sì máa fi ṣe nǹkan rere
so bí ó ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀
nìyẹn bó ṣe rí pé àwọn èèyàn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pè mí nìyẹn.
Àdúpẹ́ ìbéèrè tí mo wá fẹ́ kábẹ̀rẹ̀ ni pé ọ̀pọ̀ ìgbà rẹ̀ táwọn èèyàn sọ ẹ rí i pé nǹkan mẹ́ta mo pè yín nígbà tí mo fẹ́ fi yín hàn sáwọn àlejò mo ní alága ìjókòó ẹ̀ǹgẹ́jà mo fẹ́ kẹ́ bá mi yànnàná mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta kí ni ìyàtọ̀ tó wà ń bẹ̀ fún àwọn aráalé.
ẹ ṣe kò sí yàtọ̀ kankan alága ìdúró alága ìjókòó tílé ọkọ tílé ìyàwó ìdúró ìjókòó then ẹja ẹni èdè àwọn tí ń géèjì ẹ̀ǹgẹ́ tó tán sí.
so ìkan ìyàwó so tún pé láfẹ́ ṣe ìyàwó èèyàn méjì náà gbọ́dọ̀ pé.
èèyàn méjì ṣùgbọ́n fún àwa tá a bá jẹ́ ẹ̀wà àmọ̀pá dán a lè ka ojú òṣùwọ̀n dáadáa èèyàn lè pe ẹnìkan nígbà míì so ẹnìyẹn tó bá ti ní band ló máa kó band ẹ̀ wá nínú àwọn ọmọ tó kẹ́ àdúró fún.
so ẹ máa ń ṣe iṣẹ́ aláníṣìyàn tó ní band àwọn lẹ́yìn tiẹ̀ bí èèyàn ló gbọ́dọ̀ dé.
ẹni tó máa gbérin máa wà ń bẹ̀ ẹnìkan ló máa dúró ní ìpele owó ṣíṣẹ́
odi mẹ́ta
àwọn onílù máa níbẹ̀ bíi méjì àbí mẹ́ta.
wọ́n sọ pé òkè èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ lo èèyàn nílò márùn-ún lẹ́yìn
tí òde bá ṣe fẹ̀ sí
ni ó dáa. ẹ ṣeun kó tó di pé màmá tẹ̀síwájú pẹ̀lú ìbéèrè mi pẹ̀lú alága àbí ẹ̀ǹgẹ́jà Lara Gold ó ń bọ̀ náà tí wọ́n ti padà dé ìbéèrè ti wà rẹpẹtẹ tí Ìyálóde Àríyá fẹ́ bèèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ǹgẹ́jà Lara Gold ó ń bọ̀ náà.
lásìkò lógun ọ̀gágun Ibrahim Babangida ìlú Àbújá ní ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn gbogbo àwọn iléeṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà lọ́dún 2003 ní àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014 kódà lọ́dún 2016 àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀ ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí àpáta Zuma Rock Millennium Park báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn kìrìsìtẹ́nì ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá Abaji Buhari Gwagwalada Kuje Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibi sí ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti kùnkàn Nàìjíríà nítorí àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
torí ẹni tó bá ti ń wo ètò yìí ẹ ti di ṣẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ nǹkan ìdùnnú nǹkan ayọ̀ lẹ gbọ́dọ̀ mọ bára wọn ṣe ní gbogbo ìgbà. Báyìí èmi àtàlejò mi Engeja Alara Gold fẹ́ tẹ̀síwájú pẹ̀lú ìbéèrè wa, ṣùgbọ́n kó tó rí pé máa béèrè ìbéèrè tó kù mo fẹ́ ká wo fọ́nrán kan náà. Tá a bá ti wo fọ́nrán yìí tán ó ní màá fi béèrè ìbéèrè tó kù tí mo fẹ́ béèrè yìí lọ́wọ́ yín.
Ẹ ṣáà lọ sẹ́fẹ̀ lọ jókòó àfìgbà tó dọ́dọ̀ kábíyèsí ẹ ṣolú mú bẹ́ẹ̀ sí ó yà délẹ̀ ní àwọn ìdílé ìpàdé báyà láti ẹ̀kọ́ máa bọ̀ láti ilé máa bọ̀ sí ẹ̀kọ́ máa bọ̀.
Tó dájà ló ṣe iṣẹ́ Engeja ẹ̀sùn lẹ́gbẹ́ ó túmọ̀ sí pé yóò ti ní àwọn rules and regulations, àwọn ìlànà àti àwọn nǹkan kan tí yóò tẹ̀lé. Tá bá wo fọ́nrán yìí a rí wípé Engeja yẹn ń pe ìyàwó pé dìde ńlẹ̀ ó yá dìde ńlẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n tá bá wo fọ́nrán yìí dáadáa wípé ìyàwó ẹ̀ jẹ́ tó pàkíyè orí ìwé rẹ̀ tó ń lọ. ṣé sọ pé àgbẹ̀ òṣàlù àbíká òdòdó tó ṣe bó ìyẹ́ ó ní káàkiri.
Ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ lótú mi ò lè sọ pé kò dáńtọ́ ẹni tí ò bá dáńtọ́ lè ṣerú iṣẹ́ tó ṣe yẹn mi ò fọwọ́ rọ iṣẹ́ ẹ̀sẹ̀yìn but ṣe rí iṣẹ́ yìí ó gba ọgbọ́n nígbà míì torí àwọn tó ń pè wá sí òde wọ́n lè múyàn kọ́ṣẹ́ but gẹ́gẹ́ bí aláìfẹ́ ọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run ló lè máa tún iṣẹ́ yìí ní àkọ́ ó lè jẹ́ bí obì yìí pé àtúntò ti gbọ́ ó lè gbọ́ ìyá ọmọ nìyá ẹ̀yẹ àwọn ìdí yẹn ètò kan wà tó yẹ fún ìyá yìí tí ọmọ yẹn lọ wọ́n lè rí irú ọ̀gẹ́gẹ́ láyé.
a rí i pé ibì kan wà pé èèyàn kan wù lábẹ́kẹ́ wọ́n ṣàdúrà ṣùgbọ́n alága yìí sọ pé délẹ̀ sọ pé wọ́n rẹ̀ sọ fún torí ẹ̀ sọ pé ilẹ̀ sọ pé iṣẹ́ yín ó ní àwọn ẹ̀yìn ó kéré mẹ́rin.
ẹni tó ṣe pẹ̀lú àárín yẹn mi ìṣàyà tó bá lọ́dọ̀ mi ibi tí ìyá ìtọ́ ẹgbẹ́ ó náà wọ́n fi ìyá ẹ̀tọ́ wọn ọ̀rẹ́ kan ló àwọn ọmọ aláìlú torí ọ̀yẹ̀yẹ ìyá ẹ̀ nìyẹn wọ́n kọra wọn sílẹ̀ wọ́n wà wọ́n ṣàlò gẹ́gẹ́ bí òbí ó ní ẹ̀tọ́ lọ́jọ́ kan náà nínú ọjọ́.
ó dà ká tún wo fọ́nrán kejì tó rẹ̀ ti máa pé wọ́n ti ra wọn kọra wọn lẹ́wọ̀n kọra lẹ̀ ẹ já wo fọ́nrán kejì ibi tí ìyá ti jòkó lọ́tọ̀ yàtọ̀ fún kábíyèsí ọba Oníbà tí í ṣe bàbá ọmọ à ń bọ̀ ná.
gbogbo ní ọkọ ẹ̀ lórí ti kábíyèsí.
tàbí ìwò tó yẹ mọ́ ilé ìfẹ́. ṣó níbi ọ̀rọ̀ tó bí a rí i pé kábíyèsí Oníbà àti olórí wọn tó kù ayé ọ̀tọ̀ náà wọ́n wà. Ìyá yìí tá wá wo fídíò tán yìí ọ̀tọ̀ níbi táwọn jókòó sí àtàwọn mọ̀lẹ́bí àtàwọn ọ̀rẹ́ wọn. ṣé n tó tọ̀nà ní nílẹ̀ Yorùbá àbí bí ó ṣe yẹ kán ṣe àbí ṣó nípa tí alága àjókòó tẹ̀lé kó nírú òde tó bá rí bẹ́yẹn.
alága ìjókòó kan máa gbìyànjú ni torí àṣà ọ̀tọ̀ báyìí ni máa ṣe nǹkan mi ọ̀tọ̀ tó bá yẹ pé àṣà ni ó yẹ kán jókòó papọ̀ wọ́n ti kọra náà bọ̀ tí mi mọ̀ then ẹni tó ń ṣe yìí á rí pé kí èsì ni àṣẹ tó bá dẹ̀ pa ni kò sẹ́ni tó lè pàṣẹ fún ọba.
so níyì ohun ó ti lọ bẹ́ẹ̀. fọ́nrán kẹta bá a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́yìn wọ́n mọ̀ fi hàn yín lójú ìwòran ibẹ̀ láti rí wípé ọkọ àti ìyàwó lọ́jọ́ òun gangan àkókò ibi tí Engeja ti ń sọ pé àkàngé kéèkì á rí wípé ìkànnù wọn ṣùgbọ́n ó dàbí pé ọwọ́ ọkọ ayé àtọ̀ pé àwọn gbọ́dọ̀ àbí fídíò yẹn mọ̀ yẹn wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí wàá wọ̀ bá ṣe àpá òbí nínú àwọn ohun nígbà yẹn kíní kan kò yẹ kó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ká sọ pé bóyá inú tiẹ̀ ń bí lákòókò yẹn ṣé gẹ́gẹ́ bí bẹ̀rẹ̀ àgbàlagbà tuntun jẹ́ ń jọ àwa yẹ kí àwọn àgbà ọkọ ẹ̀ kúrò níbi tí fẹ́ gé àkàrà òyìnbó kìkì nígbà tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ìyàwó àtọkọ ló yẹ kán jọ gé papọ̀ ṣó yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
ó yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n fọ́nrán tí mo wò yìí mi ò bí mo ṣe ń wò ó ṣe ìgbà míì wà tó jẹ́ pé tẹ bá ti ń ṣènáwó ojú yín ti máa dí àwọn nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ rí ó ti máa jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ máa ń ṣe mọ́ ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀ tí máa mọ̀ tó yẹ pé ń tún ọkọ̀ ẹ̀ tó ṣe ní ìbára wọn.
ṣùgbọ́n kára ìtẹ̀wá bá wọn á sì rí nǹkan àbí méjì tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ rí kò sí béèyàn ṣe ń ṣiṣẹ́ tó láì táwọn sọ pé gbogbo ìgbà tí mo ti ń ṣe láti bí 30 ọdún tí mo ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ yìí kò sígbà tí mo ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tí mo débi iṣẹ́ rí tí nǹkan kan ò ti ṣẹlẹ̀ rí àbí mi ní challenges rí mo wò pé kò lè ṣeé ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bí Engeja láti bí 21 years tẹ́lẹ̀ tí ń ṣe iṣẹ́ yìí tó tẹ̀ ti ní ìgbà kan rí àbí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kan rí tó tẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ bóyá ẹdí pátí ni àbí microphone ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ní àbí àwọn family tán ti ẹ̀ pè yín gan ni nǹkan ṣẹlẹ̀ tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ rí.
ó ti ẹ̀ pọ̀ oríṣiríṣi ìpèníjà ìgbà míì wọ́n á fi pátí sọ́jọ́ kan wọ́n á pe Engeja wọ́n á pe olórin bẹ̀yẹn ni wàhálà ò ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn á dẹ̀ fún wa ní time pé àwọn á bẹ̀rẹ̀ láago 10 ní á bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní ìgbà míì tó bá jẹ́ pé aláàfáà ni aláàfáà ó tún bẹ̀ ìjà wa ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn tó ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ program ọmọ ìfẹ́ olóògbà time aláwọ̀ lórí gbogbo yẹn káwá di gbogbo wa ṣe máa so oríṣiríṣi pé àlàbàdì báwo ni ojú àgbẹ̀ àwọn ọkọ̀ ya wà á bá àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ ni ẹ fowó sínú abọ́ kò ní san 1 naira o ariwo ẹ̀ dẹ̀ máa pọ̀ owó yẹn ti dùn kí ìbéèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ oríṣiríṣi ẹlòmíì fi pé màá ṣiṣẹ́ o màá wá ní ṣe máa gbó ní ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ máa pawó lóde owó tẹ máa pa lóde ṣẹ́ wàá lẹ́ máa kó fún màdà ṣé ẹ lè pe Wizkid dàbí Davido lóde kó wá kówó tó pa lóde fún yín lẹ́yìn ìgbà tó bá gbowó aṣàtúnkówó.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni ṣùgbọ́n tó bá tiẹ̀ wá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ pàápàá fún àwọn tán bá ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn kí ni nǹkan tí ẹ sọ fún wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ ìmọ̀ràn pó yẹ kan ṣe.
ìmọ̀ràn mi fún gbogbo àwọn alága pátá èkíní sùúrù alága gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ ẹni tó ń bínú a gbọ́dọ̀ ní sùúrù a gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kí ìfẹ́ owó kó mú ní àyà iṣẹ́ gbé fún wa nítorí pé bóyá ìyá ẹnìkan ṣe káàdì dáadáa àwọn tó ń bọ̀ wọ́n pé òtún ẹ̀sìn ìmọ̀ àìṣẹ́ yìí kò sí ní tó jù fírọ́ sí ẹ̀jẹ̀ akọ kọ́ ni mímọ̀ ìyá tó jẹ́ ká tún máa tẹ̀síwájú nínú gbogbo tó a bá dẹ̀rọ àṣùtọ́ Ọlọ́run àrán wa.
ibi tí màá fi kásẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ pé ẹni téèyàn kò ní ṣe aládùúrà àti ẹ̀ǹgẹ́jà bí ọdún mélòó tiẹ̀ nìyẹn ó ṣàpọ̀ irú àwọn àtàǹṣe sọ̀rọ̀sọ̀rọ̀ níṣẹ́ tí wàá fẹ́ lọ ilé ìwé lọ kà á tó fẹ́ kàwé gbowè tó ní ìwé ẹ̀rí àwọn míì ọdún 3 àwọn míì ọdún 4 ọdún 5 fún iṣẹ́ alága àdó àbẹ́ǹgẹ́jà fún bí ọdún mélòó tẹ̀lé yẹn fún àbóṣù tiẹ̀ ní.
mo sọ fún yín pé ẹ̀bùn ni irú ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ń sọ yìí mo lè má lè sọ débẹ̀ kò yé yín torí èmi ti má sọ̀rọ̀ kan máa kọrin ó ti mọ́ mi lára but ẹ̀bùn ni ẹlòmíì ó wà ń bẹ̀ lọ́dún 3 tí ó mọ̀ ẹlòmíì dẹ̀ délé ní ọ̀sẹ̀ kejì ó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní mọ́kọ wọlé ó ti mọ bó ṣe ń fi lẹ́tà so ẹ̀bùn ni tọ́pọ̀lọ yẹn bá ṣe jí sí ni ẹlòmíì tó bá ti wò ó lẹ́ẹ̀kan báyìí ó ti ṣe.
ó dáa kó tó di pé àmọ̀dàndúró mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ bá wa fi ẹ ti sọ pé ẹlẹ́bùn orin ẹ bá wa fi orin kí ètò Owambe Unlimited àtàwọn olólùfẹ́ Engeja Lara Gold.
iléeṣẹ́ yín ò ní jóná ó wà ń bẹ̀ ó máa lọ síwájú ní gbogbo ibi tó wà ń bẹ̀ bá dé lókè ó máa lọ àwọn tó ń ṣe àti ẹ̀yin onísọ̀rọ̀ iwájú lẹ̀ síwájú ẹ má gbé kò lè yẹn lọ.
ẹ ṣe ìdúpẹ́ àlejò Engeja Lara Gold ibi táti mọ̀ dáhùn dúró lónìí pẹ̀lú àlejò mi mo lérò pé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ máa ń bá wa kálọ láti ìṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò yìí mo ti kọ́kọ́ béèrè nípa iṣẹ́ Engeja àti alága dúró àti alága jókòó èyí tàlejò mi sọ wípé ìdúró ìjókòó tó wà fún ni wípé ìkan fún ẹbí ọkọ ìkan fún ẹbí ìyàwó Engeja yẹn wọ́n ní àwọn kan fi èbó pé ni pé wọ́n ṣe ọ̀pẹ gbogbo èyí tẹ́ pé inú mẹ́ta kò sí èyí àwọn lára. ẹ wo ètò Owambe Unlimited ibi táti mọ̀ dáhùn dúró lónìí ni gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ti ṣe màmá sọ fún yín pé orúkọ tí ìyá àti bàbá sọ mí ní Suliat Morenikeji Taiwo èmi gangan àtàwọn olólùfẹ́ mi àpè mí ní Ìyálóde Àríyá tó bá tún wùyẹ fi Owambe màmá ó sì yìí tẹ́ ẹ pè mí tí mi ò ní jẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n èmi gangan sọ pé èmi sùsù tẹ́rì máa sọ pé ṣẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ ní mi ò tí ò kí ń lòde ìbànújẹ́ ibi tó bá ń dùn láti rí Ìyálóde Àríyá àti kọrẹ tó bá tún dìgbà kan náà àtijọ́ máa pàdé lórí ètò Owambe Unlimited ẹ sì lè wo gbogbo àwọn ètò wa pátápátá lórí YouTube àti gbogbo àwọn social media platform tó kù pátápátá ibẹ̀ lẹ́tì rí gbogbo àwọn ètò wa àti ètò Owambe Unlimited wò kẹ́ máa tẹ̀lé wa ní gbogbo àwọn platform yìí tó bá dìgbà míì àtijọ́ máa pàdé pẹ̀lú àrà ọ̀tọ̀ fàájì àríyá àtàlùjọ gbogbo ẹ̀ mo fi kí yín pé ó dìgbà kan náà.
àwọn ìran àti ẹ̀yà tí ìbejì pọ̀ sí jùlọ láyé ní ìran Yorùbá jẹ́ Yorùbá sì máa ń ṣàjọyọ̀ àwọn ìbejì gẹ́gẹ́ bí olú ọmọ pàápàá nínú àwọn ìpèdè tó ń ṣe àfihàn oríkì ìbejì ẹ ó máa gbọ́ wíníwíní lójú orogún èjìwòrò lójú ìyá ẹ̀ ọ̀bẹ kì í ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kìṣà ó bẹ́ sílé alákìísà ó sa alákìísà donígbaṣọ àfijù ọmọ tí gbàdọ̀bálẹ̀ bàbá ọ̀kan bá bí èjì ló wọlé tì wá. Yorùbá nígbàgbọ́ wípé orúkọ ẹnìkan bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì gbàgbọ́ pé orúkọ ọmọ a máa ru ọmọ ìdí nìyí tí Yorùbá fi máa ń ronú jinlẹ̀ kí wọ́n tó sọmọ lórúkọ. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 190 channel 190 lórí Star Times. Folúṣọ́ aya Olúwagbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá àkọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe àkọ́mọlédè.
Iye ènìyàn tó wà níbẹ̀ ló fi ìdá méjì ju ìlú Los Angeles lọ. Ibùdó fún òòṣà, kàfẹ́, iṣẹ́ ọnà, ìmọ̀ òṣèlú, ẹ̀kọ́, ọrọ̀ ajé kódà tó fi máa rẹ́ ìdárayá ló gbàlejò lọ́pọ̀ olùdókòwò kárí ayé tó sì ní ìdí àwọn kan pè é ní ìlú orí ẹ̀gbẹ́. Ohun ìmọ̀ tó gbajù nínú ìrè òmìnira Statue of Liberty eléyìí fi hàn bí ìlú náà ṣe fàyè gba onílé àtàlejò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni afárá Brooklyn kò lẹ́gbẹ́. Ó kéré tán ẹgbẹ̀rin ní oríṣi èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní New York. Èyí ló sì fa bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń sọ pé gbogbo èdè àgbáyé ló pé sílùú New York. Ní nǹkan ọdún 64 ni àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀yà Dutch tẹ̀dó sí ibi tó ń jẹ́ New York báyìí. Amsterdam ni wọ́n ń pè é tẹ́lẹ̀ nígbà náà, àmọ́ lọ́dún 1664 ni wọ́n yí padà sí New York lẹ́yìn tí ọba King Charles tilẹ̀ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì fún arákùnrin rẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀ ìyẹn Duke of York. Láti ọdún 1785 ló ti wá di olú ìlú ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà títí di òní olónìí. Ó jẹ́ ìlú ńlá tó kún fún ọ̀pọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà àti ibùdó iṣẹ́ àtinúdá oríṣiríṣi fún gbogbo ìran ọmọnìyàn. Ìlú New York lórílẹ̀‐èdè Amẹ́ríkà.
Bẹ́gùn òde mo là á kọ́kọ́ owó gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjọ tẹ̀ka ní ìrìn gbúrò wa. A tún ti dé náà nù. Ẹ fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ mi. Ilé ọyin lólùfín ọ̀sì àṣẹ mo ẹ ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbórúkọ tó yìí. Kò sí ìdílé òjẹ́. Ọ̀pọ̀ bí àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ lórí sísè ní 190. Ibẹ̀ ni wọ́n bí òní pọ̀. Ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
Wọ́n tún máa wo ọbẹ̀ ọ̀nlítẹ̀ lórí Western Television.
West Bend, us is.
Akínyìn ẹ kú dédé bí ọjọ́ ṣe rí ibikíbi tẹ́ bá ti ń wò wá. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí àkọ́tún ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. Ojú ẹlẹ́rìí ló ń dé sí ojú móhùnmáwòrán yín níkànnì Western Spring Television. Ìkànnì àádọ́wà channel 190 lórí Star Times DTT ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Lórí ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí kí la máa ń ṣe lórí ètò náà fẹ́yìn tẹ́ bá ń wò wá fún ìgbà àkọ́kọ́. Tẹ́ ń wò pé kí ló bí ojú ẹlẹ́rìí? Kí ló dé tán fi ń pètò ní ojú ẹlẹ́rìí? Ohun tí a fi àyè lẹ̀ kẹ́yìn ara lé máa sọ máa fi hàn wá ní nǹkan tẹ́yìn fojú ara yín rí òun la ṣe pè ní ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. Ohun tẹ́ ẹ fojú ara yín rí nípa omi ẹ̀rọ tó ń ṣe ségesège ní àdúgbò yín, nípa iná mọ̀nàmọ́ná tó ń ṣe mọ̀nàmọ́ná níbi tẹ́ ẹ wà, nípa ojú ọ̀nà tí kòtòkòtò ń ṣe ní ọṣẹ́ lágbègbè tẹ́ ẹ wà, àtàwọn nǹkan amáyédẹrùn míì tó ń jẹ́ kí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ aráàlú mọ̀ wà nínú ìnira nínú pọ́npọ́nnáyan àti àwọn ìpèníjà míì tó túmọ̀ sí pé ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí ló ń jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wò wá kẹ́ máa sọ àwọn nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀, àwọn nǹkan tó ń dùn yín fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba, èyí tó ń jẹ́ káwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba náà máa gbé ìgbésẹ̀ kí wọ́n lè wá ojútùú sí nǹkan tó bá ń jẹ aráàlú níyà. Mo kí yín o, ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò náà. Ẹ má gbàgbé bá ṣe máa ń ṣe ni pé bẹ́yìn bá ti mú fóònù yín yẹn ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ mú lọ agbègbè tẹ́ ti fẹ́ kí wọ́n fojú ara wọn rí nǹkan tẹ́ ń là kọjá, agbègbè tẹ́ fẹ́ kí ìjọba ó rí gan fúnra lára wọn, bóyá nípa ti iná ọba ni, nípa tomi ẹ̀rọ ni, nípa tójú ọ̀nà ni. Kódà bẹ́ẹ̀ bá rẹ́ni tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń so lẹ́rùn sí dúkìá ìjọba, àwọn tó lọ ń bẹ́ ọ̀pá epo, ọ̀pá omi, àwọn tó lọ ń fọ́ ojú títì ìjọba àtàwọn ìwà tí ò tọ́, ìwà tí ò yẹ míì, ẹ mú fóònù yín lọ bẹ̀, ẹ dábù rẹ̀ báyìí, ẹ sì máa ka á lẹ̀ ìyẹn rìkọ́ọ̀dù. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ka á lẹ̀ yálà bíi fídíò, ẹ lè ka á lẹ̀ bíi fọ́tò, ẹ má wàá jẹ́ kó gùn jù, kó mọ̀ ju bí ìṣẹ́jú méjì lọ. Ẹ fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp. Èyí tó bá wọlé láàrin àsìkò yìí títí di ọjọ́ Ajé tó ń bọ̀, á gbé jáde tó bá di aago 2:30 ní ọ̀sán ọjọ́ Ajé tó ń bọ̀, tí í ṣe ọjọ́ tí a máa ń ṣe ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí, àkókò tó máa ń wáyé níkànnì Western Spring Television. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń wò wá lórí móhùnmáwòrán ìkànnì àádọ́wà náà la wà lórí ìtàkùn ayélujára YouTube níbikíbi tẹ́ bá wà ẹ tẹ Western Spring Television. Ibi àkọ́kọ́ tá a fẹ́ lọ ní orí ètò náà òun náà ni agbègbè tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó. Agbègbè yìí ojú ọ̀nà Àbèrè ó jáde sí Owódé náà ó ń wòran yìí wọ́n kí wa wọ́n ní ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tó kọjá mo lọ sí láti wọ gómìnà ní àyè wọn láti wá gómìnà àti ara wa wọ́n ní àwọn ikú máa wá wọ́n níbẹ̀ àwọn sì wà àǹfààní ìlànà wọn létí ní kábàdàn ní ọ̀nà míì wọ́n gbà wọ́n ní Heaven Gate wọ́n níbẹ̀ ó ti bàjẹ́ kọjá kiri ní afárá ojú ọ̀nà tó wà ní kùdìẹ̀ káàtó wọ́n ní àdúgbò Albert Street ní White House Junction ní Òkìdí kóìtà agbára bíi àdá ní kònàsíẹ́lẹ́jàtò Àbèrè Owódé road wọ́n ní agbèrè yìí wọ́n láwọn community bíi mélòó kan lókàn wọ́n ní Dàpọ̀ Abíọ́dún Albarika Alábẹ́yè ọ̀dọ̀ bóyá alábìyàn dẹ̀ fẹ́ kọ wọ́n ní Ìṣọ̀kan Àánú Olúwa Ọlọ́ògo Oṣùmọ̀rẹ́ Mídìrí Ìrẹ́pọ̀dùn Ìfẹsọ̀wọ́pọ̀ Àlọ́ba Arárọ̀mí àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Gbogbo àwọn àgbẹ̀ yìí ni wọ́n ń lo ojú ọ̀nà tẹ́ ń wò yìí wọ́n ní kí ìjọba dákun kán ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ kán bá wọn ṣe ojú ọ̀nà wọn. Ẹni tó fi sí wa náà ni igbákejì àgbà ní Ìṣọ̀kan community Ọlábọ̀dé Adébáyọ̀ wọ́n ní ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa jáde lórí ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí ó jẹ́ bùjẹ́ ẹjẹ́ ìbò lórí ètò ojú ọ̀nà tó fi àmójútó agbègbè Ọlọ́run Kẹ́mi ní Òkè Baálẹ̀ òun lẹ́ ń wò lójú ìwòran yìí o ẹ má bínú bí wọ́n ṣe ya àwòrán náà ni o wọ́n ní mo kí yín o iléeṣẹ́ yín yóò máa tẹ̀síwájú. Orúkọ mi ni Alájà Ògúnwùmí Ọmọbọ́lá láti Ọlọ́run Kẹ́mi community zone 2 Òkè Baálẹ̀. Mo tún fi àsìkò rán gómìnà wa Ìmọ̀lẹ̀ Aláàánú Mẹ̀kúnnù létí tí wọ́n jẹ́ àwa náà ní community wa láti bá wa ṣe nǹkan tó so gbogbo wa pọ̀ ìyẹn ní Ọlọ́kẹ́mi. Mo tún fi ṣàlàyé ibi tí lọ́n wọlé ọ̀nà jù àti fẹ́ẹ̀ dárájì ilé tó padà wá síbi tí a ti máa ń yà sí àdúgbò wa. Mo yà tún kí bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà kí wọ́n jọ̀wọ́ rántí àwa náà ní community wa kí àwa náà lè dúpẹ́ ó jẹ́ ohun fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa láti Ọlọ́run Kẹ́mi community ní Ìbálẹ̀ Òṣogbo ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Ibi ìta tún fẹ́ lọ ní orí ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí lọ́jọ́ tòní òun náà ni ojú ọ̀nà tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ojú ọ̀nà tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó agbègbè Alápàtà bóyá Alápàtà ni àbí Alápàtà nílùú Òṣogbo. Wọ́n ní lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ẹ jọ̀wọ́ ẹ rántí wa ní orí ètò yín lọ́sàn-án yìí lágbègbè Alápàtà wọ́n ní lẹ́yìn Leo Spring Hotel ní Ìwó Ìbàdàn road Òṣogbo wọ́n ní ìṣòro tó ń kojú wọn ní ojú ọ̀nà yìí pọ̀ wọ́n ní kódà lára ìṣòro wọn ní ọkọ̀ kan ó ní ìjàmbá ní ojú ọ̀nà yìí lánàá lẹ́yìn ìsìn nílé ìjọsìn Pásítọ̀ Jídé Ògúngbadé àwọn ló fi àwòrán ìṣọwọ́ sí wa wọ́n ní ojú ọ̀nà tí ẹ ń wò yìí òun náà ni wọ́n ń pè ní èyí tó ń jẹ́ Alápàtà bóyá Alápàtà ni àbí Alápàtà lẹ́yìn Leo Spring Hotel Ìwó Ìbàdàn road ní ìlú Òṣogbo. Wọ́n ní kí ìjọba dákun ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ kán bá wọn ṣe ojú ọ̀nà yìí kó lè dẹ́kun ìnira pọ́npọ́nà yan àti àwọn ìpèníjà míì tó ń kojú wọn ní ojú ọ̀nà náà. Ẹ jẹ́ kí a kúrò ní àdúgbò náà. Àdúgbò mi ìta tún fẹ́ lọ òun náà ni agbègbè Kọ́bọ̀ Junction. Ojú ọ̀nà yìí wọ́n tẹ̀ ń dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba láwọn dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ìgbìmọ̀ ìpínlẹ̀ sẹ́nitọ̀ Nurudeen Adémọ́lá Adeleke láwọn dúpẹ́ lórí ojú ìbẹ̀sí wọ́n ti dẹ́kun lọ́sì ìyẹn àgbàrá tó ń gọ́ta àtàwọn ṣẹ́mi ṣe tọ́lù yìí ní àwọn arúgbó ẹ̀kún yẹ kó jẹ́ olùdókòdò wa jésù gbogbo wọn lùdí ẹ̀kọ́ ní ìlú wọ́n lè mọ́rí gómìnà tó adé yìí kí àwọn náà lè rí ìwọ̀n tí ó wà ìyá tó wà ní òwúrọ̀ àlùfà ìjẹ́ ìjọba ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ní kíjọba ìwọ̀n ọjà ìlẹ̀ yìí àṣọfà ní agbègbè kọ́ Asman Junction ní Kùlí yóò ṣùgbọ́n ìwà wọn dègè lọ́wọ́ gómìnà àwọn ìgbó gidigidi lọ́wọ́ gómìnà tó rántí àwọn yìí tí wọ́n bá wọn sí ipa àjọjọ́ ẹ̀rọ òṣìṣẹ́ jẹ́ kò ní àdúgbò náà. Àdúgbò tí a tún fẹ́ lọ lórí ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí tòní òun náà ní iléèwé tó fi àmójútó. Iléèwé girama tí ẹ ń wò lójú ìwòran yín yìí òun ni Akínọ̀run Grammar School tó wà nílùú Ìkìrun. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìwé gbọ̀nàgbọ̀nà kan tí ẹgbẹ́ àwọn tó jẹ́ akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ jáde níléèwé ìkọ wọ́n ní Akínọ̀run Grammar School wọ́n ní bóun gbogbo ṣe líle léyìí wọ́n ní ní àsìkò ìjọba gómìnà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Rauf Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá ni wọ́n ṣí aṣọ lójú eégún iléèwé náà tí wọ́n sì ṣe lọ́nà tìgbàlódé. Àmọ́ ṣá iléèwé yìí tí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ọmọ bíbí ìlú Ìkìrun àti àwọn èèyàn láti àyíká ti jẹ àǹfààní ètò ẹ̀kọ́ tó yanrantí ló mọ̀ tí ń di bá mi tí èbò ẹ̀yìn ti ń bà. Wọ́n ní gbogbo àwọn iléèwé ni ò sí ní gbogbo àwọn yàrá àkàwé ni ò sí nípò tó dáa mọ́. Wọ́n ní àwọn òrùlé gbọ̀ngàn ìyẹn họ́ọ̀lù wọ́n ní kò dáa mọ́ kò wà nípò tó dáa mọ́ òun náà lẹ́ ń wò ní ojú ìwòran yìí hùn bórùlé wọn ṣe rí ní Akínọ̀run Grammar School òun lẹ́ ń wò yìí. Wọ́n ní gbogbo rẹ̀ pátá ìwọ̀nba ló kù ń bẹ o wọ́n ní gbogbo àwọn fèrèsé wọn ni ò dáa mọ́
àti ètò ààbò náà wọ́n ní ó ń kọ wọ́n lómi nínú ọgbà iléèwé náà. Wọ́n ní kódà eléyìí tán pè ní ọ̀ọ̀lù tó jẹ́ ti iléèwé náà ló ti di ibi tí àwọn jàǹdùkú tí wọ́n ti máa ń fa ìfàkúfà mu ìmúkúmu tó sì máa ń kóra wọn sí. Wọ́n ní kódà àwọn ọlọ́dẹ orí àwọn onípèníjà ọpọlọ wọ́n ní wọn a máa wà ń bẹ̀. Wọ́n kódà wọn a máa kó àwọn aṣọ wọn àwọn ẹrù wọn ń bẹ̀. Gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ṣe ṣe àlàyé wọ́n ní láìmọye ìgbà ni àwọn ti gbìyànjú o. Wọ́n ní àmọ́ tó jẹ́ olú iléèwé náà wọ́n ló nílò àmójútó ní pàjáwìrì. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ṣe sọ wọ́n ní àwọn rawọ́ ẹ̀bẹ̀ sí àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Wọ́n láwọn ń ké sí iléeṣẹ́ fún ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ní ìpínlẹ̀ yìí kí wọ́n gbà wọ́n kalẹ̀ kí wọ́n má wò wọ́n ràn kí àwọn náà kí wọ́n lè rí ọwọ́jà ìjọba ní Akínọ̀run Grammar School nílùú Ìkìrun. Ẹni tó bá mọ ìlú Ìkìrun dáadáa ọ̀kan lára ibi tó jẹ́ gbajúgbajà nínú ìlú náà. Iléèwé yìí ó jẹ́ iléèwé ìlú mọ̀ọ́ká àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ló ti jáde ńbẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ti jáde ńbẹ̀ ẹ lo ẹsẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ ní ẹ lo agbára tọ́lọ́run fún yín kẹ́fì kàn sí àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba kí àwọn náà lè bá yín gbé ìgbésẹ̀ kí àwọn tó wà ní ilé ẹ̀kọ́ náà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó wà ńbẹ̀ kí wọ́n lè kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ní àyíká tí ààbò tó péye wà. Ó jẹ́ bí ó ṣe jẹ́ nípa àwọn nǹkan tí àwọn èèyàn fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa. Bí a bá lọ sí òdì kejì bá a bá dé a sáré yan àwọn nǹkan tá a ti mẹ́nubà fẹ́rẹ́fẹ́rẹ́ létí yín fún àǹfààní àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba láti gbọ́ eléyìí tí wọ́n bá gbọ́ dáadáa, fún àǹfààní àwọn tó bá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa láti mọ àwọn agbègbè, àwọn àwòrán, àwọn fọ́nrán tí a ti ṣe àfihàn rẹ̀ lórí ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí. Ẹ ṣeun tẹ́ ń gbọ́ wa tẹ́ ń wò wá níkànnì àádọ́wà channel 190 lórí Star Times DTT ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Tá a bá dé padà ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí yóò tẹ̀síwájú. À ń bọ̀.
Àbújá ni olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọjọ́ 12 oṣù 12 ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ní ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá, gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ní ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014. Kódà lọ́dún 2016 àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀. Èkó Lagos. Èkó akéte ìlú ọgbọ́n, Èkó akéte ìlú ìmọ̀, ọmọ ọlọ́gbọ́n dorí ẹja mú, àwọn òmùgọ̀ àdìímú nírù. Ẹni dẹ́kọ̀ tí ò gbọ́n ọgbọ́n rẹ̀ dọ̀run alákejì. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí àrọ́bá, ẹni tó tẹ ìṣẹ́ridó tó sì kọ́kọ́ gbé ibẹ̀ lọ́dún 1699 ló jẹ́ ọdẹ tí orúkọ rẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Ògúnfúnminíre, ọmọ ọba ìlú Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní í ṣe. Ó máa ń ṣọdẹ lọ síbẹ̀ láti Ifẹ̀, ó sì pàgọ́ tó ti máa ń sinmi ṣáájú kó tún tó lọ bẹ ilé rẹ̀ wò. Nígbà tó yá, àwọn ọdẹ mìíràn wá darapọ̀ mọ́ láti ṣọdẹ. Nínú igbó yìí ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣọdẹ tí wọ́n sì ń pọ̀ sí pẹ̀lú àwọn ènìyàn wọn. Báyìí ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tàn kálẹ̀ tó fi dé gbogbo ibi tí Èkó fẹ̀ dé lónìí. Ìlú Èkó, ìlú ńlá. Ìlú Èkó yìí ni ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà wà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí, pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn ṣáájú ọdún 1991 tí wọ́n gbé lọ sílùú Àbújá. èkó àdèlé ọmọ àgọ́ àgẹ̀rẹ̀ èkó ọmọ afíjú wọjà àrìngbẹ́ndẹ́kẹ́ ọ̀bùn wọjà páṣíọ̀ṣíọ̀ ẹ̀yọ̀ ní bàbá èkó àríjó ṣe bí ọba èkó ọmọ odò tí ò ṣeé yájú sí èkó arómi sá lẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́.
ẹ ṣeun gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn wáyé tí kúrò lọ́dọ̀ wa pé ẹ̀yàn ìkànnì Western Spring Television láàyò ìkànnì àádọ́wà channel 190 láwà lórí Star Times DTT ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ẹ tún lè mọ̀ wá lórí ìtàkùn ayélujára ní orí YouTube ẹ tẹ www.westernspringtelevision.com bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti tẹ̀ bẹ̀ ẹ dúró fi slash sí lórí YouTube ẹ mọ̀ wò wá kétékété ibi àwọn bí tá ti ṣe àfihàn rẹ̀ àwọn nǹkan tá ti fi hàn yín lásìkò yìí kó tó di pásìkò kó wa ní papámọ́ra ẹja sáré lọ sí orí rẹ̀. Alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ a ti sọ̀rọ̀ nípa agbègbè tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ojú ọ̀nà àbèrè owódé ojú ọ̀nà yìí ó jáde sábèrè ojú ọ̀nà yìí ó jáde sí owódé òun lẹ́wọ̀n lójú ìwòran yìí o àgbàrá òjò ń hàn wọ́n léèmọ̀ ojú ọ̀nà bẹ̀wọ̀n ò dáa rárá ni wọ́n ní gbogbo ìgbìyànjú làwọn ti gbé gbogbo ipá làwọn ti sà àmọ́ àwọn ò tí ì rí ìgbésẹ̀ wọ́n láwọn ń dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gómìnà pé ó rán àwọn ikọ̀ OMA wá nípa ojú ọ̀nà wọn àti afárá wọn ní ọ̀sẹ̀ tó kọjá wọ́n ní àmọ́ ibi tí wọ́n ń lò wọ́n ní ara wọn ò gbà mọ́ o torí ìnira ni wọ́n bá pàdé ń bẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn communities tí ọ̀nà yìí kàn ìyẹn gbogbo àwọn agbègbè tí ọ̀nà yìí kàn ẹ má gbàgbé o gbé ní ìwà ní Valley Street ní àlùbáríkà náà ẹ̀kọ́ White House junction tó di kejì kó sẹ agbára kò sí ẹlẹ́jùtù àbèrè owó díẹ̀ dẹ̀ àwọn méjì tí àwọn gbọ̀nà yìí papọ̀ ní Dàpọ̀ Abíọ́dún Alubaric Alábẹ̀yẹ Ìṣọ̀kan Anúlúwa Ọlọ́run ṣùgbọ́n ó sún bí ìfìdí ìfọ̀rùn sọ́pọ̀ àgbẹ̀lẹ̀ àràárọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ti gbákejì alága Ìṣọ̀kan community Ọlábọ̀dé Adébọ̀ṣọwọ́ sí wa wọ́n ní kí ìjọba dákun ràn lọ́wọ́ bá wọn ṣe kí ìdẹ̀rùn lè dé bá ìdíjú ọ̀nà ìjọba ti fi hàn náà ni wọ́n tó fà mójútó lágbè Lọ́nkẹ́mi Òkè Baálẹ̀ ní Òṣogbo gẹ́gẹ́ bí ohun tí wọ́n fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa wọ́n ní àwọn ní Alájà Ògúnwùmí Ọmọbọ́lá wọ́n ní kí ìjọba ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ ní Ọlọ́runkẹ́mi community zone 2 Òkè Baálẹ̀ wọ́n ní kí wọ́n bọ̀ rántí àwọn kí wọ́n bá wọn ṣe ọ̀nà tó so gbogbo ní Ọlọ́runkẹ́mi yàtọ̀ sí eléyìí wọ́n ní kí wọ́n bá wọn wá nǹkan ṣe o sí pé kéèyàn ò mọ Iléṣà garage kó tó mọ ṣẹ́rí padà wá àdúgbò kó tó wọlé sí àdúgbò wa ló fi àmójútó kí ìjọba ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ ó jẹ́ ohun tí wọ́n sọ tó jẹ́ ìkejì tá a ti fi hàn yín ohun kẹta tí a ti fi hàn yín fọ́nrán kẹta tẹ́ ti wò ní ọ̀sán tó òun náà ni ojú ọ̀nà tó yàtọ̀ ìgbà bóyá lápáta ni àbá lápáta wọn èèyàn lórí ẹ má bínú ọ wọ́n nílẹ̀ nǹkan sí a ní kí a rán ìjọba létí nípa agbègbè wa lẹ́yìn Leo Spring Hotel ní Ìwó Ìbàdàn Road ní ìlú Òṣogbo wọ́n ní kódà lánàá òde yìí o ọkọ̀ kan ní ìjàmbá ń bẹ̀ lẹ́yìn tí ìjọsìn parí nílé ìjọsìn Pásítọ̀ Jídé Ògúngbadé àwọn ló fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní ọjọ́ tòní eléyìí tẹ́ tún fẹ́ wò yìí òun lélẹ́yìí tá a ti mú wá ìyẹn ibi tí iṣẹ́ ti ń lọ lọ́wọ́ ní Kọ́bọ̀ Atman Junction ní Kòlíyà agbègbè yìí bí wọ́n bá ti lè ń lọ sí ìlú Ìkìrun yóò kàn lápá ọ̀tún ẹ bá ti lè wọlé wọ́n ní ojú ọ̀nà ti ń lọ wọ́n ní wọ́n ti àwọn ń ké tẹ́lẹ̀ ní pé ẹ dákun ẹ ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ o ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ti ń ṣe ojú ọ̀nà yìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí ọ̀gbẹ́ni Jabiu Semiu fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa wọ́n ní kí wọ́n tètè bá wọn parí ojú ọ̀nà náà wọ́n bá ti bá wọn parí ẹ̀ ìrọ̀rùn yóò bá àwọn tó ń gbé ojú ọ̀nà yìí àwọn tó ní ilé sójú ọ̀nà yìí àwọn tó ní ṣọ́ọ̀bù ń bẹ̀ akọ́dà àwọn tó ń dáko wọn lè yé kí bá dákun parí ẹ̀ lójú káwọn náà kí wọ́n lè kọrin ire kí bá gómìnà Sẹ́yọ̀ Adéjàsìn Adélékè ó jẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ nípa agbègbè náà. ààrẹ láti fi hàn ní ètò àmójú Akíọ̀run grammar school òun lẹ̀ ń wù yìí gbájúgbájá ẹni wọ́n ní wọ́n nílò ìrànwọ́ ìjọba tó àwọn àárọ̀ àwọn kan tó ti jẹ́ ara ilé ìwé ọ̀dẹ ti gbàdé. wọ́n rán létí wípé owó ẹgbẹ̀lẹ́gbẹ̀ níjọba náà lé lórí mílíọ̀nù ẹgbẹ̀lẹ́gbẹ̀ nígbà náà lọ́hùn àmọ́ ilé ìwé náà ti di bámi egbò ẹ̀yìn ti ba. ọ̀gbẹ́ni Adébáyọ̀ Ọláwálé lórúkọ àwọn ọmọ bíbí ìlú Ìkìrun tí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ìyẹn Sound Indigenes of Ìkìrun níjọba ìbílẹ̀ yìí wọ́n ní kí iṣẹ́ fún ètò ẹ̀kọ́ àgómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tí ó gbà wọ́n ní iléèwé Akíọ̀run grammar school ó jẹ́ ohun tí a ti mẹ́nubà ní ọjọ́ tòní. ẹ ṣeun ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ bá wa wò ó gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ fi fọ́nrán ṣọwọ́ tá a gbé jáde ẹ ṣe gan-an ni. ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá wá ń wò wá fún ìgbà àkọ́kọ́ ẹ ń wò pé ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní àdúgbò tiyín náà ẹ fẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba rí ẹ fẹ́ kí gómìnà gbọ́ ẹ fẹ́ káwọn kọmíṣánná mọ̀ àwọn ọmọlé aṣòfin yín ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni pé ẹ mú fóònù yín ẹ lọ sí agbègbè tẹ́ ti fẹ́ ṣe àfihàn ohun tó ń jẹ yín níyà bó ohun tó ń dùn yín ẹ bá ti gbé báyìí ẹ gbé fóònù yín báyìí ẹ sì mọ kàálẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju bí ìṣẹ́jú 2 àbí 3 bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti yàwòrán òun tẹ́ fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa àwa náà ó gbé jáde àwọn aláṣẹ tọ́rọ̀ kàn wọ́n ò lè bá yín dá sí ohun tó bá ń jẹ yín níyà ojú òpó tẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ fi àwòrán yín ṣọwọ́ sí lórí WhatsApp ni o ẹ mọ̀ pé ojú òpó náà àwòrán àti àtẹ̀jíṣẹ́ lẹ́ẹ̀ mọ̀ jù síbẹ̀ òun náà ni 0803 865 1049 0803 865 1049 ẹ ṣeun ṣeun o ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ bá wa wò ó mo dúpẹ́ gidigidi lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín oníyanṣẹ́ ọlọ́bẹ̀ ṣe ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ bá wa jẹ́ náà ẹ kú àìbínú ẹ lè mọ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ ìkànnì Western Spring Television lórí ìtàkùn ayélujára ní orí Facebook ẹ tẹ @Western Spring Television ní orí X àbí ní orí Instagram @Western Spring Television ni à ń lò ń bẹ̀ ẹ bá wa dọ̀rẹ́ ẹ tẹ̀lé wa ẹ má wá gbàgbé ẹ lè máa wo ọ̀kan ìjọkẹ́ ètò tó ń jáde níkànnì yìí lórí móhùnmáwòrán yín ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí Star Times DTT tàbí ní orí YouTube ẹ lè máa wò wá ẹ tẹ Western Spring Television. Ní orúkọ àwọn amójú ẹ̀rọ tí a ti jọ ṣiṣẹ́ àwọn ọlọ́gbọ́n dorí ẹja mú ayàwòrán tí wọ́n ṣùgbọ́n àmì tá a fi mú ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí wá sí ojú ìwòran àwọn èèyàn ní àsìkò tá a wà yìí ẹ ṣeun ṣeun o orúkọ tèmi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé tí mò ń kí yín pé ká mú olówó lọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ ní ìlú Ọ̀rẹ́ kó pé kó ta ni lọ́rẹ o ọwọ́ ẹni ni kì í tan ní jẹ ó dàbọ̀.
onírúurú ọ̀kan òjọ̀kan ní àwọn oúnjẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bí wọ́n ti wuyì lójú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì kún fún adùn àti ìtẹ́lọ́rùn tí kò lẹ́gbẹ́ pàápàá nígbà tí ọbẹ̀ tó dọ́ṣọ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹran oríṣiríṣi àti àwọn ẹja bá ń ṣe alábàárìn àwọn oúnjẹ òkèlè bíi ẹ̀bà àbí iyán funfun lẹ́lẹ́ ẹ ó máa gbọ́ àwọn ìpèdè bíi iyán lóúnjẹ ọkà lóògùn àìrí rárá là ń jẹ̀kọ kẹnu ó mọ̀dílẹ̀ ní ti gúgúrú. ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí Star Times. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá akọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀ Yorùbá ò lè kú Yorùbá ò lè parun tiwa làṣà tiwa lèdè tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe akọ́mọlédè.
ìlú àti ìlú tí ó tóbi jù nílẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ẹkùn ìwọ̀ gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà kò dín ní ẹbí mílíọ̀nù 6 tó ní gbòòrò Ìbàdàn ṣọ òdà ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ni àwọn Yorùbá gbàgbọ́ pé ìlú Ìbàdàn dó àwọn ọmọ ìlú Ìbàdàn jẹ́ akíkanjú wọ́n fi dàgbàsókè ọ̀làjú ni wọ́n àwọn baba ńlá wọn sì jẹ́ jagunjagun àbájọ tí a gbọ́ nínú oríkì wọn pé Ìbàdàn mèsì ọ̀gọ̀ nílùú Yọ̀lé ìlú Ògúnmọ́lá olódògbò kẹ̀rí lójú ogun Ìbàdàn ọmọ àjòrò sàn ọmọ àjẹgbínyó ọmọ àfikàràhùn fọ orí mu. Olúbàdàn lórúkọ oyè ọba ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn Máyẹ̀ Okùn Adé ló kọ́kọ́ jẹ baálẹ̀ nìbàdàn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú ńlá ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn iléeṣẹ́ àti àjọ ńláńlá ló wà nílùú Ìbàdàn ìgbàlódé ọmọ Ìbàdàn kí ni sọ. Èkó Lagọ́ọ̀sì Èkó akéte ìlú ọgbọ́n Èkó akéte ìlú ìmọ̀ ọmọ ọlọ́gbọ́n dorí ẹja mú àwọn òmùgọ̀ àdìímú nírù ẹni dẹ́kọ̀ tí ò gbọ́n ọgbọ́n rẹ̀ dọ̀run alákejì gẹ́gẹ́ bí àrọ́bá ẹni tó tẹ ìṣẹ́ridó tó sì kọ́kọ́ gbé ibẹ̀ lọ́dún 1699 ló jẹ́ ọdẹ tí orúkọ rẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Ògúnfúnminíre ọmọ ọba ìlú Ilé-Ifẹ̀ ní í ṣe. Ó máa ń ṣọdẹ lọ síbẹ̀ láti Ifẹ̀, ó sì pàgọ́ tó ti máa ń sinmi ṣáájú kó tún tó lọ bẹ ilé rẹ̀ wò. Nígbà tó yá, àwọn ọdẹ mìíràn wá darapọ̀ mọ́ láti ṣọdẹ. Nínú igbó yìí ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣọdẹ tí wọ́n sì ń pọ̀ sí i pẹ̀lú àwọn ènìyàn wọn. Báyìí ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tàn kálẹ̀ tó fi dé gbogbo ibi tí Èkó fẹ̀ dé lónìí. Ìlú Èkó, ìlú ńlá. Ìlú Èkó yìí ni ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà wà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí, pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn ṣáájú ọdún 1991 tí wọ́n gbé lọ sílùú Àbújá. Èkó àdèlé ọmọ agun àgẹ̀rẹ̀, Èkó ọmọ afíjúwọjà arìngbẹ́ndẹ́kẹ́ ọ̀bùnwọjà páṣíọ̀ṣíọ̀, Ẹ̀yọ̀ ní bàbá Èkó, àríjó ṣe bí ọba. Èkó ọmọ odò tí ò ṣeé yájú sí, Èkó arómi sá lẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́.
ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ń kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò. Ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège, àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn, àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba. Ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko, èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba. Ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín, ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín, ẹ dàbù rẹ̀, ẹ mọ̀ yá ní gbọ́rọ̀, ẹ dàbù rẹ̀, ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera, àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà, ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ. Ẹ máa fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 865 1049 0803 865 1049. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín, àwọn àwòrán yín kó máa wọlé. Orí ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí, ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. Ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò, ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà, ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀, ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń dẹ ẹ̀gbin nù, tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn aráàlú lára. Gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí. Ohun tẹ́ ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín, ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀. Orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlápẹ, atọ́kùn ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí àgbáyé làbẹ́jà.
Western Spring Pavilion. Ours it is.
kàn lóhùn agogo báyìí náà ni ọba sì fi máa kó wọn jọ fún ọ ọ̀tọ̀ lù ọ̀tọ̀ làṣà ọ̀tọ̀ lédè ọgbọgbọ ọba ọkọrin ni ó ní aṣọ ló ń jó fọmọ róró ẹtẹ ètò yìí tó wà yàyàn pẹ̀lú ọmọ yín olóyè ní òkè ní ìtọ́sí yẹmí náà ìgbọ́n àlọ́ ní ìgbọ́n lóde gómìnà gbọ́dọ̀ ọmọ láríṣẹ́ ọmọ àgbàjọyè èmi lọ sàkè wọ́n yẹn òṣèlú lẹ́bọ̀ ọ̀lọ́ èmi ò mà ní iṣẹ́ àlọ́ nítorí ọ̀tá mi ọmọ àfíjọ yẹn tí mo náà gbọ́dọ̀ mi lọ́mọ ìjàlẹ̀ kejì kẹ́yìn ló nà bọ̀ ìjẹ́wọ́rẹ́ ń ṣe mi ọmọ èyí ọ̀sùn ọmọ láríṣẹ́ ọmọ àgbẹ̀wọ̀ àjọyè àtàkẹ́rẹ́ iyọ̀ dùn àkì délé ẹkùn olówó orí ọkọ̀ ìkẹ́ assignment náà wájú ẹ̀ṣẹ́ òṣèré ni jẹ́ kó ń bá ẹgbẹ́wò ẹgbẹ́ ìgbọ̀wọ́ àwọn ààrẹ ni mú wa láfíkọ́lẹ̀ ìlẹ́wò afọ̀ àyíyí àfi ẹ̀yẹ ni tó lórí ètò wa ètò yìí èdè àyàn adékòrègùn méjì ti ṣe báyìí adékòrègùn méjì ti ṣe báyìí ta tọ̀rọ̀ kan tó ti ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìtàn àgbékalẹ̀ àkọ́kọ́ nù àgbékalẹ̀ ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì òun náà níbi tá a ti ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tá a ṣe fújì sí fújì sí abẹ́rẹ́ àti àbá wọlé ọ̀hún owó ijó owó iyì ó ẹ̀jẹ̀ ọba ẹ̀ka dàgbàrà ń gbàdé bóyá ètò wa ẹ̀rẹ́ máa kọjá ọ̀la yìí lọ́sọ̀bọ̀ sí àbá ìfọ̀rọ̀ tẹ̀wò tá a máa fọ̀ wára wa wò lé lórí ọba tí wọ́n gbọ́ ètò yìí rí dáhùn gègé àdá rẹ̀ ọ̀tán dáhùnsọ̀nù àdé mú gègé àti táàkà àwọn èèyàn mọ́ tí ń jẹ́rẹ̀ bí wọ́n bá gègé àti ìdílé látàrí àwọn bẹ̀rẹ̀ àmọ́ ọkọ ẹ̀yọ́ torí pé ẹ kọ́ àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ kan lórí yìí lọ́jọ́ òní. ètò yín ètò ìdàyàn Western Spring Television ojú òpó àádọ́wà àtẹ StarTimes Germinator ó ń bọ̀.
tí ohun ò dẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́ lè mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ dábù rẹ̀ ẹ má yà ní gbọ́rọ̀ ẹ dábù rẹ̀ ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkàálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́ta wọ́n sí wa wọ́n lórí ẹ̀rọ 08038651049 08038651049 ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán àwọn ojú ẹlẹ́rìí ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀ ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń da ẹ̀gbin nù tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò àwọn aráàlú lára gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí ohun tí ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀. orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí lórí Western Spring Television ìkànnì àádọ́wà ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ajé láago 2:30 ọ̀sán.
bẹ́bíró bílẹ̀mọ̀dòrò kọ́ọ̀dẹ́ má dìbò sí. bá ṣe gbé ètò yìí kalẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ kóníkálukú fi ṣe òdiwọ̀n ìdílé wọn. òtítọ́ ọbẹ̀ ni pé kò sí ìdílé kan tí ò ní pèníjà tiẹ̀. ṣùgbọ́n àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ẹni la fi ń tẹ̀sí. ìtẹ̀wá tí ìrìnlẹ̀ yóò sọ ìdílé yóò rí gbèrò káfíńdún káfíkùn lukùn pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́kọláya lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan lórí ètò. níbẹ̀ lọ máa Fọlábí ó ti mọ tàkó tó béèrè sí wọn láti pè méjì lọ́rọ̀ tó ń hòhò sílẹ̀ nínú ìdílé. bẹ́ẹ̀ sì làlejò náà mọ̀ jẹ́ ká mọ ọ̀nà tí wọ́n gbé gbà sílé wọn ìdàtí tó do ẹ mọ pàdé mú ìwà Fọlábí lórí ètò ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ tó mẹ́jọ rọ̀ tí àtúntẹ̀ yóò sì tún wọ́n láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ ní ìmọ̀ràn Western Spring Television ìkànnì àdọ́wà lórí StarTimes. bẹ́bíró tọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
Bẹ́gùn ọ̀bà bá jáde mọ̀rìnwó la kọ́kọ́ rí ọwọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjó ẹsẹ̀ kàtàkàtà ní síwájú rìn pé àti gbòòrò tó ti dé ọ̀nà ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò òun bẹ́ẹ̀ ò límit pẹ̀lú èrò ọmọ ọlọ́yin àsọ pé ìyá òyà gbogbo ẹ bá sí mi ò ní jẹ yín ẹ fà balẹ̀ kí wọ́n wà ń bẹ́ẹ̀ limited lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television 90 ibẹ̀ ni wọ́n wà ní kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
wọ́n sọ pé àwọn wà ń bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀ lórí Western Spring Television.
kò ṣe é àyẹ̀.
Rodùn Àtúndé adé àpékọ́ ló kọ́ ọmọ roko adé àpékọ́ lọ́nà wọn yẹnà bó bá sì mọ̀ kọ́mọ roko bó bá sì mọ̀ kọ́mọ yẹnà àwa náà tó dúró tì bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àyè bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ ìkànnì iṣẹ́ Western Spring Television náà lẹ́tún já sí lójú òpó StarTimes àdọ́wà làwà látẹ̀ tó ètò yín ètò wa Èdè Àyàn òun náà ló ń tẹ̀ wájú adájọ́ má ṣẹ́ á sọ̀rọ̀ máyẹ̀ ń jọ́ tí rẹ ní bẹ́ẹ̀ bá sọnù ọjọ́ náà ni wọ́n wà ńgbà tá a lọ sẹ́mi mú lẹ́ẹ̀kan apẹ́tà bá paradé a bọ̀ sórí abala bíi tí a mọ̀ sí ìfọ̀rọ̀wánilẹ́nuwò fún àtúntò tí wọ́n darapọ̀ mọ́ ètò ìtẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ẹ ti mọ̀ pé lábala ìfọ̀rọ̀wánilẹ́nuwò yìí abala ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ abala ìkọ́ra ẹni ní ọgbọ́n táàjọ kọ́gbọ́n láti ọ̀dọ̀ ara wa ni àlejò mi rétò lọ́jọ́ tòní òní ni wọ́n òdú ni wọ́n ń ṣe àìmọ̀ fún olóko ẹsẹ̀ nǹkan kan fi ojú àlejò mi yàn dé wọ́n bá ti wá kí n tán ń wà sọ ohun tá a mọ̀ fi ṣe àkórí ọ̀rọ̀ tòní láàmì ẹ̀ka bọ̀ sórí ètò ẹ̀ bá ń kẹ́ àwọn ará lé.
ẹ ṣe olóòtú a kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní ojú òòràn wa nínú ilé ní Western Spring Television channel 190 ojú tó ń fi wò ó ní fọ́ ọ láfíàánù tí ẹ sì fi ń gbọ́ wa náà kò ní di o ẹ kúlé.
tó lórí ètò yìí lọ́jọ́ tòní a fẹ́ gbìyànjú láti ṣe àtúpalẹ̀ àtúnṣe àwọn àṣìlù ọ̀rọ̀ àbí àṣìlù èdè tó ti di tọrọ fọ́n kálé láàrin àwọn àbíkín pé láàrin àwa ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire àwọn bàbá wa mọ́nímọ́ní àwọn bàbá wa mọ̀yànmọ̀yàn wọ́n pé onílé àtẹ̀ jẹ́jẹ́jẹ́ ìran àwọn ọmọ àlejò àtẹ̀ ṣùàṣùà èmi ló dé tó nílé tẹ̀ jẹ́jẹ́ nítorí pé mojú ilẹ̀ ni o àmọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá wò sàkún ìṣẹ̀mí tá à ń lò lọ yìí ó wá fẹ́ẹ̀ dàbí ẹni pé àwọn onílé gangan àwọn ni wọ́n ń tẹ̀ ṣùàṣùà ńgbà àwọn mójú ilẹ̀ kì í sì ṣe pé àforí wọn sọlẹ̀ sílẹ̀ àmọ́ ńgbò jẹ́ pé òòṣà táwọn bàbá wọn ń bọ ìṣòòṣà èdè ìṣòòṣà ẹ̀sìn ìṣòòṣà ṣẹ̀mí ìṣòòṣà wà ìṣòòṣà ohun gbogbo tó dánlẹ̀ karọ̀ òjire gbogbo òòṣà òun la ti ń parun àwọn ọmọ wa wọn wàá mọ̀nà àtọ̀ mọ́ wọn á da lámùlù màálà tó ẹ jẹ́ fún lápẹẹrẹ nǹkan tá a máa ṣe àgbéyẹ̀wò rẹ̀ lórí ètò lọ́jọ́ tòní èmi ó kàn yànnà náà rẹ ní ń wà bọ́ sọ́dọ̀ àlejò mi ká tó wá parí ètò èmi ó wà á tún tèmi ń wà á tún ṣe fún àpẹẹrẹ àáké ààyè gba tápà ó kọ́lé ìgúnnu ààyè gbẹ́kùlù ọ̀dàn ó nípọn láyà bí ìrá mo fẹ́ tún sọ ààyè gba tápà ó kọ́lé ìgúnnu ààyè gbẹ́kùlù ọ̀dàn ó nípọn láyà bí ìrá ìráhùn ẹ bá ń fàlà sí ẹkùlù ọ̀dàn ẹ bá ń fàlà sí tápàhùn ẹ bá ń fàlà sí ó di mẹ́ta tá a fàlà sí báwọn ẹ má gbà pé tápà ẹ bá ń fàlà sí ìrá ẹ bá ń fàlà sí ẹkùlù ọ̀dàn ẹ bá ń fàlà sí lábẹ́ ìfàlà síhun lára ti ìráhùn ní tún ti fa òwe Yorùbá kan yọ tó pé ọmọ àjànàkú kì í yàrá ọmọ tẹkùn bá bí ẹkùn ní í jọ ìrá àti ọmọ àjànàkú kì í yàrá ẹ wá bá ń fàlàyé sí ààyè gba tápà ó gbẹkùlù ọ̀dàn ààyè gba tápà ó kọ́ ní ègúnnu ààyè gba ẹkùlù ọ̀dàn ó nípọn láyà bí ìrà ti rá abẹ́hùn ẹ bá ń fàlà sí kó lọ bá ti ìrá àti òwe ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì ẹ dúró mú un bọ̀ á ṣe àtúpalẹ̀ rẹ̀. Bá mi ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kan sí.
ẹ ṣe olóòtú.
Àpẹẹrẹ àwọn ìbéèrè yìí àbí àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ń mọ tàkòtò rẹ̀ sí yín, ẹ̀yin ò wá máa ṣe àtúpalẹ̀ bó ṣe yẹ kó rí àti bó bá jẹ́ pé àwọn ìtàn kan àbí àwọn gbólóhùn kan rọ̀ mọ́ á máa gbọ́ lẹ́nu yín. Mo gbàdúrà pé kọ́lọ́run bá mi fún yín ṣe lónìí. tó ìkan lára àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀hún àkọ́kọ́ rẹ̀ ó ń pé ó dáa ẹ jẹ́ kí n kọ́kọ́ lọ sí alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ tó ń pé gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ ń tiẹ̀ lẹ̀kì mọ́ra wọn ìwà mọ eléyìí tó yẹ kí n kọ́kọ́ mú owó ló yẹ kí n kọ́kọ́ mú ó dáa ẹ jẹ́ kọ́kọ́ mú eléyìí tó sọ wípé kí èké dáyé àṣà dápò mù èké dáyé àṣà dápò mù bí wọ́n sọnù bá jẹ́ pé bí wọ́n sọnù ẹ̀yà tẹ̀ wájú bí ó bá jẹ́ kìí ṣe bí wọ́n sọnù ẹ̀ là wá lọ́yẹ̀.
ẹ ṣe olóòtú inú mi dùn gan-an pẹ̀lú àwọn kókó àtúntò ọ̀rọ̀ àgbékalẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá tẹ́ gbé wá ẹ̀.
ẹ ṣeun.
torí pé èkínní náà ó máa ń ká mi lára torí pé èdè Yorùbá ti sọnù àwọn ọmọ wa sí òtí ẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn ni wọn ò mọ ìyàtọ̀ láàrin ọ̀rọ̀ kan sí ọ̀rọ̀ míì.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
kì í sì ṣe bí wọn. pé àwa gan bá a ṣe lè bọ́jọ́ wá ṣe kéré tó yìí láti gbà wọn ti bí a náà àwọn irú bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ bá a ṣe bá a ṣe ń sọnù ṣùgbọ́n pẹ̀lú sísúnmọ́ àwọn àgbàlagbà tí wọ́n kàwé tí wọ́n wé pàápàá àwọn tó lọ fún ẹ̀wọ̀ Yorùbá ìtàn ó tẹ̀ wá náà wọ́n ní òye wípé àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ wà tó yẹ ṣàtúntò wọn ọmọ tó máa jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti bá náà làwọn máa lò lọ́wọ́ títí títí ran gbéran á máa ṣàṣehun lọ.
Oyà kantu èké dáyé àṣà dápò mù.
ẹ ṣe lóòótọ́ ni bí wọ́n ṣe máa sọnù ṣùgbọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́.
èmi ló dé.
àpò mù.
ìlú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ká tó yẹ ìrìn bẹ́ẹ̀.
ó ní olúùlú ìṣọ̀kan ló fún ìbílẹ̀ ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ ìṣọ̀kan. àṣà tábà tí wọ́n máa gún wọ́n gún bí kan wọ́n fi sí ní bí yọ̀ ní bí máa ń gí ní mi ò mọ̀ mo sá mọ̀ pé àwọn
yóò dàbí lúbúlúbú báyìí
àwọn ìyá kan máa ń fi lé àwọn báyìí. mo rí bí ọkùnrin gan ti sá wọn rí ọkùnrin míì náà ibi tí wọ́n fẹ́ sọ ní kí wọ́n ṣe kalẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ kì í ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ lórí. èké dáyé àṣà àpò mu èké àṣà di àpò mu.
èmi rò pé ìdáyé àpò mu jẹ́.
ẹgbẹ́ ìjọ ìdáyé náà bí wọ́n ṣe sọ ṣùgbọ́n kì í ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. àbáwá ò bá pé rí àwọn tó lè tan ìmọ́lẹ̀ sí ìlànà yìí gbogbo wa náà kàn tó máa dá lọ gọ́rọ́.
èké dáyé àṣà dàpò mu.
ẹ bèrè ní èké wá sínú ẹ̀ kí lọ́kàn èké àti àṣà àpò mu. èèyàn fi sọ pé èké ó ti wọ inú ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ni pé àṣà ṣe ń tí alùpùpù lẹ́yìn àpò kan inú ọjọ́ àgúnmu tẹ̀pá àgúnmu wà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
kódà àgúnmu gan lójú tẹ́ ẹ lé pò mọ́ tẹ́pẹ́ ẹ̀ ń mú. torí bẹ́ẹ̀ yàn bá tí èèyàn bá ya tí ò bá jẹ́ pé èèyàn ti gẹmi tán yányán tí tó tara rẹ̀ ti tó jẹ́ bí ọ̀dẹ̀ kò lè pé òun bu àgúnmu sàn tó pé òbú sàn gàrí. ẹgbẹ́ ní wọ́n sọ pé ilé ìdìyàn tí fàgúnmu mu gàrí. káwọn sọ pé àyà
ọba dáadáa o.
wá pé ẹwà bu àṣà nu omi ẹgbẹ́ mu. ẹ wo
ọlọ́mọ sì ṣe.
tábà ìní àṣà.
ìyá tábà kan ni.
tí wọ́n ti gún tí wọ́n ti fi nǹkan àwọn èròjà kan sí. kẹ wá pẹ́ dànù omi àbí bí gàrí sì ní lẹ bá dà gàrí lẹ bá pò pọ̀ lẹ́ ń bá mu. sẹ́mi pé.
àmọ́ bí àbá tí wọ́n fẹ́ fi ọ̀rọ̀ àlùfàǹsá bọ̀ bí àbá tí wọ́n fẹ́ fèké sí yóò pé kí ni òkú àṣà mu. èké tí wọ́n bá èké dáyé àṣà dàpò mu kéésì èké dáyé àṣà kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ dàpò mu. ẹ̀sùn bá mi ẹ tún jẹ́ níyìn níran kan ẹ jẹ́ níyìn níran kan wọ́n pè é bó ti wà ní Líkì bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló wà ní Gàǹjà bó ti wà ní Líkì bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló wà ní Gàjà àbí.
bàbá bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe gbalẹ̀ náà bá wà yìí ṣe kéré mi bá a ṣe dé bá a láti gba àwọn ti bí àná nù títí tó fi di pé àwa náà tún ọkùnrin àwé sí ọgbà bí olóòtú bá bá wọn láti máa ṣàtò àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọ wọn inú tó jẹ́ pé nílé nísìn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ gan ò fẹ́ ṣe wọn ní kọ́ ṣe gan ò fẹ́ ṣe ẹ̀kọ́ tó mọ́ èdè Yorùbá gan òyìnbó lè fèdè tí wọ́n mọ́ pa.
àbẹ́ẹ̀kẹ́ mọ lálábọ̀ fún tó ti ń di akọ́mọlé Yorùbá.
ni pé bó ṣe wà ní líkì.
bó ti wà ní líkì bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló wà ní Gàjà.
bí wọ́n ṣe sọnù ṣùgbọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ gbogbo ẹni tí ń bá ń wò mí lójú òòràn báyìí tó bá ṣeé ṣe bóyá mo lè nọ́mbà mi pè mí lẹ́yìn ètò nọ́mbà kẹta kò mí irọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan tá o nítorí ọ̀rọ̀ ni o.
bó ló yà mọ̀ sọ.
bó ti líkì bẹ́ẹ̀ ló wà ń gbà. gbani kì í ṣe gbàǹjà ṣe rí gbàǹjà ó bí gbàǹjà àti takọrọ ẹwẹ yín ní àìdá kọrọ ṣé kọrọ àtòbí wa ṣé àjọra wọn àwọn akẹ́ bó ti wà ń kọrọ ńlọ wà lóbì ṣe ò pé kò jọra wọn ó sì wà ní líkì bẹ́ẹ̀ ló wà ní gbangba tó túmọ̀ sí pé bó ṣe wà ní kọrọ ló wà ní gbangba.
ẹ̀yin àbúrò kẹ́ ń gbádùn ní èèwà èdè àyàn lábára ìfọ̀rọ̀wánilẹ́nuwò tí la fi ń ṣe palẹ̀ àṣẹ àwọn àṣìlò ọ̀rọ̀ àṣìlò èdè táwọn ọmọ ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjìrè tó wọ́pọ̀ láàrin àwa ọmọ ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjìrè mo ṣèlérí kan fún yín lórí àkójọpọ̀ òwe kan tó pé àyè gba tápà ó kọ́lé ìgúnnu nílẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn ìran kan wà tá à ń pè ní tápà mú òwe òun kì í sàwọn ni àwọn bàbá wa ń bá wí o wọ́n pè tápà tápà èjìnà àwọn yùn ìrànníyàn bí Yorùbá bá wá pé àyè gba tápà ń kọ́lé ègún àìsàn kan lágọ̀ọ́ ara èèyàn tẹ́ ẹ sì mọ̀ pé ìgúnnu bí eégún kan ni àwọn a máa ga ń tiẹ̀ tápà tó bá ti wà ní ara ẹ̀dá àwọn míì ó pè ní jẹ̀dí olóríṣiríṣi
wọn nígbẹ́ tápà
yo àwọn ìgbẹ́ kínní kan ọ̀rìn ká má lo ọ̀rọ̀ tó yẹ á lò lórí afẹ́fẹ́ tó ti yẹ yín báwọn wọ́n wà pé bí wọ́n bá ti wá di pé àìsàn ti ń pẹ́ lára èèyàn tó ti ń gbókùn ìgbà náà ni Yorùbá wa máa sọ pé àyè mọ̀ gba tápà ìmọ̀ nǹkan lè ìgúnnù wọ́n wà tún tẹ̀síwájú wọ́n pè é ààyè gbẹ̀kùlù ọ̀dàn ó nìkan láyà bí ìrá ṣe rí èkùlù ọ̀dàn ẹranko kan ohun ìga òun a máa rá mọ́lẹ̀ báyìí ẹsẹ̀ mẹ́rin ni máa ní àmọ́ ṣe rí ìrá ń tiẹ̀ òun a máa tóbi tí máa ga ìmọ̀ níwò gàgàrà tẹ́ wá rí èkùlù ọ̀dàn yín tiẹ̀ òun sábà jù yàn wọ́n rán báyìí lọ àmọ́ bó bá ti dàgbà típò ti bá láàyè rẹ̀ dáadáa àyà rẹ̀ wà á dàbí ẹni tó ki bẹ́ẹ̀ bá wá rí dáadáa yóò wà á dàbí ìrá yóò fara jọ̀rá náà mọ̀ pé àyè gba tápà ó kọ́lé ègúnnu àyè gbẹ̀kùlù ọ̀dàn ó nìkan láyà bíi ìrá ọ̀rá máa ń wà ní àyà ìrá báyìí ni. Bàbá.
Bóyá tí n bá lè rọra fi kéńké kún. Ṣé rí èkùlù bíi itú. Bíi itú. Ṣùgbọ́n èyí tí àyè ti wá gbà tán àyè gbà nù. Bí gbà wọn itú ìgboro eré náà lè ṣe rí náà ni ọ̀wọ́ tó yàtọ̀ ní irun gún ara tó wẹ̀ wẹ̀.
Ẹ bàbá àwọn kan tún bí wọn pé kí ni jẹ́ itú.
Itú kíní ni òru ní ọ̀dọ̀ tiwa lágbègbè tí àwa máa pè lórúkọ. Àwọn lẹ́yìn tí wọ́n bá tún fẹ́ lóyún modern fún modification Èkó àwọn ní òbúkọ ṣùgbọ́n orúkọ ni babaláwo ẹ̀ ní babaláwo òbílẹ̀ kọ́ sọ pé lọ owó bùkọ kọ òru. Àwọn ẹ̀yà kan ń pè ní àwọn ìtú tá à ń wí gan àwọn ẹ̀yà kan náà tó ń pè ní láwọn èdè ní.
àwọn máa pè lákẹ́.
àwọn kan ìdè ègbè.
ti yẹ máa ṣe pé ẹranko ni pé ààyè pé ńgbà Yorùbá bá wá pé ọmọ àjànàkú kì í yàrá kì í ṣe àràrá o ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ a máa rò pé wọ́n ní ọmọ àjànàkú kì í yàrá kì í ṣe kéèyàn mọ́ ga bí kì í ṣe pé ọmọ àjànàkú kò ní ya ẹranko kan tá à ń pè ní ìrá ìrá òun tiẹ̀ ìmọ̀ ga tí ó sangun tí ó ní irun láyà tí ọ̀rá àyà rẹ̀ yóò ṣe dòmù báyìí kì í ṣe àràrá ni àwọn bàbá wa ń bá wí wọ́n sọ pé ọmọ àjànàkú kì í yàrá ọmọ tẹ́yà bá bí ẹ̀yà níjọ ẹranko ní jẹyà ẹja fèyìn sílẹ̀ sẹ́nu amúbíẹ̀yà sẹ́ranko àti amúbíẹ̀yà tó jọjọra wọn àfẹ́ bá ń la.
bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ẹ ṣe pè ní ẹ̀yà gan-an ló jẹ́ rẹ́rìn tó pé ọmọ àjànàkú kò ní yàrá ọmọ tí erin bá bí erin ni ó jọ erin òun náà ní àjànàkú. títí fẹ́ fàyọ̀ ń bẹ̀ ni pé kò sí bí ìrá ti wulẹ̀ kó tóbi tó dáhùn pé kò tó erin.
àyírọ́.
ni pé kò sí erin ò lè bímọ. lẹ́yìn kọ́ wá jẹ́ pé ìrá dédé ìga àbí ìtòkì ni ọ́ bí wọ́n wà nù erin ni dọ́dà bọ́ erin náà ní àlépè.
erin bá wọ erin ni bí bá wà lábà erin tó jẹ́ tún fa ẹ̀jẹ̀ tàmí yọ nínú oríṣiríṣi àwọn tó fẹ́ ká ṣe àgbéyẹ̀wò rẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ tòní. ṣé èsì pé àkókò wa ti lọ báyìí ká ṣe láǹfààní àtòrí ọ̀fẹ́ láti tẹ̀ wájú tó ẹ̀jẹ̀ tún sáré wo ìmí wọ́n pé sàn láàrin ajénímù ní pẹ́kọ̀rọ̀ bàbá èmi ò mọ ní tẹ́ fẹ́ tún ṣe nínú eléyìí torí kódà kò tẹ̀ sí ẹ̀wùlẹ̀jà àti parí ètò báwọn àti àti parí ètò àbí
olóòtú
bàbá
ṣé ká mọ̀ tán
àbí orúkọ náà rè sàn láàrin ajénímù ní pẹ́kọ̀rọ̀.
àtúnṣe wà ń bẹ̀ àbí tá a bá ní jẹ́ kí èdè Yorùbá ó tẹ̀ wájú ló kù. àtúnṣe ń bẹ ń bẹ.
èmi là tún ṣe bẹ.
sàn láàrin. ajénímù ní pẹ́kọ̀rọ̀ kò ní túmọ̀. sàn láàrin ajénímù ní pẹ́kọ̀rọ̀. ọ̀dà kí là ń pè lájé.
bùbúlùsọ onísọ bòjì àpèká owó.
wọ́n nìdí tí ó fi mú kọ̀rọ̀ ní ìyá ni lọ́rùn. bọ́yé ìyá nìkan tí ò sí ìró wọ̀dà. ó rí ẹni tó ń bọ̀ lọ.
yóò rí àṣà kan yóò kọ̀rọ̀.
tó ṣe é fi ojú kọ̀rọ̀ mu. ṣé ẹ rí tí wọ́n bá ní ó pa ń kọ̀rọ̀ kọ́ pé kí n fi eré sísá lórí pa ẹ̀ ń sáré lọ ẹ máa lé ní bí a ṣe lè ọ̀rọ̀ adájọ́ bí ṣe ń pẹ̀ sí ní ń gùn jura wọn lọ tí ẹni tí ó mú lè wá ní ìlà àkọ́kọ́ tọ́ba mèrè sá dáadáa torí bí ẹni tó mú làrọ̀ gbẹ̀yìn tọ́ba mèrè kò sí tó ní sepò kẹ́ wọ́n tí ẹni tó mú ìlà àkọ́kọ́ tọ́ba mèrè sá dáadáa gbẹ̀rẹ̀ máa gbẹ̀ níbà yóò lo àǹfààní tí ẹ̀ tètè tán mọ́ pẹ̀kọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀pọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀kan nù. Èkejì tún ni pé bóyá à ń ní ìsìn ìfẹ́ àárín kan tí ìfẹ́ mọ̀ nínú ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ pẹ̀lẹ́ pọ̀kùn. Màá ní ìyàsọ̀rọ̀ mi rẹ̀ ń sọ ní ìmọ̀rọ̀ra kọ̀rọ̀ láàrin. Ó ti yẹ yín ó yàtọ̀ sí èèyàn pa.
Bàbá bí tún tẹ̀ obì ni àmọ́ àgbo ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ó wà lé
ẹja ẹ̀yin náà pamọ́ ní pátó dé àwọn nǹkan àtúgbọ́n. ètò yín ètò wa èdè àyàn pẹ̀lú ọmọ yín olùfẹ́ yín Yẹmí Nature bàbá ṣeun ẹ̀kú ohun látà tí bàbá tó kọjá mi iṣẹ́.
ní agbára Ọlọ́run
tó
fa bíbọ̀ rẹ̀ sẹ́.
nígbà tí bàbá ìlérí fún wa pé wọ́n tún jẹ́ wa lórí abala yìí ẹja lọ lé kalọ̀ mi jẹ́ nígbà èdè yóò máa tẹ̀síwájú bá mi lẹ́mọ̀ bá lórí ní abala oríkì ilẹ̀. ìkànnì Western Spring Television la wà ojú òpó StarTime tẹ àdọ́wà.
Yorùbá jẹ́ ọ̀kan lára àwọn èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní agbègbè Congo. Èdè Yorùbá jà àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè tó ń bẹ kòrin ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ kéré àwọn bíi mílíọ̀nù ló èdè Yorùbá lónìí.
ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sọ̀rọ̀ ní àṣìmọ́gbẹ́wẹ́d ìní àádọ́wà channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwa Gbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá akọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe akọ́mọlédè. Orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́ oṣù kejìlá ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ní ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá, gẹ́gẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ní àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014, kódà lọ́dún 2016. Àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni Àpáta Gbásọ̀rọ̀, Ilé Aṣin Àpapọ̀, Ilé Aṣojúṣòfin yìí, Àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, Báńkì Àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, Mọ́ṣáláṣí Àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn Kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
Bàbá mọ̀ fàrẹ́ àwọn ìyá àwọn àpàdé o. Ìyẹ́wò ìyẹ́rú ọlọ́fà mọ́jọ mi bàbá mọ̀ lọ fàrẹ́. Bàbá mọ̀ lọ fàrẹ́ lé ẹ̀wí kí n gbọ́. Bàbá mọ̀ lọ fàrẹ́ lé o. Bàbá mọ̀ lọ fàrẹ́ lé àmúbí ẹ̀yà. Bàbá mọ̀ lọ fàrẹ́ lé o. Ìyẹ́rú o ìyẹ́ ọlọ́fà mọ̀ mi bàbá mọ̀ lọ fàrẹ́. Olùkọ́ àmọ́ lọ́mí ẹ̀lọ́kọ́ mọ̀ ṣẹ́ wẹ́lẹ́wẹ́lẹ́ lábẹ́. Orí o méjì máa torí wọn ọmọ ẹ̀rú ọlọ́pàá máa jọ ọlọ́lọ́mí máa fi sùjọ́ ní ìrú ọlọ́pàá tó lọ́ọ̀fà. Gbogbo ọmọ ọlọ́lọ́mí o! Ibo lẹ́yìn wà kí n gbọ́ inú ilé lẹ̀ bá wọ̀ ẹ̀wò dé ìkùlé lẹ̀ bá wọ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ dẹ̀dẹ̀. Kọ̀rọ̀ yàrá lẹ̀ bá wọ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ ọgán lé. Ẹyẹ tó ti wá nǹkan tẹ̀dí nínú ilé máa wò wá lójú òran ni ní channel 190. Western Spring Television àgbà nínú ilé móhùnmáwòrán pátápátá lórígun mẹ́rin àgbáyé níbẹ̀ la wà tá a ti ń dá bí ẹ̀dùn tá a ń rọ̀ bí òwe. Lórí ètò ọwọ́ èdè àyàn tó gbajúgbajà tó gá yàtà rẹpẹtẹ. Gbogbo ọmọ ọlọ́pàá májọ. Ìyẹ̀rú òkè nìyí ọlọ́lọ́mí. Ọlọ́pàá májọ ọmọ abisujó kọ ìjàkadì kátàkìtì nílò òrótọ́fà. Ìyẹ̀rú onílàálà àmìlápá ọlọ́lọ́mí. Mama jẹ́ ojú abẹ́ òdìlẹ̀ lọ́ọ̀mí ọlálọ́mí ọmọ aróbí àgógó ìyẹ̀rú ọlọ́fà tó lọ́fà. Ìyẹ̀rú ọlọ́fà mọ̀jọ̀ ọmọ ìjà kan èyí tí wọ́n jà lọ́fà nílé ọlálọ́mí jọ́sí. Ó sojú ebè ó sì sojú ìlànà oko. Ìjà lóore tí ń là yàrá àwọn ọlọ́pàá ìbálà lọ́fà mọ̀jọ̀ lọ́mí ọmọ ẹ̀kọ́ ìyẹ̀rú ọlọ́fà. Ní ànàmọ́ aláìpolúwa wa ọlálọ́mí ọmọ ìyẹ̀rú ọlọ́fà ìyẹ̀rú o àmọ̀jọ̀ ọlọ́mí ọ̀bí ìlú ọ̀nà ìjà èèyàn tó bà méjà ọlọ́lọ́ ó ní ìjà wọn ní ìtòlúwa rẹ̀ ọlọ́mí ìjà ọba nígbà yìí ọmọ ẹ̀rẹ́ ọ̀gbọ́dọ̀ jùkàn bẹ́ẹ̀ bá gbọ́dọ̀ jùkàn ọmọjọ ọlọ́mí bẹ́ẹ̀ kàn ọkàn nílé ọlọ́mọjọ ọba níwọ̀n róró lómi ọmọ ẹbí ọkọ ìyẹ̀ ọlọ́mọjọ. ọjà tọlọ́pàá gbógun atápà nílùú fún àpònípòpò ọ̀ya alùkóso ọlọ́pàá ẹgbẹ̀je alẹ́ ọlọ́pàá gbẹ̀fà kàkàkí ẹgbẹ̀ndínwó ní níjẹ́ ọlọ́pàá ọkùnrin atápà ní mọ̀pọ̀ ọlọ́pàá ẹgbẹ̀ wọn fi kojú àwọn alàgbé orí ìró yàgbọ́n ọlọ́pàá ẹ̀rọ òru lórí tìbí wọ́n lọ san sọ́jà pọ́ọ̀lì sọ́gbó bí odò erukun bí ẹ̀rú ògbò odò eru ẹtì bá bàjẹ́ lọ fẹ́ ṣe sí ẹni sómi rúrukú lọ́fà. Ìyẹ̀rú o ọlọ́pàá májọ ọlọ́lọ́mí ọlọ́fà ọmọ àná ọmọ láre wúre ìyẹ̀rú ọlọ́fà ẹ̀yìn wọ́n bí ọmọ ká bákàlẹ̀ wò ọlọ́mí bàbá mọ́jọ ọmọ bóyá epo yẹ̀rú ọlọ́fà tó lọ́fà. Màbá mọ̀ lọ́fà relé màbá mọ̀ lọ́fà relé màbá mọ̀ lọ́fà relé àmúbíyá ọmọ bá relé ìyá mi ọmọ bá relé adáyé ọmọ bá relé ọmọ lọ́fà relé àmúbíyá ọmọ lọ́fà relé ìgbé ìgbàlọ́fà àti ìbọmọ nínú èyí ti kí mo tún kì í mo délé bàbá yìí agbègbè mi dá ní ọdún sùúrù ètò wọn kì í débi kà ní nǹkan wọn ní bí mọ́tò wọn kì í dé ojú délé báyìí ẹ má ṣe ló ọmọ bó ti kú wa àti wọn ti pàdé ẹ ọmọ ilé adájọ́ ọmọ bá wà lé ọmọ ilé ọmọ ilé ó sàn ó kúrò ń bẹ kí wọ́n wá padà wá ó ṣe ẹ̀kọ́ rí pé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ ti ń sàn jàre ìyún ní ìdámá òun ni ó dá fún ibi tó pàdé lẹ́tò lọ́yìn gbàrà anágbó àtẹ̀sùkú àtọ́nà jíjẹ ó mú ní kájẹran kájẹ mọ́ òun fa ọ̀nà fún òun náà ní òjẹ́ ó bá tún ti lọ́jọ́ míì á máa padà bọ̀ wọn lórí ètò wa pẹ̀lú ọmọ olùfẹ́ yẹmi nìkan èmi nìkan tí mo wá o àyànká ló bá fún wọn nínú èmi náà kí ló èmi nìkan tí mo wá o. Àwọn abójútó ẹ̀rọ wọ́n wà ní gbogbo yàrá káàkiri àwọn Yorùbá ọba wọn bẹ tó ń jókòó rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú abẹ́ omi gbogbo wa pátápátá ọlọ́run wọ́n bà lẹ́yìn wa ọlọ́run ẹ ò ní kú àwa ẹ bá ní má dé àwa ń lọ àdìdé bàtà òróró síbi èmi máa lọ lé wa nígbà tí èmi àyíkọ olóyè kẹ ìlànà ẹjẹ lé ilé ìlànà àgbẹ̀rẹ̀ òróró gbogbo pàṣẹ ẹjẹ lé yẹmi ẹjẹ lé ilé ìlànà
Turning up is wild rap and intelligence pulling out all to make sure you don't miss out every of the fun I have around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girl got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. And we take you into every bit of juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Each Century could be shown on your TV screen, channel 190, only
on Jeremiah Oyinibafemi on March 6, 1909. Obafemi Awolowo was a prime architect of Nigeria's independence and most consummate advocate of free education and social welfare in Africa's most populous nation. Erudite politician, thinker, and philosopher who was formed by associates and political colleagues brought his unique attributes to bear on governance in the first region, as leader of government business and the premier between 1955 and 1958. Obafemi Awolowo's premiership witnessed pioneering in multi-sectoral policy initiatives and execution. First television station in Africa, first real estate in Nigeria, first high-rise building area, first modern sports stadium in Nigeria, first agricultural settlement in Nigeria, first industrial estate in Nigeria. His face is on 100 Naira denomination as a mark of honor for his distinguished services to his country. Western Spring Television identifies Obafemi Awolowo as a major character in history.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time.
Most Christians believe in heaven and hell.
The Bible is the most translated book in the world, with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Hello guys, I'm here again with Dr. Mark Ofua, a wildlife conservationist and a veterinarian, to discuss the challenges of illegal bushmeat in Nigeria. Nice to be here again with you, Dr. Mark. So in our last chat, you explained how illegal bushmeat was negatively affecting the animals. Can you shed more light on that?
So there's one aspect of it which is eating bushmeat locally, local consumption. Then bushmeat also is being exported to countries like in Asia and all of that. That is a problem. Because when you're exporting, you're not looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 animals.
You're exporting
You're looking in hundreds, in thousands, in large numbers to make your profit. So that is already also a problem. And this is what is driving wild animals at an unprecedented rate.
Are specific animals that have been more affected than the others?
We have whole species that are disappearing. Our pangolins are endangered, our gorillas are endangered, our chimpanzees are endangered. Our gorillas and chimpanzees are very unique species. So if we lose them, it's lost forever.
It's sad because you see that there are countries that are raking in millions in dollars by just having this country. People are paid to Kenya, people are paid to go south animals. It's crazy. They are in our we are the country, a lot of things that we are not even paying attention to.
It's a paradox. When you talk about bushmeat, people have poverty, but we're not misleading of the waste.
How so? Please explain.
You may mention people spending good money
to
go to other countries to see these animals. Safari. An elephant in its lifetime can give you over $1 million from tourism. But if you kill the elephant and sell the tusk and eat the
how
meat,
much are you selling it for?
We are richer with our wildlife and the shop.
Okay, so I understand everything that we've spoken about, but how does this person, for instance, I'm going to comments. You can't be 4 times. So say, if I will live in tomorrow, we will not die. We have human rules like corruption, security. I understand what we are talking about, but from their perspective now, why should they care?
We think we humans are existing, and then the animals are existing on their own. We fail to see the interdependence. How much we need the forest for us to thrive. How much we need, and the animals are disappearing. The harder thing to tell me some animals are held. Pangolins, one pangolin can eat up to 20,000 ants and termites in a day. You imagine what the entire population of ants would. But by the time we all kill them, sell them, wipe them, if the ant population is going to explode, so we get pesticides and we can get rid of them. Then we kill them and sex. Doesn't discriminate.
Which in turn
price will go up. So you find out that things get harder. And then another thing here is security and terrorism. That's it from wildlife crime, illegal trade. It's used directly to terrorism.
In Nigeria?
In Nigeria and around the world. Because that's where they get the money without having to come into town. So you find out that as long as we're not getting the game right, these problems will continue. People often think we do this campaign to save animals because we love animals. But the real reason we're doing this campaign is humanity. We need to save ourselves.
It's to save the world.
What is the current challenge that we're facing? Climate change.
Yes.
Do you know the activities of elephants and gorillas? They help
save our forests.
And saving our forests means reducing carbon emission.
Exactly.
So you see that we save these animals, we save our forests, we're saving our lives.
Yeah, we are actually saving ourselves. I hope this answer gives you enough. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. But the solution to make it worse.
Exactly.
I mean, that's it. That's it for another episode. Thank you so much, Dr. Mark. See you in next time.
Our comedy is winning fans globally, but we are losing our wildlife to illegal bushmeat, and this is not funny at all. If we continue this way, we'll risk losing all our animals, leaving behind the generation to come. Tell your family and friends not to buy or sell illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects us all.
What's up, Austies? What's television? Us it is.
Hello again. You are keeping well, dear viewer, because we are keeping well and getting better every day right here on this broadcast of the Bookshelf. The entire crew getting better. Western Spring Television, getting better. Dear viewer, getting better. Thank you very sincerely for keeping faith with us right here, Western Spring Television, and of course on the broadcast of the Bookshelf, where we get to relate with everything and everyone who has a relationship with books. I am your teaching and learning advocate, Damilola Raphael. Thank you. I've been seeing your hand. Yes, let me speak the Nigerian English. I've been seeing your hand. Been seeing your participation activities on our social media platforms. Please do well to keep it up and of course spread the news. It is important to us and we appreciate you for it. Do well to go to our Facebook page, our Instagram and our X platforms, as well as our YouTube channel at Western Spring Television. Let's do this together and make the world a better place for you, for me, and the entire human race. Now, it's a very special package today on the show, as I have yet another guest who is a student. It's been about students. I think somehow I'm being told to go back to school, but you're not losing out. You're not missing out on so much if you're connected to the Bookshelf, because we get to learn, right? We get better every day. We also get to impact others with the investment of our personality, the knowledge that we have been able to acquire. We go out and we spread the word, right? But somehow, I just have this feeling, you need to go back to school. What school? Okay, we'll get to know in due course. So I have on the set with me, she's going to be making her introductions. All I'm going to do is tell us her name right here. She is Barakat Oyedele. Thank you very sincerely for joining us on the Bookshelf, Barakat.
Thank you for having me, Ma.
How are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing great.
Why? You had to drop that side.
All right.
Okay, great. I'm just saying, like, you had to. Okay, for emphasis. Okay, so let's meet you.
Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Oyedele Barakat. a student of mass communication, a mass communication student of King's University, Odeomu.
Okay.
So an upcoming communicator, educator. So just me, special.
Just she. She's just she, and she's special.
Okay.
Actually, I see confidence, so like confirmation. Okay, great. Why communicate?
I love communication. Communication is not just talking. It involves, how should I put it, facial gesture, understanding about the human life, the human face. Two things speaks. Pictures, trees, water speaks. So we just love it.
It's not cheap. Take care, Mora.
That's what that is trying to say.
Everything speaks.
Actually, everything speaks.
So when I said maybe something somewhere is telling me to go back to school. Amazing. So let's talk about library use. Do you library?
School library.
Use the library. Okay. So what is it in library that makes you go there? Because it's compulsory, because you paid for it, or because you have assignments, or just because you want to go there yourself to, you know?
Well, I read more of ebooks.
Okay.
So,
Let's come into that. Okay, go on.
I read more of ebooks. But I just like going maybe for the serene environment, and just smell the book. No new book smell somehow.
Remember when we're talking about books, ebooks, and then the hard copies. Okay, go on.
Yes.
We're looking at the advantages and the disadvantages. Amazing. Okay.
So, and you get to know more people at the library, and for an information, you have access to more information about a particular topic or a subject that you're trying to treat. Though that one too is how should I put this? That one too is applicable in a library too.
Okay.
But just to get to have more copies about an information.
The information you want. Okay. So when I'm telling you something, because they'll be yarning. Okay. We're going to be reading, and I'll be starting with this particular one. I'm going to be starting with the biggest. Are you ready? You know, a word leaped at me, and I asked someone to get us the meaning, and it's extemporaneous. And what did she say?
Without preparation.
Without preparation. So Barakat is going to extemporaneously. We're building grammar. So as I'm learning Spanish, I'm learning more English language. Beautiful. So you know, sometimes I don't know how it is. So, and we're gonna get the word. Something you've not even come across. You've not seen it anywhere, you've not read it, but somehow it comes to you, and somehow you are right to the spelling, and then by the time you're finding the meaning, it may even relate to that situation, which is actually what is happening here right now. So I'm going to be starting with this one. It's more like a picture book, like I would want to call it for children. And basically, let me call it map reading. It is titled The Most Scenic Drives in America. The Most Scenic Drives in America, right there. It has 120 spectacular road trips. No, I'm not going to open it. So. I hand over. That's not the budget. Are you ready?
I am.
Okay, so let's do double digits first. Let's go to the tens. 15, page 15.
Page 15.
Did you do geography at your secondary school level?
I did little.
Okay, so I'm forcing you to do it now. Page 15. Let's read about bears.
Bears.
There's a part there about bears. Yes.
Beware of the bears.
Beware of the bears. So let's listen.
Oh, I should read.
Yes, you're reading that
So
part.
bear attacks are rare. More people are injured by moose than bears. But you should take precaution in bear country. When camping, choose a site well away from salmon stray or berry patches. Store food. Yes. Store food in airtight containers and do all cooking and eating at least 100 yards from your tents. When hiking, travel in a group, leave dogs in a camper or car. Announce your presence by making noise, and above all, move away if you spot any curbs. If you do encounter a bear
Cubs, that's the child?
Is
of
the
a
child of a
bear,
bear.
okay.
If you do encounter a bear, stay calm while waving your
stay
arms.
calm. Okay,
Yes.
let's
While waving your arms over your head, talk to the animal in a normal tone.
talk to the animal.
Yes. So as not to frighten, I guess so. As not to frighten the.
As you're reading, are you seeing yourself in such a situation? And then you're just
No.
going to become, hello, bear. I came playing. Okay, go on.
So you may try to back away diagonally, very slowly, but don't run. If the bear charges, usually bluff, drop to the ground. Curl up in a fetal position and remains still until the bear is far away.
That sounds like death sentence.
So,
I mean, you're on your feet.
Mm.
And you're seeking safety. Now, somebody tells you, don't even move at all. Curl up on the floor. Barakat. Will you
It is
heed-
courage.
will you heed-
It
will
takes a
you
lot
heed
of courage.
this advice?
Well, it's professional, and I guess they've tried it before. So,
All right, let's go. We're gonna
normally
be-
you're on this type of situation.
No, like normally, right?
You
Reflex.
run. Before you even remember everything that you read about bears, you've already run thousands of miles.
Goodness. Okay. Page 242 will be the second one we'll be reviewing here. 242. 242. Just look at those pictures. See the maps. See? That's beautiful
Wow.
thing. You said you've been outside the country, went by bus.
Yes.
What was the day like? It's true.
No, I love traveling. I
Really?
love traveling. But I've never had the chance to travel a lot, but I love traveling. And it's not I'm going through the process of traveling, just placing, place, people moving.
You
all
and these
about
trees. Okay, continue.
nature. I
Okay.
love place, what sky, stars, moon, everything about nature.
So are we there? 42?
Yes, 242.
Okay, let's read Santa Fe.
Santa Fe.
Yes.
I should read.
Please do, yeah.
In the mid-19th century, the Santa Fe Trail linked Independence, Missouri with new Mexican trading partners far to the southwest. For about 6 decades, wagons laden with Wells, Lombardy, 900 miles between Independence and Santa Fe, slowed only now and then by outbreaks of war. In 1866, the peak here for traffic on the train, some 5,000 wagons, rumbled along the popular and well-worn route, now a national historic trail. This scenic drive traced a portion of the trail from the outskirts of Kansas City west across most of the Kansas to Dodge City. The drive begins in the Kansas City suburb of Olathe, where tree-shaded streets are aligned with stately Victorian home. Yeah, visitors can stroll through the restored Mojave Stagecoach Stop and Farm, once a frontier transportation stop and now a popular spot that offers hands-on fun for visitors of all ages. Nearby at the Perry Center, actors of all ages nearby at the Perry Center, acres of wildflower shimmer in summer amid a billowing of blankets of tall green grasses. In Edgerton, southwest of Olathe, the meticulously restored one-room Lansfield School recalls a now bygone era, and a half-mile-long nature trails weaves through the area. From Route 56 between Edgerton and Baldwin City, turn south at the Black Jack historical marker to reach the Evan Perry Preserve. Here you find indelible reminders of the droves of freight wagons that once rode westward. Deep roots etched in the ground, still evident a century of the last ones passed over these plains. That's all.
All right. Now, as you were reading all of that, what was the pictures I was seeing based on the books I've read in time past is part of ranches, cattle, horse, grass, hay, the cowboy hats, the leather boots, the jean, all of that was just playing in my head as you were reading that particular one, Santa Fe. I've been hearing a lot
Santa
about
Fe.
Santorini. Go to Santa Fe too now. It's fine. We'll take this very, very quick bit, dear viewer. When we return on the other side of it, Barakat is still with us in the studios. She'll do some more extemporaneous speed reading. Thank you very sincerely for keeping faith with us. I know you're at the edge of your seat, super eager to see the remainder part of this exciting episode of The Bookshelf with your teaching and learning advocate, Damilola Raphael, and of course, our very special guest in the studio, Barakat Oyedele, with us in the studio. So we've done our map reading. We're going to close that. And we'll go to this one. Who's also?
Adeyemi Olabode.
The title?
Oníkun ló mọ̀ọ́ká.
Yeah. Page 39.
39.
What is 39 in Yoruba language?
Ọ̀kàndínní ogójì.
Okay.
39.
Yes, please.
Okay, I've seen it.
Okay. Go on.
So
You're going to read to us.
Wow. I've not read Yoruba in a while.
She's always just dropping for emphasis.
I've not read Yoruba in a while.
Well,
so.
you read it now. We are breaking the jinx.
So, starting. Ọgbà ilé náà tóbi lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Ilé alájà méjì ni. Wọ́n gbin onírúurú òdòdó aláràbarà àti àwọn igi síwájú ilé náà. Ọkùnrin gíga kan ló yọjú láti ẹnu ilẹ̀kùn onírin ńlá tó wà níwájú ilé yìí. Ilé yìí, ó rí Túnjí àti ọ̀rẹ́ rẹ̀, ó sáré wá bá wọn sí ilẹ̀kùn. Désóyè ni orúkọ ọkùnrin náà, àmọ́ Désóyè Agoro làwọn ènìyàn sábà máa ń pè é nítorí ó jẹ́ èèyàn tó ga fíofío. Ó tó ìwọ̀n ẹsẹ̀ bàtà 6. Nígbà tó ṣí ilẹ̀kùn tán fún Túnjí àti ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀, ó ń kí wọn ní mẹ́sàn-án mẹ́wàá tẹ̀rín-tẹ̀rín. Gbogbo ẹ̀yìn ọkùnrin náà ló pọ́n kankan bíi ti ajẹgóró. Àwọn ètè rẹ̀.
Go back now. Gbogbo.
Eyín, sorry.
Okay.
Gbogbo eyín ọkùnrin náà ló pọ́n kankan bíi ti ajẹgóró. Àwọn ètè rẹ̀ sì dúdú yàtọ̀ bíi ti àwọn tí sìgá ti di bárakú fún. Ẹ̀rín tí ọkùnrin yìí ń rín àti ọ̀yàyà tó ṣe jọ Túnjí àti ọ̀rẹ́ rẹ̀ lójú púpọ̀. Báwo lẹni tí a ò mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ ṣe wá ń kí wa tẹ̀rín-tẹ̀rín báyìí? Èrò yìí ló jẹyọ lọ́kàn Túnjí. Désóyè fi ọwọ́ júwe ibi tí wọn yóò gbà fún wọn. Àwọn méjèèjì rọra ń tẹ̀lé jẹ́ẹ́jẹ́ bí wọ́n ṣe ń lọ. Ojú tí wọn yóò gbé síwájú, ajá dúdú ńlá kan ni wọ́n ń wò.
Okay, thank you. Let's stop at those. We've read about bears. I think we're done with animals. Okay, that was smooth. I think it's been a while. If you now read every day, what will happen? Okay, we'll move to the next one. This one, come on, how would we do anything with different books assorted and we will not take on an autobiography? It is not possible. What about biography, autobiography? As long as it's a biography, it will be an offense. All right, so the book is titled
Left in the Lodge.
And it is
a biography of Chief Michael Adewole Adebiyi.
And by
Smollett Adetoyosi Shitu Alamu. Adetoyosi Shitu.
Let's go very quickly to page 68.
68.
Yes. I like the fact that when you open thus far, you've not rustled papers. I've not heard the noise. That's impressive.
Okay.
Don't rustle paper now. I've praised you. All right, go on.
So, as human beings, we are great not only because we do endure, but more because we are willing and able to adapt to life. One thing is culture. It is that the talent we have do not necessarily translate into greatness. No, they don't. Men and women with much higher talents and even skills do not always become great people in life. To become great, we must be ready to hone the talents and skills God has given us always to perfection. Since his teenage years, Michael Adewole Adebiyi has always tried to do just that. As a young grade 3 teacher, he started planning for the kind of future he wanted to work and also live in. A future of comfortability, gracefulness, promise, and hope. A workplace that would challenge his industry's sense of hard work and entrepreneurial abilities. Was he on the threshold of this? We shall soon find out. For now, it was bye-bye to rural life and living and welcome to a workplace whose environment is cozy and could encourage him to be more hardworking and fulfilled. A giant leap appears to have been made. How would the landing turn out to be? The banking years ahead of him would tell.
And what's the next chapter?
The banking years.
Chapter
7.
Chapter 7. So you should go get yourself this material, Left in the Lurch, a biography of Chief Michael Adewale Adebiyi, if you want to get more details on that particular one, because I mean that's quite appetizing. It's a very strong teaser you just give to us right there. Okay, thank you very sincerely. Doing justice to my favorite read of all reads, biographies. And then we'll be taking on this last one right here. I mean, the color, the design looks like a child. I mean, you have to be a child. It's
fun.
Okay, so it's titled
Real Fitness.
100
games and activities to get girls going.
101 games, okay? 101 to get girls going. We're girls, so let's have fun. Go to page 30 and 31.
30. So,
yes.
18.
Yes, okay.
Have a scavenger. Go on a scavenger hunt adventure through your neighborhood or a local park or trail. Along the way, try to locate each of these things listed on the next page.
Okay, that will be page 31 now. Okay.
Yes. Take pictures or just make a checklist. Since you can't bring the items home with you, gather small leaves and flowers or other items to make a collage when you get home.
To make a collage. Assortment of pictures. So let's go to page 31. And what are those things? You know what I think I like about this part is the fact that you could create a book for yourself or for somebody else to be enjoyed. Remember, the first one we took on is a picture, kind of like a picture book or map reading. So let's see what are the things you're going to be picking.
So the first one is a leafy tray.
Okay.
Tree with lots of leaves.
So you definitely cannot take the tree home. So what do? You take a picture of it. Yeah.
So the second one, a green trash can.
Of course, you can't carry
specific.
that one. Also,
it has to be green.
It has to be green.
Swings.
What's that one?
Swings.
Swing. You can't carry that either.
At all. You just snap. Someone wearing sneakers, you're always down.
You can't carry that. No, you're hiking. Maybe they said that's a park, right? So maybe a place where you have, like, we have Freedom Park here in Oshobo.
Okay.
So you could take pictures of people with sneakers on and all that. But you can't take that as well.
That's kidnapping.
Okay, what's the next one?
A pretty rock. That one I'll carry it home.
What was that?
A pretty rock.
Pretty rock. Okay.
I'll take it home.
Next one.
A dog.
Ah, what will you do to that one?
You say dog.
So you picture. Okay.
I'll take a picture at a distance.
Ah.
So a baby stroller or baby, maybe are cute. A baby stroller or a baby.
So that will be pictures as well.
Action.
Okay.
A blue car.
Pictures.
A fire hydrant.
Picture definitely.
A USPS mailbox or mail truck.
Pictures as well, and then you put them together and you form a collage for somebody to watch. Now, Baraka, it's been fun having you. I have something on jokes, but we have to go right about now. So I want you to look in the camera, and in 10 seconds, what's your parting shot?
I have a lot to say.
10 seconds.
So, let's give up and love yourself.
Thank you for keeping it short and simple. We have had the honor and the pleasure of having Barakat Oyedele on the broadcast of Bookshelf for today. Dear listener, you have heard her. Remember, we still have a mandate. It is still running. And even at the end of the year, at the expiration of this year we are in, it still works. Learn, keep learning, and keep getting better for yourself, for us, and of course, the entire human race. My name is Damilola Raphael. I'll see you on another episode of The Bookshelf. It is goodbye and God bless.
kojú àwọn aráàlú àwọn ọmọ òde lókè ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ dàbù rẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ yá ní gbọ́rọ̀ ẹ dàbù rẹ̀ ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkàálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 865 1049 0803 865 1049 ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín àwọn òwòrán yín ojú ẹni gangan lẹ́jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀ ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń dẹ ẹ̀gbin nù tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò àwọn aráàlú lára gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí ohun tẹ́ ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀ orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlápọ̀dé èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí lórí Western Television àádọ́ta ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ajé làbẹ́yà.
ìlú Abẹ́òkúta gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú tí a tẹ̀dó ẹ̀ àti òjàǹgbara Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́ àtijọ́ láàrin ọdún 1775 sí 1608 ní akọ́lé ìṣàbẹ̀wò àkàlà lájú wọn láti dá ọ sísan ìṣákọ́lẹ̀ fún Aláàfin dúró ìdí nìyí tí àwọn ọmọ Abẹ́òkúta ń pe ara wọn ọmọ ẹ̀ léṣàbí àgbẹ̀lú Abẹ́òkúta àti abẹ́ aláwọ̀ funfun pàásìkò ìjọba amúnẹ̀. ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ní St Peters tó wà ní ilé ìwòsàn àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà Sacred Heart Akéwòye ọba ìlú Ẹ̀gbá bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni òkè náà wà níbùdó tó tẹ́jú láti lè fi rí gbogbo ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ní orí òkè náà. Àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n àti oníjọba àwọn ìgbọ́n wọlé ká mi akọnirin ní láyọ̀rá sí àtọ̀pọ̀ àwọn míì ṣàyẹ̀ tó gbayì nílùú Abẹ́òkúta ẹ̀gbọ́n mọ̀lẹ́sì.
ṣé ilẹ̀ ìgbóni kò sí òdùn wọn òtítọ́ ọbẹ̀ ni pé sí ìdí kan tó ní ìpèníjà tiẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àtẹlẹwọ́ fi ń ní tí àwọn kò yẹn jáde sọ bí ìdílé rí do káfíń ló gbà lọ́kọ̀láyà lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan lórí ètò níbẹ̀ lọ́ máa fọlá bí ó ti mọ tàkó tó ò béèrè sí wọn kẹ́rọ̀ nílẹ̀ àwọn àlejò náà yóò mọ jẹ́ mọ ọ̀nà tí wọ́n gbé gbà fún ẹrù pàdé ìgbòjà gbòjà òwúrọ̀ àtúntẹ̀ yóò sì tún máa wá ìrọ̀sẹ̀ mú màá wò Western Television ìkànnì 150 lórí StarTime gbẹ́bírò tọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
Àbújá ni olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọjọ́ 12 oṣù 12 ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ni ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014 kódà lọ́dún 2016. Àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
báyìí òun náà ni àkí ìràlé ẹrẹ wa náà ni àkí èrò ọ̀nà tá a bá ti wá ríra wa tó jọ méjì mẹ́ta ẹkú àti òun náà là kíra ẹni mo kí yín o ẹkú ilé ẹkú jọ mẹ́ta ẹkú àmójúbà ìyá akọmọlédè yín ìkànnì Western Spring Television náà láwa yìí ìkànnì àádọ́wàá lórí StarTimes níbi tí ẹ ti ń láǹfààní láti darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ètò akọmọlédè òun náà ló ka yín mọ́ gbogbo ibi tẹ́ bá ti láǹfààní gbogbo àyè tẹ́ bá wà gbogbo ìtàkùn àti ìkànnì tẹ́ bá fi ń wò ó gbogbo ẹ̀ náà dédé ara ló ṣe Western Spring Television òun náà lẹ dé dúró yé lórí ètò akọmọlédè gbogbo ohun tó bá ti jẹ mọ́ ìran Yorùbá nínú èdè wọn nínú àṣà wọn nínú ẹ̀sìn wọn nínú ìtàn nínú ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ àti ìgbàgbọ́ tílé tókótókè tilẹ̀ gbogbo ohun tí ń jẹ́ ìran Yorùbá òun ni ètò yìí wà fún àfojúsùn wa náà sì ni wípé èdè Yorùbá àṣà wa gbogbo nǹkan wọ̀nyí kò gbọdọ̀ mẹ́rí torí pé ìran kan ń lọ ìran kan ń bọ̀ ayé ń bẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó dúró àwọn ọ̀jẹ̀ wẹ́wẹ́ wa tó ń bọ̀ lóde òní wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ máa nímọ̀ kíkún nípa èdè àti àṣà Yorùbá gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ṣe bá ń sọ fún yín mo wá ń kí yín káàbọ̀ sórí àkọ́tún ètò fún tòní tuntun nẹ́nẹ́ náà tún lélẹ́yìí o lágbára Ọlọ́run mo mọ̀ pé nígbà tá a bá parí ètò ẹ tún ti rí ẹ̀kọ́ tuntun ẹ tún ti rí dìmú lórí ètò yìí lórúkọ Ọlọ́run ọba àti lórúkọ gbogbo àwọn ikọ̀ tí a jọ wà ní àyín pẹ̀lú ẹ̀yin náà tẹ́ ẹ ti kẹ́ra alẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ ti ń retí pé aago ti lù ìyá akọmọlédè máa tó dé òun ni mo fi ń kí yín pé ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwa Gbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè yìí ìyá akọmọlédè ló ń kí yín pé ẹ tún káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ọ̀hún fún tòní gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa lórí ètò ẹ mọ̀ pé nípele báyìí tán tí àgbàdo ti ń to ọmọ tiẹ̀ ìpele náà sì ní àlùbọ́sà ẹ̀yọ nípele náà ni ètò akọmọlédè wà lẹ́yìn tí a bá ti kíra wa káàbọ̀ sórí ètò tán ẹ má gbàgbé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa a máa ń lọ sí abala ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá tó dẹ̀ sọ wípé ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ la sọ fọmọlúàbí nígbà tó bá dénú ẹ̀ tán yóò dòdìdí odidi yẹn ni pé ó ṣàmúlò ẹ̀ ó fi gbégbé ayé rẹ̀ kó lè dára lẹ́yìn yẹn ńkọ́ á padà sọ́dọ̀ ìyá akọmọlédè á wá kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lórí tábìlì ìyá akọmọlédè gangan nípa èdè Yorùbá lágbára Ọlọ́run gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa ètò tòní yóò tún dùn gbọ́ngbọ́n yóò tún kàn sí ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré sẹ́nu rónà mò ń padà bọ̀ kíákíá. káàbọ̀ mo wí fún yín pé kankan ni wọ́n lọ tí wọ́n sì dé ní ìsìn ó ti yá o torí pé adébíṣẹ́ má ṣe é àgbà ọ̀lẹ́ni irú wọn adébíyẹ̀yìn má ṣì náà àgbà ọ̀lẹ́ni lórí ètò akọ́mọlédè gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa wá kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ni kákọ́ra wa lédè kákọ́ra wa láṣà kákọ́ra wa ní nǹkan tó jẹmọ́ ìran Yorùbá ní báyìí abala àkọ́kọ́ ibẹ̀ náà ni àkọ́kọ́ tẹsẹ̀ bọ̀ báyìí torí pé gbogbo nǹkan tá a bá ti fi ètò ṣe ó di dandan kó gún gẹ́gẹ́ lábala ààbò ọ̀rọ̀ wa fún tòní ó yẹ kí mi pé mo káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ìyá akọ́mọlédè mo tún gbọ́nà ara mi yọ sí yín gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa níkànnì Western Spring Television ẹ má gbàgbé o bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń wò lórí tẹlifíṣàn yín ẹ tún lè máa lọ sí ìtàkùn ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ Facebook Twitter Instagram àti YouTube wa Western Spring Television lẹ́ẹ̀fì pàdé wa ń bẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ pin fún àwọn ẹlòmíràn ṣẹ́rí lábala àbọ̀rọ̀ fún tòní mo tún ṣe kí ni mo tún gbọ̀nà mí ìyọṣẹ́ mọ̀ pé tá a bá gúnyán lónìí ká roka lọ́la ká ṣe rèé lọ́túnla ká tún wá kùnùbẹ́ ká tún fi kún láàrin ló máa ń jẹ́ ká sọ pé à ń jẹ oríṣiríṣi oúnjẹ mo tún yà lọ́dọ̀ ẹlòmíì láyé abala yìí lónìí ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ rèé darapọ̀ mọ́ Yẹmí Alára lábala àbọ̀rọ̀ fún tòní kí ni tó ní fún wa Yẹmí Alára ó yá káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
The elders who eats all his food will carry his load by himself. Àgbà tí ó jàjẹ tó ń jẹ yóò nìkan gbẹ́rù rẹ̀ délé. Ẹ̀rí bàgbàlagbà àtọmọdé bá jọ ń jẹun nínú àwo kan náà ó yẹ kágbà ó jẹun ṣẹ́kù fún ọmọdé tán jọ ń jẹun tí ó fọ àwo tán bá jẹun tán tágbà ọ̀hún bá wá jẹun tán láwo láì jẹ ṣẹ́kù fún ọmọ tán jọ ń jẹun ọmọ òun ò kúkú fọ àwo tán fi jọ jẹun àmọ́ o yóò rojú kó gbẹrù ní àgbà náà ó ń bọ̀ wá látòkù. If you want to be honored and respected, it is necessary to be kind to those who are subordinate to you. Bó o bá fẹ́ dẹ̀rẹ̀ ayé ń yẹ́ sí, tó o fẹ́ jẹ́ èèyàn pàtàkì lájọta yọ́lé, ó yẹ kó tó lọ ó sì rè ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn. Yẹmí Alára ń pé àní dààmú tí a ò sì ní ta.
àmì àṣẹ Èdùmàrè ànídààmú tiwa òsínìta ó ṣeun Yẹmí Alára ó náà lẹ ti gbọ̀yìn ní abala ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ lórí ètò fún tòní yẹn ni wípé àtàgbà àtọmọdé àjọwà fúnra wa ní ẹni tí wọ́n bá ń pọ́nlé kóun náà pọ́nra rẹ̀ lé kóun náà fi ọ̀wọ̀ fún ẹlòmíràn torí kò sára ẹni tó fẹ́ àbùkù. Ìyá Kọ́mọlédè ó yá o ká nìṣó lórí tábìlì níbi tá a ti fẹ́ kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lónìí kí ni tá a fẹ́ kọ́ lórí ètò lónìí gan mò ń bọ̀ wá. mo kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ padà ó yẹ jáníṣó lórí tábìlì lórí ètò fún tòní lórí ètò lónìí Ìyá Kọ́mọlédè ohun tí mo mú wá fún yín náà ni òwe nínú èdè Yorùbá tá bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa òwe nínú èdè Yorùbá ó jẹ́ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tá a fi ọgbọ́n ìjìnlẹ̀ àwọn àgbà àtijọ́ ni wọ́n máa ń lò ó lọ́tún lósì wọ́n á fi gbé kalẹ̀ awádìí tá a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pín ṣe rí àwọn àgbààgbà àtijọ́ ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá wọ́n jẹ́ ọlọ́gbọ́n wọ́n jẹ́ olóye wọ́n lákìyèsí sí gbogbo àwọn ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ àwùjọ wọ́n lákìyèsí nínú àgbékalẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó bá ń lọ ìdí nìyẹn tí a fi máa ń gbọ́ tí wọ́n sọ wípé òwe lẹṣin ọ̀rọ̀ náà ni ẹṣin òwe wọ́n á ní tọ́rọ̀ bá sọnù ńkọ́ òwe la fi ń wa wípé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá gẹ́gẹ́ bí àṣà ti wa ọ̀pọ̀ òwe níwà àgbà lágbà àṣẹ àbí kó tọrọ gáfárà òun lẹ fi máa gbọ́ tí wọ́n á sọ pé tó ṣe wà ẹ̀yin àgbà kẹ́ ẹ pẹ́ fún wa ìyẹn ni pé àwọn àgbà yẹn náà tẹ̀ wá dá lóhùn pé ó ṣe náà wàá rí mi pa ìwọ náà àdàgbà torí pé a máa ń bọ̀wọ̀ fágbà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá la ṣe máa ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó yẹ jẹ́ ká wá wo báwo lòwe ṣe ń jẹyọ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá a lè pín sí ìsọ̀rí méjì tá a mọ̀ sí orísun òwe ìyẹn ni pé àwọn òwe wa kọ̀ọ̀kan wọ́n máa ní orísun wọn ibi tán ti ṣẹ̀ wá ibi tá a ti mú wọn wá ṣòye yín a dẹ̀ tún wá ní ìlò rẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀nà tá à ń gbà ṣàmúlò òwe láwùjọ wa ẹ wá jẹ́ ká fi nǹkan kan sọ́kàn ò wípé àwọn òwe Yorùbá wọ́n pọ̀ àkókò lè gbà wá láàyè láti kà wọ́n tán ṣé ní gbogbo ìtẹ́yìn náà mọ̀ yẹn òwe ni àmọ́ kò wá sí òwe kan nínú èdè Yorùbá tí kò ní orírun tiẹ̀ kò sí òwe kan tí kò níbi tó ti ṣẹ̀ wá àti ipò àti àyè tá a ti lè lò wọ́n àwọn orírun òwe Yorùbá òun náà ni a lè pín wọn sí àwọn òwe tó jẹ́ òwe lójúlówó nípa àwọn ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ àti ìrírí a ní àwọn òwe tó jẹ́ ìtàn dòwe tó yẹ pé àwọn ìtàn nípa tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sẹ́yìn òun àwọn bàbá wa àjọ tó jìwé a dẹ̀ ní àwọn òwe tó jẹ́ láti ní Yorùbá a mọ̀ sí ewìdò ẹ jẹ́ ká wo àpẹẹrẹ òwe báyìí àti ọ̀nà tá à ń gbà lò wọ́n ní sọ̀rí ìsọ̀rí ìsọ̀rí àkọ́kọ́ tí màá mú wá ni àwọn òwe jẹ́ pé wọ́n jẹ́ ìwà àti ìṣe àwa ẹ̀dá ṣàmọ̀ pé àníwàwù àdáre àpẹẹrẹ irú àwọn òwe bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ bá gbọ́ tí wọ́n bá pa òwe wípé ìbí kò ju ìbí bá a ti bí ẹrú òun náà la bí ọmọ a rí pé tá a bá bímọ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ọ̀nà tó gbà ń bí ọmọ ẹrú náà ni wọ́n ń gbà bí ọmọ ẹni tó lówó òmíràn ni ogún ọmọdé kì í ṣeré fún ogún ọdún ìrírí ìṣe àti ìwà àwa ẹ̀dá òun ló bí irú àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí torí pé tọmọdé bá pé ogún nígbà tó bá yá tó má ti ń dàgbà lura wọn wọn á rí tí ó lọ ṣiṣẹ́ níbì kan wọn á rí tí ó lọ kàwé wọn á rí tí ó rìnrìn àjò kódà bí ò bá tẹ̀ sí gbogbo yẹn gan obìnrin inú wọn ń kọ́ ṣe bí yóò rèlé ọkọ ìdí tí wọ́n fi ń pòwe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn pé ogún ọmọdé kì í ṣeré fún ogún ọdún òwe kan tún wà tá a máa ń pa nílẹ̀ Yorùbá pé bí ilẹ̀ bá ń gbé òṣìkà tí ò gbé olóòótọ́ ó máa ń jẹ́ kí oore sú ní í ṣe àwọn tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ láwùjọ wa ni ṣùgbọ́n ìyẹn ò sọ pé ká wá máa ṣèkà ká má ṣòótọ́ o òwe mìíràn lábẹ́ ìsọ̀rí yìí ni pé ọmọ tá a fìṣẹ́ wò ní dàgbà ọmọ tá a fi ojú ọjọ́ bí gan kò tó ṣe kí ni kò tó gbẹ́kẹ̀lé púpọ̀ àwọn tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ láwùjọ ni Yorùbá fi gbé òwe yẹn síta ọmọ mi ayọ̀pọ̀rọ̀ àkẹ́bàjẹ́ ni ó fi di ìdàkudà ọmọ mi tán dẹ̀ fi ṣẹ́wò tí wọn ò rówó oúnjẹ fún tí wọn ò rówó ra bàtà fún kékeré awádẹni nílá adéyàn pàtàkì láwùjọ ohun tó bí òwe yẹn nìyẹn ẹ wá jẹ́ ká wo ìsọ̀rí òwe mìíràn ìyẹn gẹ́gẹ́ bí iṣẹ́ abínibí wa nílẹ̀ Yorùbá gbogbo yín náà lẹ́mọ̀ iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ tàbí nǹkan ọ̀gbìn ó wọ́pọ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn òwe kan jáde láti inú iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ àpẹẹrẹ rẹ̀ ni ilá kì í ga ju onírè lọ ẹ rí i pé tán bá gbin lálóko tó bá ti ga tó so èso tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ kórè rẹ̀ bó bá gùn ju ẹni tí ó kórè yóò tẹ̀rí ẹ̀ bá ni wọ́n fi sọ wípé ilá kì í ga ju onírè lọ àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn ni a kì í gbin àlùbọ́sà kó wu ẹ̀fọ́ káwá ká kòkó kò ṣeé ṣe ní tó bá gbìn ló máa ká àpẹẹrẹ òwe mìíràn ní sọ̀rí yìí òun náà ni ìtì ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ kò tó wọn àpọ́n àdá sí tá a bá fẹ́ bẹ́ ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ lóko àdá kékeré lè bẹ torí pé kò lẹ́mìí ara àwọn ìsọ̀rí yìí. Àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn nísọ̀rí yẹn náà ni pé ẹgbẹ́ ẹni là á gúnyán ewùrà dè, ó lè gúnyán ewùrà ní ìsìn kó wá gbé di àgbàlagbà torí pé yóò lẹ́mọ, àgbàlagbà ò sì gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ ìyàn tó ní kókó. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀síwájú sí ìsọ̀rí òwe mìíràn, òwe tó jẹ mọ́ iṣẹ́ abínibí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tó jẹ́ bí iṣẹ́ ọdẹ tàbí tó jẹ máwọn ẹranko, àwọn ẹyẹ, gbogbo àwọn ìsọ̀rí yìí ni mo kó papọ̀. Àwọn kan tá a ṣàlè rí nínú oko òun ni mo kó papọ̀ sí ìsọ̀rí yìí. Àpẹẹrẹ irú àwọn òwe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé àwòdì òkè kò mọ̀ wípé ara àlẹ́ ń wò òun. Ẹ rí pé ẹyẹ kan ló ń jẹ́ àwòdì tó máa ń fò lókè, wọ́n ní àwòdì fò lẹ́lẹ́, ó máa ń fò lókè lọ́ọ́lọ́, kò wá mọ̀ pé ara àlẹ́ ń wò òun. Òwe kan ni. Yo àpẹẹrẹ òwe mìíràn ni pé ikún tó ń jẹ ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ tó ń rèdí kò mọ̀ wípé ohun tó dùn pa ni torí ìrírí tá a rí nínú oko ni. Àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn ni pé bí ọdẹ bá ròṣẹ́ tó ròyà bọ́dẹ bá pẹran tó bá gbedele kò ní í fẹ́ nìkan kan jẹ, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọdẹ wa ò kì í ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Àpẹẹrẹ òwe mìíràn wá sọ pé kinní kan ló ba àjà ò jẹ́, apá rẹ̀ ó gùn ju ìtàn lọ. Òwe tó jẹ mọ́ ìṣesí àwọn ẹranko nínú igbó àti àwọn ẹyẹ nìyẹn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo ìsọ̀rí mìíràn. Ṣé rántí pé láìpẹ́ yà kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ nípa àwọn oníṣòwò àti polówó ọjà àbí ẹ mọ́ gbàgbé ẹ mọ́ fi sọ́kàn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo òwe tó jẹ mọ́ iṣẹ́ oníṣòwò tàbí àwọn tó ń ṣe òwò. Àpẹẹrẹ rẹ̀ wọ́n ní ọ̀nà kan òwò ọjà o, wọ́n bá ta ilé yìí wọ́n tún ta tọ̀hún, ọ̀nà kan òwò ọjà, ìtumọ̀ rẹ̀ nìyẹn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá sì wo àwọn ọjà wa ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá, ẹlòmíì lè gba pàṣàlẹ̀ wọlé, ẹlòmíì ò gba pákó wọlé, ní a fi máa sọ wípé ọ̀nà kan òwò ọjà. Àpẹẹrẹ òwe mìíràn ní sọ̀rí yìí ni pé gbáwèrè n ò gbáwèrè ní mú kọjá ahó. Ṣé mọ̀ pé nínú ọjà wọ́n á ní kẹ́ má wá ariwo ọjà yẹn tó bá ń bá náà jà, òun ni kò máa wò. Kálukó mọ̀ sọ tiẹ̀ lọ́tún lọ́sì, mò ń tẹ́lẹ̀ kálukó mọ̀ sọ tiẹ̀, ariwo wà máa wà nínú ọjà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀síwájú sí ìsọ̀rí òwe mìíràn. Ìtàndòwe. Ṣé rí ìtàndòwe yìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí orúkọ rẹ̀ kò rújú, àwọn ìtàn tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ lójúkorojú táwọn èèyàn rí inú ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti fa òwe yẹn jáde. Àpẹẹrẹ àkọ́kọ́ ní ìsọ̀rí yìí wọ́n ní ọbẹ̀ tí baálé ilé kì í jẹ ìyálé ilé kì í sè é torí pé ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kan ló bí òwe yẹn ènìkan láàtù. Wọ́n ní a kì í ru ẹran erin, ẹ mọ̀ bí erin ṣe tóbi tó, a ti ṣiṣẹ́ lórí àwọn ẹranko rí, mo sì ti júwe ẹranko elephant erin, a kì í ru ẹran erin sórí bó ṣe tóbi tó, káwá máa fi ẹsẹ̀ báyìí káwá máa fi wá ìsà ìrẹ̀ nílẹ̀. Ṣé mọ̀ pé ìrẹ̀ ẹran kékeré cricket ìrẹ̀ ó kéré, olójú kòkòrò náà máa ń parú òwe bẹ́ẹ̀ fún oní nǹkan gidi lọ́wọ́ wà ń darẹ̀ láàmú lórí ẹni tí tiẹ̀ ò pọ̀. Irú àwọn sọ̀rí òwe yẹn àwọn tán máa ń lò fún nìyẹn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀síwájú ká wá bọ́ sí ewì dòwe. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìran Yorùbá, ewì ó wà nínú àwọn literature alohùn wa. Á dé bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ kan tá a fi máa ń dára wa lára yá, tá a fi máa ń sọ àwọn nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ láwùjọ. Kódà gan àwọn akéwì nílẹ̀ Yorùbá a rí wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí aríran. Àpẹẹrẹ irú rẹ̀ ní tẹ́ bá ń gbọ́ ewì pé kàkà kí n bí ẹgbàá ọ̀bùn máa kúkú bí ọ̀kan ṣoṣo ọ̀gá, máa ró òun mú yáyé lójú, máa ró òun mú gbéraga, ṣé ọ̀kan ṣoṣo àràbà kì í ṣẹgbẹ́ ẹgbàá òṣùṣùn, ọmọ tó jáfáfá kan ṣoṣo kì í ṣẹgbẹ́ ẹgbẹ̀rún agúngún ọmọ. Ṣé rí ewì yẹn? Ewì dòwe ni. Ẹni tó máa ń ké irú ewì yẹn níwájú ẹ̀ tó bá ronú jinlẹ̀ á mọ̀ pé wọ́n jẹ́ iṣẹ́ kan fóun ni. Nísọ̀rí ewì dòwe àwọn ewì pọ̀ lóríṣiríṣi tí a lè rí ní abala yìí. Kó tó di pé a mọ̀ tẹ̀síwájú, ìyá Kọ́mọlédè ẹ jẹ́ ń sẹ́nuró náà ká lọ kábọ̀ wá. Bí n bá ti wá padà dé a mọ̀ tẹ̀síwájú lórí ìsọ̀rí àwọn òwe ilẹ̀ Yorùbá pẹ̀lú àwọn àpẹẹrẹ wọn tá a bá lè mẹ́nubà. Mo sọ fún yín pé òwe Yorùbá pọ̀ àbí mò ń bọ̀.
Bẹ́gùn ọba jáde mọ̀rìnwó lákọ́kọ́ rí ọwọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjọ ẹsẹ̀ kàtàkàtà ní ọ̀rọ̀ àti ọ̀nà ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited pẹ̀lú èmi ọmọ olùfẹ́ ẹ̀yìn tùlí tẹ̀tún òṣòro ẹni kejì lèmi sọ́dẹ̀ sọ́dọ̀ ìyá gbogbo orúkọ tẹ́ ẹ bá pè mí kò sí ìtì yóò jẹ́ àbábí Owambe Unlimited lórí kan ní Western Spring ní ní ìmọ̀lẹ̀ Owambe Unlimited ẹ pàpọ̀ kẹ́ àwọn sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa wọ ọ̀lẹ̀ Western Spring pension. Ẹ má gbàgbé ẹ lọ máa darapọ̀ lójú òpó Facebook, Twitter, Instagram àti YouTube wa pẹ̀lú @Western Spring Television. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti débẹ̀ ẹ fi èrò ọkàn yín sísàlẹ̀ fọ́nrán tí ẹ bá ń wò ń bẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ sì tún pín fún ẹlòmíì, ẹ share rẹ̀ ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Bákan náà ẹ subscribe lórí YouTube. Ó yá o, ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀síwájú níbi tí mo fi gúnlẹ̀ kan. Àwọn orírun òwe kan wà tó jẹ́ pé inú ẹsẹ̀ Ifá ni wọ́n ti jáde wá. Ẹ sì mọ̀ pé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá bàbá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa Ifá ọ̀kan gbòógì nínú akọ́nilọ́rọ̀ ni. Àpẹẹrẹ àwọn òwe bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀ máa gbọ́ ọwọ́ ọmọdé ò tó pẹpẹ tàgbàlagbà òwò kèrègbè. Mo mọ̀ pé ẹ máa ń gbòwe yẹn dáadáa ṣùgbọ́n ẹ mo rírun ẹ̀. Àmọ́ lónìí ìyá Kọ́mọlédè mo ti ń sọ fún yín pé inú ẹsẹ̀ Ifá
kan ni a ti yọ ewì yẹn a ní lè lọ síbẹ̀ torí àkókò wa. Àpẹẹrẹ òwe mìíràn tó jáde láti inú ẹsẹ̀ Ifá òní ẹ ti máa gbọ́ tí wọ́n máa sọ pé kinní kan ṣe kinní kan ó bù fún lágbájá ó bù fún tàmẹ̀dùn ó dífá fún kinní kan níjọ́ tí ń tọ̀run bọ̀ wálé ayé. tẹ́ bá ti ń gbọ́ gbogbo àwọn ìpèdè bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ẹ ti mọ̀ pé kí ni inú ẹsẹ̀ Ifá ni orírun àwọn òwe bẹ́ẹ̀. wọ́n pọ̀ lọ jàǹtìrẹrẹ àlè kà wọ́n tán. ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré ṣe àgbéyẹ̀wò àwọn òwe kọ̀ọ̀kan tá a máa ń lò ní àwọn ìsọ̀rí àti ipò kọ̀ọ̀kan tàbí àyè tí àwọn èèyàn wà. nílẹ̀ Yorùbá a máa ń fi òwe sí ojú ìlò. ìyẹn ni pé ó ní àwọn nǹkan tá a máa ń lo òwe fún. kì í ṣe gbogbo ìgbà làwọn àgbà máa ń sọ òwe. wọ́n lè mọ̀ kọ̀ sọ Yorùbá lẹ́nu bá a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ ká mọ̀ bára wa sọ̀rọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n tó bá lo òwe ó ní ìdí àbájọ ni. àpẹẹrẹ irú rẹ̀ ni àwọn òwe tá a fi ń kan sára sẹ́ni tó bá ṣe nǹkan dáadáa ó ṣe dáadáa ó wù wá kíkanjú ó wù wá kín ó ṣe nǹkan tó mórí wa wú. àwọn ní kò lè má jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ pàápàá àwọn abiyamọ pàápàá àwọn bàbá wọn ní ọmọ mi ni èmi lójọ́ torí pé ọmọ àjànàkú kì í ya ìrá ọmọ tí ẹ̀yà bá bí ẹ̀yà ni yóò jọ. tẹ́ bá gbọ́rú òwe yẹn ìtumọ̀ ẹ̀ ní pé ọmọ yẹn ṣe nǹkan tó mórí àwọn òbí ẹ̀ wú. àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn ó ní wípé ìrònú ìkookò ni yóò pa ajá. ìyẹn ni wípé ó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú bí wọ́n ṣe gbé ẹni yẹn ẹni tó bá já kíkanjú nìsín ẹ̀rù lè máa bà wọ́n tó wà láyìíká rẹ̀ torí pé ajá ó kéré sí kòkò ó ti mọ̀ pé yọ pa òun jẹ ni. òmíràn ni pé tí wọ́n bá sọ wípé awòdì òkè ó ṣe kí ni ó so lówó adìẹ dá ṣíwèrè àbí ṣó yẹ kí wọ́n lè gbé ọmọ adìẹ lẹ́yìn adìyẹ nígbà tó ní olówó tó yẹ kó máa sọ ṣùgbọ́n àwòdì òkè yẹn á dẹ̀ sọ ní ẹ̀dá ṣíwèrè lójú rẹ̀ báyìí àwòdì ó sì gba ọmọ adìyẹ lẹ́yìn rẹ̀ ṣe ti wá rí i pé àwọn tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ó wù wá kíkanjú lójú aládìyẹ ni. wọ́n ní kíkéré labẹ́rẹ́ kéré o pé kì í ṣe nǹkan mímì fàdìyẹ tó túmọ̀ sí wípé tó o bá kọjá àyè rẹ lọ́dọ̀ ẹni ìmọ̀ fojú di òun lòwe yẹn bá dé. ẹ já wo ìsọ̀rí mìíràn òwe tá a fi máa ń gba èèyàn nímọ̀ràn pé pẹ̀lẹ́pẹ̀lẹ́ ni kó o ṣe o ṣe bó o ti mọ̀ o nílò sùúrù nínú gbogbo ohun tó o bá ń ṣe o. irú àwọn àpẹẹrẹ òwe bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀ máa gbọ́ tí Yorùbá sọ wípé àgbà tí ò bínú lọ́mọ rẹ̀ ń pọ̀ àgbà tó bá ní sùúrù irú wọn ló lóhun gbogbo àgbà tí ò bá ti fa wàhálà ni ó padà kó lùjọ àgbà tó bá mọ̀ wọn ara rẹ̀ yóò ṣe déédéé tí ò bá ti wá mọ̀ wọn ara rẹ̀ nǹkan odò ó gbé lọ ní gbogbo àwọn nǹkan yẹn wọ́n fi ń kìlọ̀ fún yàn pé ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ o a kì í ṣe nǹkan ní wàdùwàdù sùúrù la fi máa ń ṣe gbogbo nǹkan o ní àwọn àpẹẹrẹ òwe wọ̀nyí ṣé rí pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn òwe wọ̀nyí ẹ̀yin gan mọ̀ ẹ ti gbọ́ wọn rí ṣùgbọ́n torí pé ẹ̀ mọ orírun wọn àti ìpín tá a ti ń lò wọn òun gangan ni kókó àti láríjà ètò àkọmọlédè. ẹ jẹ́ àtẹ̀síwájú àwọn òwe kan wà ní èdè Yorùbá tó jẹ́ wípé a máa ń lò wọ́n láti fi ipò hàn nínú ẹbí pé àgbà lélẹ́yìí ọmọdé lélẹ́yìí obìnrin lélẹ́yìí. ẹ jẹ́ ká wo àpẹẹrẹ irú àwọn òwe báyìí tá a bá sọ wípé ó mà ṣe o àgbà ò sí nílùú ìlú bàjẹ́ baálé ilé kú ilé dahoro ìyẹn fi hàn wípé tí baálé ilé bá wà láyé ilé ò lè dahoro tágbàlagbà bá dẹ̀ wà nílùú ìlú ò ní bàjẹ́. wọ́n wá wo nǹkan tí nǹkan bá ṣẹlẹ̀ bóyá nìkan papòdà wọ́n wá rí pé nǹkan ò rí dé bó ṣe máa ń rí gbà tó wà láyé wọ́n ní ó mà ṣe o àṣé lóòótọ́ ni pé bólóde ò bá kú ojúde rẹ̀ ò lè wu koríko. wọ́n ní àgbà tí ò bínú lọmọ rẹ̀ ń pọ̀ tí ó kọ́ ọmọ ọjọ́ báyìí nínú agboolé. ìsọ̀rí mìíràn torí àkókò wa òwe tó ń fi ipò àwọn obìnrin hàn nínú ilé ẹ mọ̀ pé obìnrin ṣe pàtàkì. ipò obìnrin nínú ilé kò hàn ṣe é fọwọ́ rọ́ sẹ́yìn o àwọn tó bá dánrú rẹ̀ wò ẹ̀ ń tanra yín jẹ ní ìyá kọ́mọlédè mi ò wí fún yín. àpẹẹrẹ irú ibẹ̀ ni pé tọ́mọ nìyẹn à ń sọ̀rọ̀ elégédé obìnrin ń dá sí i. ìdí ni wípé wọ́n mọ̀ wípé kò yẹ kí obìnrin ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ lọ ṣe wàhálà yẹn ó yẹ kán ti bá gbélégédé yẹn wálé kó kọ̀ sí kí wọ́n sì jẹ́ nítorí pé ọ̀rọ̀ ọkùnrin ni. irú ìsọ̀rí òwe yẹn nìyẹn. nínú ètò kan tàwọn obìnrin náà ẹ jẹ́ kí n sáré yabẹ̀ yẹn nílẹ̀ Yorùbá pàápàá ìṣẹ̀dá obìnrin ní gbogbo àgbáyé gan tiẹ̀ ni wọ́n máa ń fìfẹ́ hàn sí àwọn ọmọ wọn. àwọn òwe kan wà tá a máa ń fi ṣe àpẹẹrẹ àti àkàwé pé obìnrin nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí àwọn ọmọ wọn púpọ̀. nígbà tá a bá ti fẹ́ ṣe irú àwọn àfihàn bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ máa gbọ́ tí wọ́n máa sọ òwe pé bá mi ná ọmọ mi kò dénú ọlọ́mọ o kì í ṣe wípé kò fẹ́ kán bá ọmọ òun wí ṣùgbọ́n ara abiyamọ ni ó kọ̀tá ṣó ti yé yín báyìí wọ́n á ní abiyamọ ó ṣe òwò tó dára lẹ̀dọ́mọ rẹ̀ irú àwọn òwe yẹn à ń lò láti fi ìfẹ́ tó wà nínú abiyamọ sí ọmọ tó bí à ń fi hàn ni. wọ́n á ní ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ burúkú ò yá bùsàn ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ dúdú ò yá bùsàn ọmọ burúkú kò yá lù pa. wọn obìnrin ò ní lu ọmọ yẹn pa torí pé wà ọmọ burú á máa tù á máa rọ̀ kó lè yí padà náà ni. ìsọ̀rí mìíràn ó ní àwọn òwe tó wà láti fi ìfòyà wípé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ikú ọ̀dọ́ ikú èwe nǹkan ìbànújẹ́ ni a nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí ṣùgbọ́n àwọn òwe kan wà tí a máa ń lò ẹ máa gbọ́ tí wọ́n sọ pé ọmọ òkúkú láyọ̀ lé o ẹni tọ́mọ bá sin òun nìkan ló bímọ tàbí kán máa sọ fún yín pé ẹ jẹ́ mọ̀ wípé ìbànújẹ́ ńlá ni kí má dé sín kó tójú òbí ẹ̀rọ ọ̀run alákejì torí pé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá a gbàgbọ́ wípé kò dára tó kódà wọ́n tiẹ̀ máa ń ṣèwádìí ẹ̀ ní pé kò lè wá látọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba bọ́mọ kékeré tó bá fòbí ẹ̀ sílẹ̀ sáyé tí ó lọ. ẹ já kúrò ní sọ̀rí yẹn ká tún wo òwe tó ń fi ipò àwọn ọmọdé nínú ẹbí hàn torí pé kí ni àwọn ọmọdé náà ní ipò tiwọn wọ́n ṣe pàtàkì ṣẹ́rí bá gbà ṣe pàtàkì yẹn náà lọ́mọdé ṣe pàtàkì kálukú ló ní ìwúlò tiẹ̀ àpẹẹrẹ kan wà tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo wa máa ń sọ pé ẹ̀yin ti gbàgbé ni ọwọ́ ọmọdé ò tó pẹ́pẹ́ o tàgbàlagbà náà kò wá akèrègbè àgbàlagbà tó bá rò pé òun lè yan ọmọdé jẹ nígbà tí ó bá mú nǹkan nú akèrègbè ṣe mọ̀ pé ihò kékeré ló wà nú akèrègbè ọwọ́ rẹ̀ ó ti tóbi jù lọ ọwọ́ ọ̀tọ̀mọdé ló lè wọnú ẹ̀ ọmọdé náà sì rèé bó bá fẹ́ mú nǹkan lókè àjà ọwọ́ rẹ̀ ò ní tó ṣẹ̀rípa àjọ wúlò fún ara wa ni wọ́n á tún wá máa sọ wípé ọmọdé gbọ́n àgbàgbọ́n láfijá Ilẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ Ilẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ náà sì rèé ṣe mọ̀ pé oríran Yorùbá ni ẹ jẹ́ tẹ̀síwájú ká tún wo ìsọ̀rí àwọn òwe tí Yorùbá máa ń lò láti fi hàn pé nǹkan tó dáa ní ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ alájẹṣẹ́kù ràn mí lọ́wọ́ kémi náà ràn lọ́wọ́ wípé ó dáa irúfẹ́ àwọn àpẹẹrẹ òwe bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ máa gbọ́ tí wọ́n á ní ká fi ọwọ́ wẹ ọwọ́ òní ọwọ́ fi ń mọ́ ẹ rí i pé tí n bá fẹ́ fọwọ́ nìsín tí mo kàn ń fọyọ́ kan báyìí tí mo ń fọ báyìí kò lè mọ́ dáadáa ṣùgbọ́n tí n bá mú méjèèjì tá a fi fọra wọn á jẹ́ kí ọwọ́ yẹn kó mọ́ dáadáa ìyẹn ni pé ká fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ Yorùbá sọ wípé ọgbọ́n ọlọ́gbọ́n ni kì í jẹ́ ká pe àgbà ní wèrè wọ́n á ní kí ọkùnrin réjò kóbìnrin réjò káṣá ti pákéjò ó ti mọ́ sá lọ ni wọ́n á ní káró ṣọmọ́dì káró dì mọ́ṣọ kídìí ó ṣá ti mọ́ gbòfò ṣẹ́rí gbogbo àwọn òwe yẹn àti ọ̀pọ̀ rẹ̀ tẹ́yìn náà mọ̀ tẹ́ ti ń fọkàn rò yẹn wọ́n ní ṣe pẹ̀lú pé ká fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ àgbájọ ọwọ́ la fi ń sọ̀yà wọ́n á ní òṣùṣù ọwọ́ ló lè gbálẹ̀ mọ́ àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré wo díẹ̀ nínú àwọn òwe tí ó ń fi ipò àwọn ọba àti ìjòyè hàn wípé ẹni pàtàkì ni wọ́n nílẹ̀ Yorùbá a máa ń yí àwọn ọba wa sí àtẹ̀mọ́ pé wọ́n ní aláṣẹ èkejì òrìṣà àwọn ìjòyè wa náà a máa ń pọ́n wọn lé àpẹẹrẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ òun ni tẹ bá gbọ́ tí wọ́n wá ní ṣọ́ra rẹ o márùn olóyè fín àbí ọba ò torí pé àìlówó olówù kò wá ṣe é fi wí ẹgbẹ̀rún tálákà wọ́n ní bólúbàdàn bá wọ ṣòkòtò péńpé táwọn kan ń pè níkà wọn ló mẹgbẹ́ bàbá ẹni tí í ṣe ṣó ti yé yín gbogbo àwọn òwe wọ̀nyí ó ní ṣe pé ipò pàtàkì ipò àyẹ́sí làwọn kábíyèsí tó jẹ́ ọba àtàwọn ìjòyè ni wọ́n wà ẹ jẹ́ àwọ̀ ìsọ̀rí òwe mìíràn tó jẹ́ wípé a máa wá tún lò bá a ṣe ń pọ́n àwọn ọba yẹn lé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tún lọ́wọ́n ọ̀nà tá a fi mọ́ kìlọ̀ fún wọn o pé kán mọ́ kọjá àyè wọn èso Ọlọ́run èso Olódùmarè torí pé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá á ní táwọn Gẹ̀ẹ́sì ń pè ní checks and balance ni mo fi máa ń sọ fún yín pé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá kò sí nǹkan tuntun tí èbó kankan ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mú wá fún wa o Yorùbá ti létò àtìlànà tá a tẹ̀lé àwa ni ká mọ́ yẹ̀ kú òǹbẹ̀ àpẹẹrẹ irú àwọn òwe báyìí ta fi ń kìlọ̀ ìwà ìbàjẹ́ fún ọba àti ìjòyè òun ni tẹ́ máa gbọ́ tí wọ́n sọ pé àkábíyèsí ẹ ti pọ̀ ju nǹkan báyìí lọ a kì í ru ẹrin lérí káṣẹ̀ mọ́ fẹsẹ̀ wá ihò ìrẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ wọ́n á ní wọ́n fi ọ́ jọba o tún sóògùn àwúre só fẹ́ dolódùmarè ni fẹ̀kàntọ́lẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá wọ́n mọ̀ wárí fọ́ba ni bọ́ba bá tún wá ń sóògùn àwúre tí ń sóògùn òkìkí ó ti kọjá àyè rẹ̀ nìyẹn àwọn òwe yẹn la fi ń kìlọ̀ fún wọn nílẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn ìwà kan ṣe mọ́ pàṣọ nípa tá a fi kan sára sí èèyàn tó ṣe nǹkan akíkanjú lẹ́ẹ̀kan àwọn òwe kan náà wà tá a fi máa ń bẹnu àtẹ́lu ẹni tó bá hùwà ọ̀lẹ tó bá ṣèmẹ́lẹ́ tó ṣe nǹkan tí ò dáa tá a fi máa sọ wọ́n á ní ìwọ fẹ́ máa ṣọ̀lẹ àbí ìwọ fẹ́ máa hùwà bàjẹ́ ó ti gbàgbé ni wípé ẹni tó bá ti ṣọ̀lẹ ìyà ni ó padà jẹ torí wípé ẹni tó bá ṣèmẹ́lẹ́ kódà gan lẹ̀ Yorùbá a máa ń kọrin kan ní ilé ẹ̀kọ́ alákọ̀ọ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé ìyà ọ̀lẹ kò rọ̀ mọ́ bí ẹ wá ayé ọ̀lẹ ó ṣe wọ́n ní òrìṣà tí gbé ọ̀lẹ kan ò sí apá ẹni ní gbeni níjà ìyẹn ni pé ẹni tó bá ti ṣọ̀lẹ kó ti mọ̀ pé òun lè ríran lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ìgbàgbọ́ Yorùbá ni wọ́n ní òòṣà kì í gba méjì lọ́wọ́ ìmẹ́lẹ́ bí ò bá gbapá rẹ̀ a sì ṣe kíni àfúnlẹ́nu torí wípé kíni kò lè lo ọwọ́ rẹ̀ láti fi ṣiṣẹ́ kò ń ṣakínkanjú wọ́n á ní àgbàtán ni ẹ jẹ́ ká kúkú gbọ̀lẹ̀ ara rẹ̀ torí pé kíni bá a bá dáṣọ fọ́lẹ̀ àpá aláró bá a bá paṣọ rẹ̀ láró gan tán á tù ú là níjà á wàá sìn délé kẹrù mọ́ bàbá ṣùgbọ́n ìwà ọ̀lẹ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá kòrò ojú sí ẹ mọ́ ṣọ̀lẹ o torí pé ọ̀lẹ kò ráyè wá ìyá ọ̀lẹ gan kọ̀rọ̀ mọ bí kì í ṣèpè ẹ jẹ́ àwọn òwe mìíràn tí ó máa ń fi àwọn onírúurú ìwà tó wà láàrin àwa ẹ̀dá ṣe hàn pé oríṣiríṣi làwa ẹ̀dá oríṣiríṣi náà dẹ̀ ni àwọn ìwà tí a máa ń wò àpẹẹrẹ rẹ̀ wọ́n ní ohun tó ju ajá rí tí ajá fi ń gbó kò tó eléyìí tí àgùntàn rí tó fi ń ṣèrànwọ́
gbogbo ń tágùntàn bá rí bọ̀ báyìí náà ni ó mọ̀ wò ṣùgbọ́n ajá kó mọ̀ tí ì rí ni gbogbogbò yóò ti mọ̀ pariwo ìwà tiẹ̀ nìyẹn àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn wọ́n á ní kíni èyí tó wù mí ò wù ọ́ torí kíni òun lọmọ ìyá méjì sì máa ń fẹ́ obìnrin wọn lọ́tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ìwà àwa ẹ̀dá ṣe mọ̀ pé yàtọ̀ síra òun ni ìsọ̀rí òwe yẹn ẹ jẹ́ ká wo òwe mìíràn tó jẹ́ pé a lè lò láti bu ẹnu àtẹ́lu ẹni tó bá hùwà àìmoore ẹni tó bá hùwà tí kò moore torí pé tá a bá ṣe ní lóore nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́ Yorùbá yìí sì ṣaláìmoore tá a bá rẹ́ni tí kò moore wọ́n á ní ó mà ṣe o ẹni tá a ṣe lóore tí ò dúpẹ́ ó dàbí ọlọ́ṣà tó kó ni lẹ́rù lọ ni ṣé àwọn pẹ̀tọ́ ọlọ́ṣà bá kó ni lẹ́rù mo rò pé ẹmọ tí ń jẹ́ ọlọ́ṣà ìgárá ọlọ́ṣà adigunjalè olè tó jí nǹkan èèyàn lọ níjẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣé tó bá jí nǹkan yín lọ ṣé yóò wá dúpẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹni tí kò bá moore ẹmọ yà láìmoore wọ́n tún wá ń sọ wípé ẹni tó yá ẹgbẹ̀fà owó tí ò san ó ti bínú ẹgbẹ̀je torí pé kò ní lè rí àánú gbà ní ìgbà mìíràn òmíràn gbogbo àwọn òwe wọ̀nyí bí mo ṣe sọ fún yín wọ́n pọ̀ gan ni torí àkókò wa a lè má láǹfààní láti yẹ̀ wọ́n wò ṣùgbọ́n ẹ máa fi sọ́kàn wípé àwọn orísun Yorùbá bí ò bá jẹ́ ìtàn a jẹ́ ewì a jẹ́ ìrírí àwùjọ ó lè wá láti inú ẹsẹ̀ Ifá ó lè jẹ́ nípasẹ̀ àwọn nǹkan tá à ń rí láwùjọ gbogbo àwọn ìsọ̀rí wọ̀nyí òun la lè pín àwọn òwe Yorùbá sí kò wá lóǹkà kódà ó kọjá ntẹ́nìkan ṣoṣo lè mọ̀ lọ ṣùgbọ́n kókó ibẹ̀ ni pé ẹ jẹ́ ká máa ṣàmúlò àwọn òwe wọ̀nyí ní ọ̀gangan ipò tí wọ́n bá ti wúlò ibi tẹ́ bá ti fẹ́ báyàn wí ẹ mọ́ lo òwe tá a fi kọ sára sí ni ibi tẹ́ bá ti fẹ́ kìlọ̀ ìwà ìbàjẹ́ ẹ mọ́ lo òwe tó ń fi ipò ọba àbí ìjòyè hàn ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo rẹ̀ kó jẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ ìka tó bá tọ́ símú ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan oníkẹ́fì rèé nínú àwọn òwe ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tó ìyá Kọ́mọlédè ẹ mọ́mọ́ bínú ọjọ́ òun tún ti sáré lọ́nu ni o lágbára Ọlọ́run ìgbà míì ló tún dà o táàtù máa pàdé lákọ̀tún pẹ̀lú kókó ọ̀rọ̀ mìíràn mo mọ̀ pé ìtẹ́ ti gbọ́ lónìí ẹ ti rẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kan tàbí kejì dìmú bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti abala ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ pẹ̀lú Yẹmí Alára níbi tá a ti gbọ́ nípa wípé a gbọ́dọ̀ bọ̀wọ̀ fúnra wa torí pé àgbà tó bá jẹ àjẹtọ́ oúnjẹ fúnra rẹ̀ ní ó kó ìgbà rẹ̀ lọlé tó fi dórí àwọn ìlànà àti ìsọ̀rí òwe eléyìí tí àtijọ́ kọ́ra wa lórí ètò lónìí ọpẹ́ ńlá kàǹkà lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè fún ètò tòní lórúkọ gbogbo àwọn ikọ̀ tí a jọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní àyàn àti ẹ̀yin náà tí a jọ gbọ́ tá a jọ wò ó ní mo fi ń kí n pé ó tún máa dìgbà míì tá a pàdé lákọ̀tún lórí ètò Àkọmọlédè Fọlúṣọ́ Ayaolúwa Gbémiga ìyá àjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá Àkọmọlédè yín ló sọ fún yín pé èdè Yorùbá wuyì ó wẹ̀yẹ o ẹ mọ̀jọ́ dì mẹ́rí lọ́dọ̀ tiyín ẹ máa kọ́ àwọn ọmọ yín lédè.
I thank you for staying with us. And about the November 16, but earlier I said 21, but I retrieved that. November 16 Guba election in the Sunshine State, Ondo State, where Governor Loki Aiyedatiwa, the incumbent governor, is on the ballot as well. The former deputy governor of the state, both of them were deputies at some point, but now former deputy of the state, Agbolo Ajayi as well, and other contendants will be vying for the top seat in Ondo State. And of course, the APC are preparing, the PDP are preparing as a main opposition party, the LP, many of those political parties to see that they emerge victorious. This morning, we have been joined virtually by the Director of Media and Publicity of the ruling All Progressives Congress in Ondo State, Honorable Steve Otaloro. He joins us this morning. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
All right. We just have few days, less than a month, actually, to the election. How prepared is your party? Of course, the incumbent is your party's candidate, but then many persons, many parties are gunning for the same seat, and they are saying, you know what, we are going to take over, that seat in Alagbaka. But then, already, the PDP had his, flag giving ceremony a few days ago. All the party bigwigs were there, and they are saying, Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa, your days are numbered. Please pack up because a new person will be emerging. How about that? How are you taking that? How are you preparing?
Well, every political party will always brag. That's some of the ingredients you expect during an electioneering period. Even relatively unknown parties like NNPP, they tell you the days of the APC are over and they should start packing. We've had such rhetorics in the past and we are used to it. But I can tell you, we are fully on ground. If that election is to be held tomorrow, we're going to win by the special grace of God. We've done everything humanly possible. We're putting all necessary logistics in place. We just flagged off our 3 senatorial districts, which was good. Starting with that of Ondo Kingdom, we left for Ikare, and we had that of Ore yesterday. Most of these parties, opposition party, are just starting. PDP 2 days ago just held their main rally. That's just the main rally. I wonder at Akure. And some other pockets of other political parties are just as well starting, as I told you. But before we have these 3 senatorial campaign, we've been on ground. We've been mobilizing all our members. We're trying to go one-on-one with people, to go house visiting. That's what we've been doing. And that's the more reason I said, if we are to have this election tomorrow, we are still going to win. So APC, as a political party in Ondo State, is the party to beat in this election. And I'm not bragging about that. I'm just being realistic. If you look what's on ground here in Ondo State, it's as if there are no opposition political parties. With due respect to all of them. The last time I checked, I can't really see any political gladiators, even in the main opposition party, that is the PDP. All of them are in drone. They've moved over to APC. And mainly, not just because we've done anything spectacular as a political party to convince them, but they are looking beyond today.
Yeah.
They foresee a situation whereby we have President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is trying to revamp the economy. Hopefully he gets it right. And the present governor, who is a graduate, able to reach out to most of this, one, especially from his district, the Central District. They'll be able to move in. The government is just less than 10 months in office. And all what the former governor have done, he has been able to improve on it. You can start mentioning if you have that time. But if he has not done anything, I didn't see any reason why all these political heavyweights in Ondo State will be moving in drones to APC. So by and large, we are fully prepared for selection. And we are ready to go.
All right, ready to go. You said it. All political parties will say they are ready and they are. You said more than 1 million votes last election. You said PDP, the main nation party, it appears that they are non-existent. What will have been? What should have been an advantage? Which is that's Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa was 10 months in office because it's the man there. He has advantage of showing them workings. Could also be an handicap because people will judge him. Others don't have that luxury of being judged. Other persons will judge him and say, what has he done for the people? He has been there for almost a year, 10 months. By December, it will be a year. What has he done? What can he show to us that if actually we employ him substantively as the governor, he won't do more? These are the issues the people want to know instead of, sitting pretty on the workings of the late Aketi. He, in his 10 months in office, what has he done? Number 2, so that you add it, you talk about the reforms of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration and the center. Honorable Otalo, many persons will say that might be an albatross because many persons are angry and they are hungry because of these far-reaching outline policies of the government. So they might say, if the APC are trying to make us to be in hardship at the center, why should we give the APC another chance in Ondo State? 2 questions.
Thank you very much. The indicators are there that things are going to get better in Nigeria. And the president is working assiduously towards that.
The people can't see that.
Come again?
I mean, the people cannot see that. They are complaining. They are murmuring. They are angry.
The economists can see. You see, you might not be able to see that physically, translating to something on your table, but the economists will tell you. Even the World Bank is encouraging Nigeria to remain on that reform.
I'm sorry to butt in here, Honorable. The economists didn't vote for President Tinubu. Nigerians did. World Bank didn't vote for him. Nigerians did.
President Tinubu is not seeking. He's not a candidate on the ballots. He still has.
No, I'm just
3
saying.
years.
I'm just saying. Yeah.
Okay, I am equally saying. You see, we can only judge him in the next election, and before that election, Nigerians will see clearer what this man has been doing in the last 1 year. It will be obvious, and they will have a choice to either vote for him or vote against him. So recently, not too long, the president just announced more than 20 million poor people. There will be a direct funding for more than 20 million people. How much that will be and for how long is something we should look up to. So this president is not the cause of our political economic problem.
Really?
It's just less than. He's not. He's not. You see, all the 3 candidates agree that they will remove oil subsidy. Now they are saying the way and manner they want to remove it is different from the way President Bola Tinubu have done. But the truth is, if you are going to remove something, it will still be removed. So what we are going through is some of the things we normally go through. Some
And you don't think this development will injure, hamper the chances of your candidate?
No, not in any way. Not in any way.
Okay.
I hear that he was less than 10 months in office. It's not what is 10 months. He came in December 27. So people could see through the eyes. And this economic situation that they talk, he has been doing everything possible to reduce it in Ondo State. And the indicators are there. You see, he recently announced 73,000 naira as minimum wage. Federal government agreed 70,000 naira. Even though that 70,000 naira is not even binding on the state needs to go to negotiations. But on his own volition, he decided to make it 73,000 naira. It was received with a lot of applause. All workers, they were so happy that the national president of Noge in Nigeria had to come down to Akure to honor this man. You see, I equally say Ondo State is different in the sense that what is happening at the top, everybody could see what this governor has been doing in the last few months he has been in office. And it's the clear pictures are there that he will do better. In terms of infrastructure, in terms of education, he recently approved 3.5 billion naira renovation of schools across the states. This has never happened before. He recently approved employment for teachers in the rural areas. This same governor, which I just told you, said it has been the truth of the past. Worker salary will be paid either in a percentage or will not be paid at all. Ever since he became governor, workers' salary has been faithful with workers' salaries. And arrears, lockjaw arrears that has always been there, he has paid and decided to select the whole thing. He has been giving palliative to people of Ondo State. People could easily see that.
All right, Mr. Otolaru. One would say that the current governor, His Excellency Lucky Aiyedatiwa, was part of the past administration that was the era of delayed salaries, half payment of wages, percentage-based payment salaries. Now, the governor is saying that he is going to move the state from that era to a new era where salaries will be paid promptly. But he cannot actually disassociate himself
from what had happened in the past, because he was a number 2 man at a time. And that's one question. Number 2, you said, the governor has been doing this and that, but, some people would not want to take that to heart, or want to take that with a pinch of salt, because he's vying for a position. It's like a man who wants to woo a woman over to become his wife. He will do everything and anything to get her to his side. So a lot of people feel the things His Excellency Lucky Aiyedatiwa, is doing right now, the things he is doing right now, is just to draw the people's, to carry the people's favor just for this election. After this election, a lot of people really do not know what to expect from Lucky Aiyedatiwa. How do you react to that?
Well, what is the PDP saying as well? Are they not saying the same thing? Is their governor?
Let's focus on the APC, Mr. Otaloro.
Is their governorship candidate not a product of APC? So, you see, what else will he have done? I told you, he has something to give. He has something to prove that he is going to continue. If Lucky Aiyedatiwa is voted out, Ondo State workers will definitely know that they are not going to take that 73,000 naira. This is the man that promised 73,000 naira. What does PDP promise? Why are they not promising anything?
Is the one in government now?
Come again?
His Excellency Lucky Aiyedatiwa is the one in power now, so he should be the one doing the promising.
No. The opposition can as well make some promises. They're not coming up with anything. They had more than 5 hours rally in Akure. Nothing, no policy statement was issued. Nothing was said. They're only making noise that they had a lot of crowd, which we even questioned in the first place. Except the fact that the governor of Oyo State, who came in as their commander, decided to say that the INEC official should be removed.
I was coming to that.
That was the only statement that came out of that rally. But having said that, Lucky Aiyedatiwa we can trust. Lucky Aiyedatiwa is someone who is there right now, who is doing fantastically well. How will people decide not to continue that trend? Knowing fully well that politician makes promises, empty promises. You can hold on to a man that is on the seat right now, that is making some promises. And those promises, you could see through the line that he is actually walking his talk. So people understand, people will rather want to stay with such a man that we know, a devil that you know, than an angel that you don't. You see, if you are talking of Agboola Ajayi, everybody knows him. We know antecedent. With due respect to him, PDP is not a party we can trust. Some of the things they left undone are the things this present governor is trying to build. They are shouting that he's building State House. They are shouting that he's doing that. They are in power for more than 12 years as a political party. Can they do all those things? You are shouting, they're even shouting that it's a great gift. That's the word they used. The 73,000 naira great gift. Probably asking those state workers not to accept what is great gifting, adding to what we all negotiate at the federal level. You see, let's call it spade. This governor is coming with good intention.
All right, Mr. Otaloro, because we have limited time, let's speak to allegations by the PP, especially the one voiced by His Excellency Seyi Makinde of Oyo State, on the alliance of your party, All Progressives Party, with the resident electoral commissioner in Ondo State, Mrs. Toyin Babalola. I'd like to ask you directly, what alliance does your party, APC, have with Mrs. Toyin Babalola, the Ondo Rec?
You just mentioned one person in the entire INEC, as if she's the one that's even going to conduct it. They're still going to send a professor or whatever from one of the university who is going to be in charge. Assuming we even had this alliance as alleged by PDP. What alliance? You're having an alliance with someone, just a particular person who is likely not even going to be at the polling station. They've forgotten that elections will be counted at every various polling stations.
That's one person. Mr. Otaloro is a highly placed individual in INEC.
No,
she has the influence.
I'm trying to make a point here.
You cannot just shove that aside, being just one person that has influence.
It's an allegation, for God's sake. For how long can we continue to defend our positions. We issue a press statement to that effect. How long can we continue? You see, don't take everything politicians say, especially during the election period. Which alliance? Alliance for what? The whole focus of the whole entire nation will be on Ondo State. What we were the individuals, we even saw when the last Edo State election, when the governor went went to the High Court around 2 a.m. We all know what happened. That is a sitting governor for saying, what will he have done? Nothing. This is not just possible. We don't know the man, we don't know whoever you are talking to. She mentioning, we don't even know the person. I don't got to know the woman. We thought was the man that is in charge. No, we don't need such person to win this election. You are saying all this because you are not in Ondo State. Assuming you are in Ondo State, you are on ground. You see what is here. PDP is virtually nowhere. With due respect to all of them, as I speak, a lot of their members are still coming. You win election by structure. That is the fact. If you don't have that structure, it's not likely you win that election, win any election. Most of their structure has been collapsed to APC. We just had one of the biggest individuals that owns a structure in Ondo State. That's the former governor of Ondo State, Mimiko. All his members are now with us. All his entire structure are now with us. These are those small means when it comes to winning elections. PDP are only crying wolf. That's the truth. And a lot of you will sympathize with them.
All right. That's the truth. Yes. Because of time, I have 2 questions. And number one is this. This is more of, many persons say, battle of former 2 deputy governors who worked with the highly revered late Aketi at some point. And so it leads me to the question, they've worked with the Aketis. At some point, the emergence of Aiyedatiwa was quite raucous, chaotic, because we learned many of the cabinet members were not supporting him. We spoke to you on this program at that time. And then what happened. God bless his soul. Aketi passed on. How important or how connected is Governor Aiyedatiwa with the Aketis family? Because many persons say we've not really been hearing much from, the widow or former Aketi, that's the matriarch of that family, Mrs. Betty Aketi, the son who was in power at some point. What support is your principal, getting from the Aketis family? Because for PDP candidate, for APC candidate, this is a family. They have been together before.
Okay, that's the second. Before I answer that, let me answer the second leg of the lady question when she asked about is Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa not part of that team, part of Aketi team? Yes, technically he was then, but the truth is, we all know what happened. He only became deputy governor when during Aketi's second term. And the larger part of that time, there are a lot of wranglings here and there. So more or less, he wasn't on ground. He's not aware of what was going on. That's the truth. It's a fact. We can't deny the fact. As a political party, we have to be open with this. Some certain things. It's unfortunate what happens then, but thank God we've gone beyond that. So it was more or less not part of that administration. That's a fact. So that's the more reason when he became governor, he immediately dissolved that cabinet. He has to start afresh. So when people were saying he was part of that last administration, they equally knew that wasn't part. It wasn't up to 9 months.
Officially, it was part. Officially, it was part.
Yes, technically it was part, but it wasn't part. We all knew what happened then. You are aware, you're a journalist, you know what happened in Ondo State. Yep. Your place was boiling politically, heating up. He wasn't even coming. He has to start running for his own, to retain his own office from one court to the other. That was what happens then. Now come to your question. You see, you win election by structure. Structure means people that you have. Aketi's structure is very huge, well established in our area. And as I speak, the entire structure is still within the APC. We've done a lot of reconciliation, you know, that we have to bring everybody on board. Thank God we succeeded in that. For the late, widow? For the widow, we're doing everything possible. And watch it, before we get to our local government, or we make our grand finale campaign here in Akure, she will be part of us. She's likely to join us.
But why do
as a political party?
But why do you think she has stayed away and she's not supporting at this moment? Because you have talked about the structure of Aketi is bigger than the family thing, but the family is what, you know, Ondo State people, if our people in the Southwest are saying, how come it appears Governor Aiyedatiwa and the campaign structure has jettisoned, you know, the Aketis?
No, that's not true. If the Aiyedatiwa structure jettisoned Aketi, which I can say is not true, the party would never. You see, we recently commissioned.
Well, she has not been with you.
No, listen, we recently commissioned our party headquarters here in Elisha Road, Akure, one of the most beautiful structures you can ever think of. If you're getting in, you thought you are entering the headquarters of an oil company. It was named after him. Oluwarotimi Odun Akeredolu House. It was named after him.
All right.
Recently, not up to 2 months. So why would you jettison such a man? His legacy is too huge to jettison.
All right.
Is it Aketi till today? People still speak about him. There are so many of his followers are high-die followers. Lots of them. It's not easy. Within how many months we jettison such person? It's only because this present governor, we call it build his own legacy. And it's unfortunate. That's how,
you know, as we round off, Honorable Otaloro, anytime I bring up the question of the family, the widow, you deflect it to the structure. I'm talking about the widow, Mrs. Betty. She hasn't been with you people. What is happening? I'm not talking about its structure.
Listen to me. I'm the director of media and publicity of APC.
All right.
I have to speak on behalf of the party.
Yes.
You see, when you want to individualize it, maybe this question looks more personal. I might not be in a position to tell you what is happening one-on-one between him and the governor, or one-on-one between him and other individuals. But as a political party, I can assure you we are with her. We're giving her every support. Aketi just had his birthday. We were all there.
Yeah.
You know, 1 year anniversary of the day. We were all there. I mean, 1 year anniversary during his birthday on July of June. Everyone moved down to Ibadan. It was here at Ibadan. The wife was there. Everybody. We embraced each other. As a political party, we can never forget the man called Aketi. That's the more reason we named our secretariat after him.
All right.
What about his son, Baba Jide, if I'm right, Akeredolu? Is he part of the structure you have? Is it with the APC?
Well, he has no option. He's not a politician. You know, the father brought him in to do some technical jobs, which he has done very well.
Yeah.
You see, if he's a politician, I can assure you he will remain with us. But he's not a politician. The young man is not a politician. Presently, he's not in government, and I'm sure if he wanted to be in government, probably because the nature of his job is so technical and so important that this administration will have continued with it. For them not to have continued, he must have indicated his intention.
Mr. Otaloro, we have to let you go at this point, but one last question for you. You kept talking about structure. You've mentioned that the APC, you know, as a party has been able to bring in the Aketi structure, and that has been institutionalized in the APC. And also you mentioned the Olusegun Mimiko's former Ondo State governor structure, that you have all of his structure with you in the APC. The last time I checked, I think the younger brother of the former governor is also on the ballot on the ZLP, Zenith Labour Party platform, or has that changed? If you have the structure of his elder brother, then
his younger brother is contesting under a different platform. I can't even remember the platform right now. Doesn't mean he has to support it. You see, there are some people.
So you're saying that former Governor Olusegun Mimiko is not supporting his brother to become the governor of Ondo State?
Supporting him, he will have contested under PDP. That's what I'm saying.
So is he supporting
him? Is he supporting his brother or not? Mr. Otaloro,
it's support your brother if you are not in the same political party. How will you support him? The best you could do is just
Honorable, let me ask categorically, is Olusegun Mimiko supporting Lucky Aiyedatiwa?
That would be fantastic if he does.
Well, obviously he's not.
He's not with us.
So
If he's supporting us, we will be more than happy. But his entire structure, not one left,
All right.
his entire structure in Ondo State has been collapsed to APC. So you only have a single Olusegun Mimiko, you know, who is going to deliver his vote probably for PDP. Only his vote and guarantee that of his wife.
Interesting.
So, but the entire structure, the entire people, they are with us.
All right. We
So,
have
politics,
to
you win
go.
election by numbers, isn't it?
Yes, we have to go at this time, Mr. Otaloro. Mr. Steve Otaloro, Ondo APC Director of Media and Publicity, thank you for honoring our invitation, coming on our show, and shedding light to some of these issues on the forthcoming Ondo gubernatorial election. Thank you for your time, and
trust
we wish
us
the
to
people of
always
Ondo
reach
well.
out to you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. My
All right. Yeah.
All right, that's of course is the first leg of the conversation with the APC,
Yeah.
and it will be good to actually balance issues, and that's why I would be speaking to a stakeholder in the People's Democratic Party in Ondo State.
Yeah.
This election is coming forth on the 16th of November. Tensions are rising, statements and counter statements already been released, and the people are ready with their cards and their thumbs to vote who they think is the best man for the seat, Ondo governorship seat, come November 16. We'll take this break. When we return, we'll speak to the PDP stakeholder. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Joseph, the support of the people, the People's Democratic Party, which you could call the main opposition party in the Sunshine State, had their flag giving ceremony that had some leaders of the party. Governor Seyi Makinde, who is the leader of the team in the Southwest, was there. Governor Adeleke of Osun State was there, and other leaders as well. And they are saying they are ready, to make Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa to pack his loads. But we just spoke with the APC representative who said political parties can brag all they want, that even the PDP, they are almost non-existent. But we have the publicity secretary of the People's Democratic Party in Ondo State with us, Kings Kennedy Perete, and to answer if actually his party are almost non-existent, irrespective of the ceremony they had a few days ago. And Honorable, good morning. Thank you for coming through.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me, and thanks for always providing this platform.
All right.
That it's a worldwide platform. Thank you so much.
All right. The APC, we just spoke to their representative who said they are just waiting. It's more like they are waiting for the day of the election. And if the election is held, even this morning, they are very sure of victory because they have done what they should do logistically. They have the support across board. And the governor, Aiyedatiwa, in spite of spending 10 months in office, has shown that he's the man for the job and that your party should just rest. Do you agree?
Well, you see, I have come to realize that the APC is continually, living in the denial, and it's very ridiculous. Shortly before this time, they will tell you, oh, the PDP is dead in Ondo State. And we say, okay, just give us the Democracy Pact that was built by the PDP administration for us to do our flag off. It was denied us. You say a party is dead, and you are afraid of just the shadows of that same party. So I do not intend to join issues with them, because when the PDP Akure South local government did what they call a road show on Monday, Akure was practically shut down. One local government out of 18 local government, and they have it of good authority that the governor called the supporters and his appointees in Akure. But he told me that Akure has no PDP again. All these people that came out on the road, where did they come from? And I was surprised when they were saying that at our flag off, that we brought people from Ekiti, Adosho, and Oyo. I was just laughing at all these people only deluding themselves. There was not one person from outside of Ondo State in that venue, apart from those that came, our dignitaries, like Shema Kinde, Adeleke and co, probably came with their aides, who were just officials of the governors. So we had a fantastic show, and they have not lost, they have lost sleep since then. So they lose sleep, they kill threatening people, they call our supporters who don't do us like this now, and the next day they come on air to tell us that the PDP is dead. So it just less than 30 days or thereabout, and the hens will come home to roost. So I don't need to join issues with the Kaloro or any of them who says that the PDP is dead. They will find out by themselves.
All right. Mr. Parrott, one would say your candidate was formerly of the APC, who was forced out of that party and from the administration, because in our hands we have, people are saying it's the battle of two former deputies, who one has gone ahead to become the governor now. The other one is seeking the post of becoming the governor. He left the APC for another party and now to your party. And many persons will say he's a political journeyman, and then maybe the PDP had no option than to just settle for him. And whatever he's bringing, the APC already knows it. So what edge do you think, His Excellency on Agboola has on this election? Because he was formerly of the APC. They rather say, we know him, we know the strategy. So what is he bringing?
Now let me explain something to you. The governorship candidate of the PDP is an aboriginal PDP member. What I mean by aboriginal in this sense is that he was elected local government chairman under the platform of PDP. He was elected member of House of Representatives under the platform of PDP. It was divergence of interest that took him to the APC. So I call that journey in the APC something like sabbatical. It was actually a sabbatical leave. Okay. And when he couldn't continue with them, he came back home. And don't forget, it was not as if a ticket was dashed out to him. No. There were 5 other contestants with him, and a PDP primary governorship primary held at the Dome, where he won. He won other aspirants to contest with him for the ticket. So he's a thoroughly grounded and properly grounded member of the PDP. Like that's on the one side. And on the other side, you are talking about the battle of former deputies. There are deputies and there are deputies. We are talking of a deputy governor that has always lived with the people here in Ondo State. He's a grassroots man, compared to another that is just sojourning, so to speak, on the streets of Akure and other places in the state. So we have a governorship candidate that is known to the people, that lived with the people, has always been with them, compared to somebody that people call an accidental governor, because he was shopped for. We felt that the APC felt that Agboola was troublesome. They wanted somebody that was more malleable, so that they could manage, so that they can just dish out instructions to. So those were the qualities that made him suitable for deputy governorship slot. But incidentally, as fate to have it, he's now governor. And that is why in 10 months, there is not one single project that has been commissioned in Ondo State. And we say Ondo State people are really, really unlucky to have a lucky that you as their governor. And that we have serialized. We have already done the 6th series as a day before yesterday. So Agboola is a grassroots man, is loved by the people. When the governorship flag off took place in Akure, all the shops around Oja were literally closed. They were jubilating. Oh, thank God. We now have someone that will deliver us from the shackles of poverty and hunger that has become the order of the day under the APC government. So I don't have any doubt at the back of that we have an advantage in this election.
Yeah, before my colleague comes in, ask you a question. You have not answered it. Let me ask it again. Apart from you saying he's an aboriginal, member of the PDP, it was circumstances that took him all over the parties and now he's back home. I'm asking, in clear times, what are his advantages? What can he show? What do you think the people we bank with as November 16, approaches?
Okay, let me answer you pointedly. Agboola has a pedigree. He has been tested. He was elected as local government chairman. The projects that he executed at the local government are still there that the people can point at in terms of schools, hospitals, roads that were graded and so on and so forth. Bridges, footbridges, as the case may be. Then he was also elected member of the House of Representatives. He was the chairman of the House Committee on NDDC. So the projects that were implemented at that time are still there in the mandate areas. So, and that's what I said before. You said I didn't answer the question. I said he is known. He has always been with us. He has been tested. He has held offices, elected offices under this PDP government in this state. So he's taken something, he's already given to the people as his own background, his own scorecard. That me, when I was here, when I was elected to so offices, these are the things that I did. And somebody else is now at the head of affairs as governor for 10 months, and there's something to show for it. So that is where the advantage comes in, what he has done before, standing to his credit as achievement.
All right.
When he held office in the past.
Honorable Perete, you have mentioned the fact that the Gubek candidate, under your own platform, Agbola Ajayi, has some track records that the people can see. We just spoke to the APC, stakeholder, some minutes ago, and he said that the PDP has no policy document. That at that particular flag of campaign, the PDP released no policy documents, spoke about no policies that they want to implement when the governor comes on seat. So we have you now. Is that true? And if there was any policy document that was released, would you like to tell us about it?
I will share with you.
Please do.
There is a 7-point agenda, which was actually unveiled at Radisson Blu Hotel in Lagos, maybe about a month ago. And before we went to
Lagos, was unveiled in Lagos.
I'm coming.
No, I want to get that clearly.
Contained in the 7-point agenda.
I want to get that clearly. Honorable Perete, you said the policy document was unveiled in Lagos.
Yes. Before we went to Lagos, it was first mentioned in Akure at the LUJ Press Center in Alawaka.
So why go to Lagos to unveil the document?
7-point agenda.
Why? Let's talk about the location, Honorable Perete. This is a document, a policy document for the people of Ondo State. So why go on to the Center of Excellence in Lagos, a Sanwo-Olu state, to unveil a document meant for the Akura people, or for the Ondo people?
Let me explain this to you.
Please do.
As media managers, and those of us that are in the media, you and I know that in Akure, all the media houses only have correspondents, in the capital city of Akure. But in Lagos, the media headquarters of Nigerian media is in Lagos. The editors, political editors, and all of them were there. But it was not as if we were sidestepping Akure. The chairman of AUJ, Ondo State Council, was there when the document was first mentioned. But the official unveiling was in Lagos. So it was not as if the document was meant for the Lagos people. No, it was the media world. It was not a campaign. It was actually to help to maybe make it possible for the media to understand these are the things we are talking about. So that outside the confines of Ondo State, those that are the direct managers of media will be able to get the buy-in of what we are saying so that they can help us to educate the world in respect of what we want to offer the Ondo State people. So it was not as if we sidestepped the Ondo State people to go to Lagos. No, very far from it.
Let's quickly talk about the document. What's in the document?
There is a 7-point agenda talking about security, talking about education, talking about health, talking about agriculture, talking about infrastructure, talking about the blue economy of Ondo State that can be tapped. Now, let me start with the security. Now, Amotekun, which is the local security network, is just sleeping in Ondo State while the people are being raped, people are being kidnapped, people are being attacked in farm settlements and so on and so forth. So the governorship candidate is telling Ondo State people that, look, there will be a retooling of Amotekun such that we deploy modern technology to ensure that if there is an incident that is about to take place or is taking place, within seconds, the location will be identified and action will be taken. So Amotekun will be retooled to get, functional, participation in the security architecture of the state to ensure that there will be safety of lives and property in Ondo State. Now, this will also be complemented with equipment and logistic provision for the security agencies, apart from Amateco, to ensure that the police can do their job more efficiently, the civil defense people can do their job more efficiently, and so on and so forth, in the area of security. Now, let me quickly talk about. I won't be able to take all this.
Of course, we will not even be able to have you take all of the 7 points because we are out of time. Probably at a later time, we'll bring you in and you can educate us more on the policy document. But very quickly before we let you go, because we are pressed for time, there was an election that happened in Edo State, an off-cycle election in Edo State in which the PDP lost that election. Don't you consider that a litmus test for what to expect in Ondo State?
As a sitting party,
exactly. Your party was in power and they lost to the opposition in the state. Are you bothered that what we had in Edo State, there might be a repetition in Ondo State?
The results as announced by INEC, as far as we are concerned, are INEC results. Those were not the decisions, they were not the votes that were cast in Edo State. The Edo State people clearly rejected the APC. And don't forget, we have our own situation room where the results that were collated in every unit were uploaded. And from our own situation room results, we discovered that the PDP won with more than 40,000 votes in that election. But Yakubu and his cohorts, who have been challenged in court already, and apart from being challenged, there were observers who said that that election was marked with irregularities. So if anybody's relying on that election, that is not the true reflection of what happened in Edo. So that cannot be a sort of apprehension for us.
So are you prepared for all that in November 16, whatever the opposition might do, whatever other parties might do, whatever alliance that you are talking about? By the way, Governor Seyi Makinde, said the REC should be removed, and people are saying, excuse me, what if every politicians will always say REC should be removed? Of course, they don't like them because they think they have something against them. Is that democracy?
No. If you have not been found wanting, if you have not been found in a situation whereby your character or your activity are suspect, nobody will call for your removal or redeployment, as the case may be. But we are talking about the resident election commissioner who has been found to hold clandestine and nocturnal meeting with the governor of Ondo State. And how can you be the official of a referee of a football match and you are seen dining and whining to one of the...
But you have not been able to prove that.
Do you have evidence to prove that? Do you have any evidence to prove that aside speculations?
No, it's not speculation. She has not denied it. The REC has not denied that she held meeting with Aiyedatiwa.
APC has put out a statement denying that, debunking that.
She has not made any declaration to the contrary. So we believe that unless you ask us to go to court to prove, that may be another leg of it. But we know that this has happened, and that's the reason why she's being called to.
As we said earlier, of course, in the coming days we'll be having you, of course, to give us a sense of what is happening and what you are doing as a party. But this program this morning will not end, and I want us to do it in a minute without asking about your plan, Mr. Agbola's plan for agriculture. Ondo State is known majorly worldwide as a cocoa state. Now, all those things have gone down. What is his concrete plan? Not that we are going to do. How is he going to do it? At what point is he going to be implementing what? I'm sure you as a person, Ondo people are waiting. Your candidate's plan for agriculture.
Yes, is the how that I'm going to tell you.
Yes, please.
Because if I just say, well, we are going to have agricultural settlements, we are going to have improved seedlings for farmers, we are going to have subsidies for them so that we can have places where silos where they can store their produce and so on and so forth. But now let's talk about the how. The how of it is that the funds that are coming to Ondo State are quite enormous, and that it is the application of these funds that have not been properly done so as to give advantage to our... Ondo State used to be the second highest cocoa producing state in this country. Now, we are not anywhere, and the farms that people use to produce the cocoa have been sold to Chinese people and so many other people. So this government has clearly misdirected our people, has misapplied our funds, and with Bola Ajayi coming to the saddle, a better deal awaits the people of Ondo State. And I can assure you, we are going to deliver on all of this.
All right. But we want to appreciate your time and take time, not permit us this morning. But in the coming weeks, I would like to have you again in a full length to discuss some of these things for us. Kennedy Iperetai, the publicity secretary for the PDP in Ondo State. Thank you for your time and take, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right. That will be the length of the program. Today, we interrogate, we speak to the issues the Ondo people has a decision to make. What we make them or mad them. We hope they do the right thing. Femi Ojo's money. I'll be back for the weekend in edition, the TGF edition of Morning Spring. You can catch a recap of this program and other exciting programs on our YouTube channel at Western Spring TV. Stay alive. Evelyn.
My name is Evelyn Ohiola. Stay tuned for Spring Trends coming right after this broadcast.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West, and Western Spring Television is pulling out all this to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around here. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Crack over chocolate's side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric. I'll take you into every bit of juice news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. To get on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be showing on your TV screen on Western Television Channel 190 only now.
These iconic apps represent an imperishable global influence in Western education. His was a story of a freeborn, captured and sold into slavery. He was born in Oshogun, a native Yoruba Iseyin Okirun axis of Southwest Nigeria. Samuel Ajayi Crowther was the foundation student of Fora Bay College, Sierra Leone, the foremost university where the pioneer set of native Africans were educated. Samuel Ajayi Crowther's greatest contribution to humanity was his translation of the Holy Bible into the Yoruba language. The man who authored the Yoruba dictionary was also credited with the translation of English classic hymns into Yoruba and the Ekwere languages. Samuel Ajayi Crowther's private residence in Badagry, incidentally the first story building in Nigeria, is an archival museum dedicated to the memory of Africa's first bishop. Western Spring Television identifies Samuel Ajayi Crowther as a watershed character in history.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Ademola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, self-welfare, social infrastructure, and 190 star time with Governor Adeleke for an interview pleasure. From the slate of voting, and the chairs of the will discuss how the Adeleke administration is driving the economic growth of the state. Stay firm and engaged. We will delve deep to the detail of ongoing infrastructure projects, new initiatives, healthcare, and outstrides being made across the state. Every day on television and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Oshogbo.
Bon, déjà, je m'appelle Koray King, je suis artiste graphiste illustrateur. Ce que je sais, c'est que je me suis juste rendu compte que j'avais un message à passer, à dire au monde. Et je ne savais pas que ce type de message pouvait faire de moi un artiste. Ça va ce combat. C'est comme je me suis retrouvé dans ce cas. Les Amis vivent avec des peuples autochtones de forêt et des peuples anciens. Donc on ne peut pas dissocier. J'appartiens à un milieu, je suis au Gabon, un milieu tropical, très humide. Donc du coup, le rythme et la vie que la nature impose aux hommes, tu ne peux que se sentir à l'aise. Il y a une façon d'être à l'aise et d'être bien lorsqu'on vit dans ces zones tropicales, humides. Pourquoi il y a une personne qui m'attriste parce que on n'a pas besoin de vous dire de faire quelque chose pour votre milieu de vie. C'est spontané. C'est comme quand tu as faim. Non, tu sais qu'il faut que tu manges quelque chose. Nous sommes un peuple de la forêt. Et comme je disais, nous sommes. C'est pas l'un contre l'autre, c'est l'un et l'autre. On ne peut pas dire que les Japonaises sont d'une nature. Et voilà pourquoi il faut faire un travail très détaillé, très clair pour la génération qui viendra après nous, pour qu'ils comprennent quel défi on avait dans notre époque, dans notre ère. Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, nous sommes devant l'histoire, devant une jeunesse, devant des jeunes qui nous suivent. Je pense que nous, il est important, ce type de projet qui va pousser l'intérêt de l'environnement. Il fait quelque chose, parce qu'en fait, c'est une valeur. Parce que ce que l'homme lié, il a l'impression qu'il est le plus fort, mais c'est le plus fragile. C'est le plus fragile dans la chaîne. Et le message que je passerai maintenant en tant qu'artiste, c'est en disant que bon, il faut qu'on s'arrête à un moment donné, sans ça de l'environnement. Comme disait, on sommes au bord du vide, sans faire rive, après, c'est pas et là, on a ce que faire reculer la cité, dans le bon sens, on l'a fait, c'est très bien. C'était mes choses, pas trop.
Evelyn, how are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving us attention. When you said, you saying my life, it's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine will be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before. Go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and he feels so reserved. He really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but I hate I need spiritually, mentally. I can get this anywhere with money. If you go by the topic was, who does marriage favors the most? I know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday. They are saying it favors you. Are they vague so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Who are you now?
Well, MC Too Much said he likes saying when I was in the world, and the last time I checked, well, it looks a bit innocent facially, but deep down, he's actually out of this world. We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So MC Too Much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk, I kiss my ass.
I think I have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach so much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a blatant display of truth. At the end of the day, a man who is secured in his words, a man who is confident of who he is, will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
as the break with facts and
matter and all matter
just in addition to the world. So produce you in a unique way, never been coming in your color.
One to the Aussies.
Oh yes, KWWL. Well, say kid with it is fun, educating and inspiring. Oh yes, I welcome you. Welcome to a fresh episode of this show, Kiddies Word with Lola, a fun, inspiring, and educating children and teenagers program showing right here on Western Spring Television, channel 190 DTT. How are you today, children? How are you today? Are you sure? I hope you're fine, you're healthy and well. How are you? Very good. Put your hands together for yourself. Well done. Thank you so much for joining us today on the fresh episode of Kiddies Word with Lola. Like you all know, children, on this educated, fun and inspiring children and teenagers program, Kiddies Word with Lola, we have interesting segments that will glue you to your TV set. I mean, you wouldn't want to go anywhere. These segments are inspiring. They're educating as well. Segments like the teaching segment where we learn. Of course, you know, Lola will always teach you varieties of topics that will educate you and will add to the knowledge that you have already. We also have the interview segment or the story segment where we interview talented children or invite our dear Papa Johnny to tell us special and wonderful moral-filled story. Okay, so today we're going to have that segment today because Papa Johnny is Johnny's story today. Wonderful. I know you love the stories just like Lola do. All right, we also have that segment where we interact with games. Yes, we do not end our show without playing some games. And today, we're playing the games on trivia questions. So I know my audience are so educated. You are brilliant and intelligent, and you're going to answer all my trivia questions today. Won't you answer them correctly? I know you will. Well done. And so on that note, I'd like to welcome everyone watching right now, most especially my wonderful audience. Put your hands together for yourself one more time. Thank you so much for coming. You all, you're looking good. Wow, the last time I saw you, you were short, and now you've eaten mommy and daddy's food. You're grown big, you're taller. You're almost looking like mommy. Beautiful and handsome children. Put your hands together for yourself. Thank you so much for coming. You look good, and I love your energy. I love your vibe today. Oh, you guys are so amazing. All right, from wherever you're watching us out there, we want to say welcome. Dear friends, you know what we do on the show. When we want to travel an adventure on the program like this, what do? We fasten our seatbelt like this, and then we go. Don't change the channel because Kiddies Word with Lola will be right back. Welcome back, everyone. It is still
It is Word with Lola. In case you're just joining us, it's that wonderful program, inspiring and educative children's program that not only entertains and educates, but also inspires. And this right here is the teaching segment where Lola teaches. My name is Lola, and today I'm going to be teaching on safety at home. Yes. Every parent, mommy, daddy wants to be sure that as their children are home during holidays or probably on their return from school or their daily activities, they want to be sure that their children are safe at home. I mean, who will be a parent that will not want their children to be safe? When children are safe, it helps parents to have rest of mind and they'll be at peace wherever they are. So today, children, we're going to be talking about safety at home. Safety at home is very important for everyone in the family. I mean, who doesn't want to be safe? Nobody. It's important, children, to know how best to be safe at home with your parent or even without your parent's presence. As a child or a teenager watching this program, you should know how to call your emergency number. I know in some part of the world that might not be very, very common, you know, but then you should know the number to call in case of emergency. If you ask me, aside 911 that we believe to be an emergency number that you can call anytime you're in trouble, you should also know your parents' number. Exactly. How many of you sitting in this studio right now, you know, can say your parents' number? Can you? Let me see your hands up. Wow, that is brilliant. Wonderful. Almost all the children here can say their parents' phone number. Come on, give yourself a round of applause for that. That is awesome. Now, aside knowing your parents' phone number, you also need to know your address. Okay, so should you reach out to someone and say, oh, hello, uncle, or hello, somebody, say, okay, where is your house? Even if you call 911, they would want to know where you're calling from. So you should not only know your parents' number to be safe at home, you should also know your address. So I'm going to ask the same question again. Those of you in the studio with me, do you know your house address? I don't mean, where do you live? Oshun, where do you live? Lagos. Lagos is not a specific address. Where in Lagos? What is the name of your street? What is the name of your house number? In which area is it located? Well, I can see lots of hands up. Well done. Kudos to you all for knowing your house address. Some of you are even ready to say it to me. Don't worry. But that's really good and impressive. So children, you know their parents' phone number. You should know your parents' phone number. If you don't and you're watching this program, make sure you know it by heart. Memorize it, write it somewhere in your room, and keep saying it until you can say it like your name. And of course, I also mentioned that you should know your address, not just the state, but the street. Other detail included in your house address. Now, another safety tip is for you to know how to answer the door. Now, children, I know you're watching right now. May I tell you that you should not answer the door for strangers? No. If you get to the door, you hear knock, 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 or the bell rings. Gong, gong. Now, when the bell goes like that, don't rush to the door and just open. No. Don't just rush to the door to open. When you get to the door, ask, who is there, please? It's me. Have you ever seen anybody that answers, my name is me? Does that make any sense, children? No. So if the person says, oh, it is me, who are you? Your name, please. Okay, I am so. If it's not a name that you know and you peep from the door, the door hole, and you don't know the person, please do not open the door. What should you do? Tell an adult. Yes, tell an adult in the house and say, oh, please, can you please check out this person at the door? And the adult would know whether to open the door for the person or not. Okay? So that is how to answer the door if you're at home. It is one sure way to keep yourself safe in the house. As a child, you should also know how to stay away from hot stoves. Yes, I know, especially girls. You want to also play like mommy, you want to play, you know, role play. And so you tell your brothers, hey, will you not come and carry your food in the kitchen? You know, it makes We're engaged in so many imaginary plays. And so you tie a wrapper like mommy, you wear mommy wig like mommy, and you're saying, I'm going to cook for you boys today. Fine, it's good. But then, as a child, you should know that you have to stay away from hot stoves, ovens, and other dangerous appliances at home. All right? Any appliance that you know your mommy or daddy will not permit you to touch while they are home, you should stay away from them. Don't go around putting a broom inside sockets because you want to plug your tablets. Don't do that. Get an adult to charge your tablet, your devices for you before they leave the house. Because in the bid to put anything into the socket, you might injure yourself. And we don't want anyone electrocuted. You know what that means? That's going to be death. So please, whenever you're home, stay away. If your mommy just finished cooking, you don't even want to put your hands on a hot stove. That is not a cool experience. So please, stay away. As you're home, be safe. Stay away from ovens. Don't go and turn the knob. Sometimes we just go as children, go to the kitchen, start turning all the knobs of the oven. Don't do that, please. Stay away from dangerous appliances in the house. All right, let's talk about safety at school as well. At school, children should know who to talk to if they feel unsafe. If you're not feeling comfortable, if something is scaring you, you're afraid, you should know who you can talk to. Yes, you should know who you can talk to. Maybe your teacher, maybe your HOS, head of school, maybe your proprietress. You should have someone you can talk to. So if something bad happens, just let me ask you children, those of you watching and those of you that are in the studio, if something scary or you feel scared right now, who do you talk to in your school? Answer the question to yourself. Who can you talk to? Who is the next person you're going to tell about it? Did you say nobody? That is not good enough. You should know the person. Have someone you talk to the moment you feel not safe or you feel scared. You should know what to do in case of an accident or emergency. If something is happening right now, what do we do? If there's a fire, which way? Where do we run to? Where do we hide? Where do we, get safe? All right? You should know. And let me say this very quickly. This is holiday period, and we have lots of our cousins, our friends come to our house. We also spend time in other people's house. Now, when you get to other people's house, can you ask them, if something happens and we need to rush out of this house, can you show me where to go? Can you show me which way to run? Because it's not your environment. So you might not be familiar with all of the exits and escape routes within the building. So if you also have guests come to your house, please, the moment they come and you welcome them and you say, okay, put your bags here, this is where we'll stay, can you please show them, okay, if there's anything that we didn't plan for that is happening, maybe a fire or anything, we're not praying that it will happen. But if anything scary happens, please, this door leads to the backyard. This door, you can take it to this place. You didn't understand. Educate them. And I hope that parents that are watching will also do this for the children or people that come as guests in our different houses. So don't just assume they know what to do, all right? If there's any appliance that you have a way of using, tell them, oh, this particular iron, we don't use it. This is the one we use in the house. This particular socket, we don't use it because it's bad. This is the one we use in the house. So please educate your guests and tell them how to be safe when they come visiting. And when you go out there to visit other people, ask them how you can be very safe in their house because you might not know what they know. And finally, let me say this to you children, how to be safe at home. Obey your family rules and regulations. Yes, obey them. I know the things that my mom would say, no, don't go there. Don't touch it. Don't use it. Now, when they're not home, don't take it as a liberty to now do those things. That is not at home now. I cannot do it. I cannot do that. No. Make sure you keep to the rules when they're at home and when they are not at home. This is, in most cases, is different from one family to another. What my dad can allow me do when he's not at home might be something that your dad will never allow you do when he's not at home. So don't say, oh, because I do it, your friend should do it too. All right? So make sure you keep to the family rules and regulations. And in conclusion, my prayer is that all children worldwide watching me and those that are not will be divinely protected, and our houses, our dwelling places will be continually safe. Thank you for learning with me, children. I want to believe you've learned 1 or 2 tips to stay safe at home. It's still Kiddies World with Lola. Don't go anywhere, because right after now, we're going to be having a wonderful and inspiring story from Papa Johnny. Kiddies World with Lola. We'll be right back.
Hundreds of thousands of pangolins are hunted and killed every year just for their meat and scales. We continue this to be as a fair to say no to meat, pangolin, and other protected animals. Keep them wild. Keep us safe.
Welcome back. It's still Kiddies World with Lola, and I hope you did learn during that teaching segment. Okay, right about now, Papa Johnny is here with us, and each time I see him, I'm always excited because we're going to be enjoying the story, and we're also going to be learning. All right, children at home everywhere, say hello, Papa Johnny. Hello, Papa Johnny. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm great.
I hope you're enjoying the weather right now.
Yeah, sure.
Well, you're going to be missing children because they're on holiday.
Yes, yes.
Oh.
Yes, I do miss them because if the school is on,
you're going to see lots of them. Yeah. Okay, welcome to the show today. And we're so happy because we know we're going to be learning another story. We're going to be learning because I know some children that retells your story, Papa Johnny. Yes,
great.
And when they retell the story,
that's the purpose of it.
Yeah,
so
and so they'll say, I'm telling a story by Papa Johnny, and I'll be like, whoa, really? So children are actually learning to tell your story, and they're also learning morals of your story. Thank you so much for that. So today, yeah, what story do you have for us?
Yeah, I have a story about two lovely kids. Yes,
okay.
That's what I have today, and I'll be the title will be sharing.
Sharing.
Yes.
That's the
sharing.
title.
Yes, that will be
wow.
the title.
Okay.
That's going to be my title today.
Okay.
So, the story is like this. It's about two family.
Yeah, you said so.
Two family. This family are blessed with one child each. The family of Mr. and Mrs. Gbolahan.
Okay.
And Mr. and Mrs. Wilfred.
Wow.
So
Wilfred
this and
family.
with a family and
Gbolahan's
Gbolahan's
family. Wow.
So these are the two family I'm talking about today.
Okay.
So they have daughter. Each of them have one daughter. Mr. Gbolahan have Ben, while Mr. and Mrs. Wilfred have Nicole. So those are the two I'm talking about today. Nicole and Benita. So these two girls become friends because their parents are friends.
Oh,
You know,
I like that kind of
So they
friendship.
do things together. They stay in the
They
same
play together.
compound. They play together.
Wow, they live in the same compound. Wow.
Different flats, but the
But
same,
same
compound.
compound. Oh.
So now, the parent of Nicole have the time for Nicole. They try to take Nicole through the moral of life. Tell her about the good thing of life. It's good to share with your friends and family. It's good to obey your elders. It's good to be friendly with, you know, a lot of things like that.
Wow.
Anytime at the other hand, the parent always busy and don't really have the time for teaching Benita morals and stuff like that. But the thing about Benita is she always listens when Mr. and Mrs. Gbolahan are telling Nicole things about life.
Oh, okay. Since they
You
live
know,
in the
they
same
live in the same compound. Just
Okay. Wow.
so she heard them saying, "Don't do this. This is to do. Don't steal. Don't take something without permission. Do not have people with attention. Use the magic word." All these things are what Ben always listen to.
Wow.
And takes it as the way of life. So whatever he heard
hears
from the family, you know that good thing do. But Nicole, that the parents have the time to tell everything about life. Don't take advantage of it.
Why?
Believes that that's your own. That's their own
Why
life.
is she like that?
I don't know. Never the parents are not at home. She do otherwise.
Oh no.
She does really what they
Ask her to
ask her
do.
to do it. But Benita, that's exactly what do. She always go out there, do what Miss Gbolahan tells Nicole to always do. And people love her there.
Wow.
Time to time like that. There was a Mr. and Mrs. Gbolahan are expecting a visitor, one of their friends far away. Immediately they came, Nicole was eating and immediately heard the knock. Instead of her to go and open the door, she quickly packed her toys out to hear them away.
Oh my goodness.
Because want anybody
To
here.
share. Wow, to
So
share
when
her food.
they came in, immediately they said, "Yeah, in our house, we don't have toys. We don't play with toys.
We don't have
Nothing."
anything.
And the mother was
Nobody
shocked.
was asking her.
Nobody was saying. The mother could not say anything because it was ran.
Oh dear.
And they started playing quickly. She said, "Leave the out inside and let's go outside to play." I immediately went outside. They were playing on the field house. I went inside our own toys and they started playing along there with it. The mother was so furious, like. So when the visitor left, the mother scolded her. "I told you, stop doing like that. You should learn how to do things. You know how to see. Nobody that share things with people that people don't like. They will promise you can say, 'Hey, Benita, isn't that?'"
Good. I hope she would think.
But instead had to learn. No.
What?
She will still do something on and on like that. That's the way she behaves.
No.
One day, they have a family gathering.
Okay.
Mr. and Mrs. Gbolahan and Mrs. Wilfred were invited to bring their kids around.
Okay. Good.
Moved together and went to the party.
Okay.
when it got to there was a lot of children at that party. Everybody playing and around. There was a big party, like buzzing to there, swing there, just lot of things
like
to eat,
candy like chicken, barbecue.
So they were playing child with different kind of games and things like that. And I was quick to adapt because she's used to playing with other people.
Children.
But Nicole was like on the other hand, like to use the toy would be annoying. I'm using the she has done because that is what
Because
she
she
does.
doesn't share,
She
so
don't
she
share.
not
So
believe that
she felt other people would not share.
with her.
Everybody playing. She was just on one side. She would choose the kind of toy she want to play with. She would be cautioned at what she's trying to do.
Wow.
And on like that. So when the program started properly, they would ask all children to sit side and parents sit at the opposite side. And the children they're looking at it. So MC were just the children question and so everybody were happy. They were, and it's time the moment. That's the best time. The time I love more the party. Yeah, that's my love. I love number 7. So lady came forward sharing ice cream for everybody, one after the other.
Wow.
The way they were sitting down on a row, she will serve them on a row. She will serve the second row. She served the third row. That's the way she does it.
Okay.
And when she come to the row where Nicole and Benita were sitting, she started sharing. And when it goes to Benita, the ice cream finished. And she said, hold on here, let me go bring for the rest.
Yes.
Benita opened the ice cream and started licking. Then Nicole observed that Benita is licking her own ice cream. She said, let me join you. Benita said, no. Then she said, Nicole said, didn't your mommy told you it's good to share? Immediately Benita heard that. He brought ice cream for 2 of them to share.
Wow.
And they started licking it together, one spoon after the other.
Like that. Okay.
And they were doing that till they finished the bowl of that ice cream.
Wow.
Then the lady came back and said, yeah, I stopped here, right? They said, yes. Then he gave to Nicole and Hon the rest of the kids. Nicole opened up and started licking the ice cream without inviting Benita. And Benita, on the other hand, picked up her own spoon and tried to lick along Nicole. And Nicole tapped her hand and said, didn't your mother told you it's bad to beg? Whoa!
I don't understand.
Benita was shocked.
Yes, because they took Benita's ice cream together.
But we lick mine together.
Yes.
Said, I ask and you offer. But here is bad to beg.
Very cunning again.
That's a cunning way.
Yes, of not sharing.
Benita was furious.
Good.
Like, seriously? Benita don't like argument. She kept to herself. But she was so furious. There was a parent at the other side watching them the way they were going about the dramatic things.
Display, okay.
It's time to share the gift. Ironically, that man observing Benita and Nicole situation was the one that to share the gift.
Wow. Good.
And he started sharing the gift to every kid there, one after the other, row by row, row by row, row by row. He omitted Nicole. Nicole was shocked that she was omitted.
Yes.
So when the man was about going, she called the man attention. Sir,
you have not given me my own
I'm here to
gift.
get my own gift. And the man said, oh, These gifts are for people who love to share their things. Nicole was shocked. And Benita said, that's right. That's right. That's right. And the man walked away.
Oh, sorry, Nicole.
Nicole busted and started crying. The mother observed that Nicole was crying, and they quickly rushed to her. Baby, what happened to you? Why are you crying? And she said, they didn't give me my own gift. Benita quickly said, they didn't give you a gift, or they didn't give those people who don't like to share. The mother was like, I don't get. People who don't like to share, he said, yes, those are the people they did not give gifts to. And Nicole happened to be one of those people who don't like to share their things.
Wow.
And the mother looked at her, I said, did you say that? I told you, it's good to share what you have with people. If you think people are not seeing you, somewhere somebody is looking at you. Now, this will serve you right. Nicole was so much furious. She cannot help herself from not shedding tears. And she said, now I learned my lesson.
Good.
I promise from now on, I will share whatever I have with people.
Wow.
And she went home without the party pack.
Oh, did Benita share her party pack?
When they got home, Benita was not happy because her friend Nicole could not get something. He took the party pack to their flat, to Benita's flat, and called Nicole. Come, come, come. Nicole went there, and they opened the party pack, and there was a lot of things to share. And Benita started saying, this is for me, this is for you. This is for me, this is for you. And on until the bag was empty.
Wow.
Nicole was happy that at least she got something. And she promised Benita that never again will she be selfish. And that comes to the end
Children,
of my
come
story.
on, put your hands together for Johnny. You enjoy that story? Did you enjoy listening to that story? Did you learn from the story? Absolutely, Papa Johnny. I enjoyed every bit of that story, and I have also learned that it is not good to be a miser. It's not good to be, selfish. You see, this period when you have your friends around your house, and so they say, oh, let me play with this. No, don't touch my toy. Oh, can I play with your bicycle? No, don't touch my bicycle. I mean, it is not good to share because somebody somewhere is watching you. Even God is watching you. So don't think everything you have is just for yourself alone. Imagine, even this life, all right, subjects and plays by the rule of giving and taking. Can you imagine, children, if every day, some of you in secondary classes know that we breathe in oxygen and we breathe out carbon dioxide. Now, if we are just breathing in and we're not able to breathe out, do you know what will happen, children? The person will just die and suffocate. And if you are just, every time, you don't want to give. You don't say, give me a job. Give me a job. You don't want to give back to other people. Now, do you imagine what will happen to you if you keep eating? Papa Johnny, if we keep eating, this morning, I've taken moi and pap. Afternoon, I'll eat rice. Evening, I'll eat semo. Tomorrow, and imagine all the food I've been eating since the day I was born. I don't give it out. Do you know when we put children, we'll give out the food that we have eaten? Yeah, so if I don't want to give anything and every food I'm eating is just inside me, what do you think will happen to me today? Well, that's but boom! And the person will just die. So you see, we must learn to give. Fine, when we give, we receive. Look at my hand. Papa Johnny, let me give you. Take. Can you see? I will give him like that and he will receive. Now, see, when he receives, his hand like this is closed. When I'm giving, my own hand is open. So because my hand is open, I will also get something back. Okay? So when you give, it makes your hand open and your hand will always be at the front to give. So children, share with other children that don't have as much property, as much things like you have. Share with them. Share your food when other child is hungry. Share your toys when your friends come to play. Don't touch my thing. That should not be. Don't be like Nicole. You should be like Benita. Thank you so much, Papa Johnny, for that story. I'm sure our children watching have really learned one or two morals from that story. All right, then everyone, we're going to the next segment of the show, and that is the game segment. You don't want to miss it because we are going down the trivia question lane, and I know my audience in the studio are so brilliant, and they'll be able to answer my trivia questions correctly. It's still Kiddies World with Lola. We'll go on a break right now, and when we return, we're going to be playing our trivia games, and we will continue the show. Don't go anywhere. It's Kiddies World with Lola.
Born Jeremiah 49, Obafemi Awolowo was a protector of Nigerian independence, most consummate advocate of free and so were Africa's most political awards that but his unique attributes to bear on governance in the defunct Western region. He administered as leader of government business and the premier between 1955 and 1958. Obafemi Awolowo's premiership witnessed pioneering in multi-sectoral policy initiatives and Western monarchies have been shrouded several records. First television station in Africa, first real estate in Nigeria, first high-rise building in Nigeria, first modern sports stadium in Nigeria, first agricultural settlement in Nigeria, civil secretariat in Nigeria, and first industrial estate in Nigeria. His face is on 100 Naira denomination as a mark of honor for his distinguished services to his country. Western Spring Television identifies Obafemi Awolowo as a major character in history.
KWWL. Kiddies World with Lola. Fun, educated, and inspired. Put your hands together for yourselves. Well done. All right, it's still Kiddies World with Lola. I hope you enjoyed that amazing and inspiring story by Papa Johnny. Okay, so right about now, children, we'll play the three question game, and I want you to be ready and get set. I'm going to be answering more questions. If you answer correctly, well, Lola might just send a gift to you like that. So the first question to answer this morning is about planets. Yes, it's about our planets. So should I shoot, children? Should I shoot? Should I go on? Okay, so the question, the first one today is, which planet in the solar system is known to having a ring? Which our planet in the solar system is known to having a ring? Yes, who knows the answer? By the way, I hope you know the solar system that we have. All right, the planets that we have in our solar system. Okay, so which of have a ring? Okay, so Taiwo, okay, wants to give an answer to that. Yes, it is what? Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serious?
Yes,
That's the
ma'am.
answer you give?
Yes, ma'am.
That has a ring.
Yes, ma'am.
You did not even let me confuse it. That was correct. Put your hands together for him, everybody. I could not even confuse you with my face. That was awesome. Well done, Kende, for that answer. So yes, the planet in our solar system that have a ring is Saturn. Okay, let me give you question number 2. You think you can get all my questions? Let me give you question number 2. Okay, why do things fall when they drop? Why do, if you know the answer, just raise your hand. Why do things fall when we drop them? Why? Is it because they're heavy? Because they are not beautiful? Is it because they are ugly? Why do things fall? I want a younger kid to answer that question. Okay, can we pass the microphone to Anita? Anita, yes. Why do things fall when we drop them? Why?
Because it's heavy.
Really? Oh, that is a good attempt, but no. Yes. Who is giving me the answer? Okay, my friend in yellow.
Because of gravity.
Exactly, because of the law of gravity. That's same as what she said. Put your hands together for her, please. Well done, well done, well done. Okay, I'm going around the world now. Okay, we've talked about solar system. We've talked about gravity. Let's go to America. Are you ready to come with me? Everybody, children, let's fly to America. Let's go. Vroom. Yeah, okay. So the question says, who was the first president? First American president. The very first American president is who? Hey, Israel. Okay, Clinton wants to tell us. Oh, that is the governor of Osun State, right? Okay, I'm talking about the first president of America, United States of America. Okay, so who have the answer to that? Yes, anyone? You want to try?
President Lincoln.
Oh, that was a good attempt. The right answer to that question is President George Washington. George Washington. That was the very first American president. Okay, I'll go another way about animals. Okay, shall I? Yes. The next question is, which country is a home to the kangaroo? You know, there are animals that are peculiar to each country. Like in a particular country, you have that animal in great number. All right. So which country is home to that kangaroo, the animal kangaroo? Does anyone have idea to the answer? Yes, please. Kende.
Madagascar.
Madagascar to kangaroo. Not quite. Israel wants to try. Let's hear him.
Australia.
Absolutely right. Put your hands together for him. Australia is a home to the kangaroo. Wow, that's a good one, Israel. Well done. Okay, now this is grammar. So you see, I'm going here and there. So this is grammar. What is the opposite of cheap? Opposite of cheap. My little boy over here, I'd like to hear from you. Opposite of cheap. When you say something is cheap, what's the opposite? Yes?
Good to share.
Good to share. Okay. You're taking us back to the story. Yes, who again has not spoken here? Okay, please pass the microphone to him. Yes, the opposite of cheap.
Expensive.
Absolutely. That was expensive answer. Please put your hands together for him. Well done. The opposite of cheap is what? Expensive. So when it's cheap, it requires just small money. When it's expensive, whoo, you have to pay lots of money. Okay, I'll move on to the second to the last, I think. Let's go. Which animal is the tallest in the world? Okay, my baby's in the house to answer this one. The tallest animal in the world. Okay, you big ones. Okay, let's, Anita, will you answer correctly now? Okay, so let's answer. Which animal is the tallest animal in the world? Yes, honey?
Giraffe.
That is correct. Put your hands together for her. Well done. Giraffe is the tallest animal in the world. Now, this is for the big boys and girls, and it's about music. Do you do music in your school? Very good. Now, the question is, which singing voice Which again voice is the highest pitch? The highest pitch. We have soprano, tenor, or baritone. Which one has the highest pitch? Who have not answered my question today? Kende, so it was Taiwo otherwise. So now Kende, yes?
Soprano.
Soprano! She says soprano. That's correct. Please put your hands together for her. Yes. Yes. So soprano goes all right, that's a very good one. And then the last question for today's trivia game segment on Kiddies Word with Lola is about geography and all of that. So let's hear it. A scientist who studies rock. A scientist who studies rock is called what? A scientist, hey, really? What class are you in? SS3. Oh, yeah, you should know the answer to this. Come on, blow the answer. A scientist who studies rock is called what?
Geologists.
Absolutely, you're getting set for your examination. Please put your hands together for him. Wow, you guys are so brilliant. You are so brilliant. And I couldn't have asked for a better audience today. Please, one more time, put your hands together for yourself. Put your hands together for yourself. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I must say that, yeah, truly you deserve to be promoted to the next class. I am so impressed. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us on today's episode of Kiddies Word with Lola. We really do appreciate you. Thank you for the time. Thank you for staying tuned. And thank you for also participating, because I know many of you have answered that question even in your different houses and where you're watching us. Thank you so much for joining us on this episode of Kiddies Word with Lola. I do hope that you have been inspired today. I hope you have been entertained, and I hope you've had lots of fun. Why not? A million thanks to my wonderful audience for being so active, intelligent today. Put your hands together for yourself. I tell you, you guys are stars. Thank you so much. I also appreciate everyone watching from every part of the world today. Thank you so much for watching. Join us again next week for another exciting episode of Kiddies Word with Lola. Same time and same station. Western Spring Television, channel 190 on DTT. And don't also forget to watch us on our YouTube channel, Western Spring Television. Until next time, children, don't forget to keep being safe and keep being amazing. Lola loves you. Bye, everyone.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Demola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social infrastructure, among others. Living Spring Update, a weekly diary, Rave 90.7 FM and Western Spring Television, channel 190 times DT, will extract Governor Adeleke's development agenda for your listening and viewing pleasure. From the initiative, from testimonies and retirees, teachers of sense across the state of the Living Spring, you will discover how Governor Adeleke's administration is driving the economic growth state. Informed with Living Spring, where we will delve into the details of infrastructure units in healthcare, education, and other impactful strides across the state. Tune in every Wednesday at 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Oshogbo.
Turn it up is the Wild Wild West. Western Spring Television is pulling out all the you don't miss out on every of the fun happening around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girl got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Classic placement, body show gift, and we can every WCN news, fashion, music, movie updates, and that trend concert. Together, show will get now to bright celebrity, have phone call, Zoom, or even live in the studio. Each will be showing your TV on Western Spring of Wine only on Star Times.
Aussies.
Hello, to the show. Questions. This is Western Spring Television at Gombeleu, Oshobo. The questions we hope to raise on today's edition of our interview program will focus on entrepreneurship. I said entrepreneurship. The simple definition of who an entrepreneur is that he or she is a person who makes money by starting or running business through financial risk taking. Our guest is here. He will give us a more implied definition. And my guest on the program today is an accomplished entrepreneur who has spent over 21 years of diverse experience across many, call it multiple industries, and you may be right. A first-class degree holder in chemical engineering from University of Lagos. Yes, Akoka. And then listening to that, one may find it difficult and wonder why this very prolific academic has veered or moved on into entrepreneurship. In the course of the program, he might have cause to explain, but then let's welcome him into our midst. I speak of Mr. Bolaji Jegede. You are most welcome to this program. Pertinent questions.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy and privileged to be on this show today.
Thank you very much. If indeed you are privileged, let's have a warm handshake. I am Adeto Isheshitu Alamu, your anchor for the program, and for the next 45 minutes or so, we should be discussing issues, discussing about entrepreneurship. You are once again welcome.
Thank you very much.
Now, I want to say that this program is in two parts. We will spend the first part looking at what I might want to call concept definitions, and then zero in during the second half of the program to discuss some of your pet projects and what have you. So let me begin by asking, what is entrepreneurship and who is an entrepreneur? I gave a little understanding of my knowledge of it, but you are in the field. What is entrepreneurship? Who is an entrepreneur?
So basically for me, entrepreneurship is just the science of running a business of your own. So you're an entrepreneur when you are able to come up with an idea and see that idea through into a viable business. And by entrepreneurship, it also means that you are a problem solver, because the basic essence of entrepreneurship is your ability to actually run a successful business, solve a problem in the community, create jobs by employing people and contributing to the society.
Is entrepreneurship profit-driven or human development centered?
So entrepreneurship is in different categories. There are some people who call themselves capitalists, and they are driven by profit. There are some of people who call themselves social entrepreneurs, in which case they have more human face to what they do, in which case, whilst you are trying to make profit, you are also human in the way you conduct your business. So largely entrepreneurship is profit-driven, but it could also have a human face to it.
How is entrepreneurship facilitated in our country, locally and internationally? You know, everything we do in the developing world is often times very different from how it is supposed to be done in the developed countries. So how do you facilitate entrepreneurship in our land?
So when you look at Nigeria or Africa, entrepreneurship has become very difficult because what needs to be on ground to help entrepreneurs is just almost not there. And what do you really need as an entrepreneur? Oftentimes, what you need is funding. And funding is very difficult to come by in Nigeria. And this problem is also similar to in many African countries. And so the bedrock of entrepreneurship is problematic. So it makes the journey always very difficult for young Nigerian or African entrepreneurs. Whereas in Nigeria, if you were going to get a loan for business with any of the commercial banks, you're probably going to be getting a loan at about 35% interest rates. That way, you cannot run any successful business with that kind of funding, because how much can you really make? You're just going to be working for the bank. In Europe, you can get loans as low as single digit, 5%, maybe even less. So in the developing countries, those in entrepreneurship are really, it's like a camel going through the eye of the needle.
Okay.
You really need to be an entrepreneur at heart to really survive.
It means in that way you must not be, you must be human development centered, not necessarily profit driven.
So you can be.
I'm asking.
Yeah, you can be any of the two. It all depends on your orientation and what drives your entrepreneurship enterprise.
Okay.
So you can be profit driven and you can be human centered. You know, so it depends on your personal leaning.
Okay. The expression entropy is all about the way of measuring the lack of or order in a given system. Entropy. To what extent does entropy affect entrepreneurship in our country?
So when you talk about the state of order, and you're talking about entrepreneurship in Nigeria, you cannot really say that it's a chaotic situation, because the things that you need to actually survive as an entrepreneur is not there for the most part. Funding is a problem. In Nigeria today, power is a problem. And when you are running a manufacturing business, for example, almost any business, you need power. Power is now very expensive in Nigeria. You need fuel, PMS for the most part, or diesel, you know. Those are extremely expensive now. And that's perhaps one of the reasons why there's protests going all over the place now. So everything you need to run your business has become almost 4 times the cost. Rents are high, so you want to rent an office, it's high. So everything is chaotic in Nigeria. So when you say entropy, there's no equilibrium. Everything is chaos, as it were. So to navigate that kind of chaotic situation, you need to be really very smart as an entrepreneur. And you have to be very determined, because entrepreneurship is an extremely difficult thing to do in Nigeria or in Africa. So if it's not your calling, you're going to chicken out. And we've seen that happen all over the place.
You have mentioned smart. One needs to be smart. You've mentioned in the course of your answering my questions problematic, and you have also talked about problem solving. If I galvanize all these together and I ask, can the entrepreneur afford to be overcautious in a third world country like ours?
It's going to be, in my experience, it's going to be very important to be cautious, not necessarily overcautious, because entrepreneurship has its dynamics, and the situations change with time, in which case you have to be also very present to see the change coming, predict the change, and be able to, flow with the trend. So when you look at the way things are happening now, 10 years back, there wasn't so much technology driving businesses. Now you have technology driving businesses, and people have had to change the way in which they run their businesses. Now, 10, 15 years ago, not so many businesses were online, but today, if you're not online, you're out. And so as a business, you have to be very present, very aware of the changes in the environment, so you can adapt your business, and so your business doesn't die. Today now, there's the boom of the artificial intelligence. And now people are also looking at how do we incorporate artificial intelligence into our business to be able to cater for the millennials and the Gen Zs, so that your business can remain valid and running. So that's why you can't be overcautious, but you have to be actually cautious to a level that you're not losing money, you're not wasting money, but you can actually take advantage of the situation on ground to increase your profit margins.
Well, to what extent, you mentioned artificial intelligence and things like that. Are these new millennium introductions not a threat to the society you want to assist as an entrepreneur? You want them to be gainfully employed, but artificial intelligence has a tendency to drive them out of the job.
Okay, so artificial intelligence in itself is an amazing thing, and like every other thing, artificial intelligence also has its own drawbacks. It has the advantages and its disadvantages. So when you look at some productivity tools like ChatGPT, it makes life very easy for you as an entrepreneur, or even as a student or as a career person. So things that could have taken me sometimes 2 weeks can take me 1 hour or 2 hours using AI tools. So AI tools can help your business gain leapfrog. So the tendency really is that, which is on the draw side, on the drawback side, is that with artificial intelligence, people can lose their jobs because now machines can do what 10 people can do. A machine can do it very fast, So you may not need as much people anymore when you begin to engage technology in your business. So that's a drawback. So how do you then solve that drawback? Is that people then need to also understand that in a changing climate, you also have to adapt your skill sets to what is now required. So if AI is going to be here for a while, so it's advisable that people begin to learn those technologies so that you can distinguish yourself in the workplace. So if you actually, truthfully, AI is not going to take away some jobs, but new jobs are also being created. So the question is, how do you as an individual become versatile enough to learn and stay on course? So, when initially, maybe some 20 years back, when the whole idea of computing came in and the people were using typewriters, right? So, but everybody had to adapt to using of computers and phased out typewriters. So if you were not ready to adapt, you just get thrown aside.
The world will leave you behind.
Exactly. So AI is going to create new jobs, so that we need new people with new skill sets. So the idea is going to be to learn those skill sets and make yourself valuable. New era.
Okay. There is another concept I want you to define and perhaps explain. What is energy renewal? What is involved in that effort at renewal?
Okay, so when you talk about renewable energy, so energy, the idea of renewable energy is energy that is low in carbon emission. So traditionally, we have the crude oil, PMS, and all of those kind of energy sources that generate a lot of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And those emissions have a way of causing what we call the climate change. And so over decades now, technology in renewable energy have been developed. So when you have the solar power systems, you have the hydro energy, you have geothermal energy, you have wind energy, those are renewable sources. And you call them renewable because the source of those energy are always with us. So solar energy, for example, the sun is always there. And when you use this kind of technologies, they don't emit carbon dioxide that is affecting the ozone layer and is causing global warming. So that's why these days, countries around the world are trying to diversify away from fossil fuels into renewable energy. We're talking of hydrogen now and those kind of energy sources, biomass and biogas and natural gas.
The life we live today as a people, as a nation, and indeed the entire world is very development conscious. How much social development crusading are entrepreneurs doing or carrying out in a country, a third world country like Nigeria? How much of it?
Yeah, so
and how impactful has it been?
So some entrepreneurs are doing well, trying to do something we call the corporate social responsibility. And by that, we mean that as a business, we set apart some amount of our profits to help in the society. So you're doing projects in underserved communities. And we have examples of people who are doing amazing things in those areas. So I don't know if I can mention, you have the Tony Elumelu Foundation,
okay,
for example. They've disbursed over, I think, $100 million to young entrepreneurs all over Africa in the last maybe 6 to 10 years. They are doing amazing well. So many of those young people have gone on to run organizations that are now employing people. The last time I was listening to Tony Elumelu, and he said that about 400,000 jobs have been created through that effort, across Africa. The Dangote Foundation is also doing a lot of amazing things, and so, but a lot more people can do more. But when you see the difficulty to which people are doing entrepreneurship in Nigeria, most organizations are finding it difficult to even break even or make any meaningful profit, let alone trying to then put money into the community. So if entrepreneurship and the barrier to entry is reduced significantly, companies can make more profit, and you can have more companies doing corporate social responsibility, and so many communities can actually be impacted by these social development efforts. But I think there are quite a number of people doing well in those areas, but there's a lot more that can be done if entrepreneurs are able to actually make money than lose money, which is what we are seeing these days.
You mentioned a short while ago, if the barriers to entry could be, is it reduced, or how did you put it?
Yeah, it can be reduced.
Reduced. What do you mean by that?
So barriers to entry. So now we talk about funding. And if you want to start a business and you go to any of the commercial banks and they're telling you they're going to getting money at about 35% interest rate, that's already impossible. The banks doing helping out these days are banks like the Bank of Industry and the Bank of Agriculture, who still have rates around 10% and maybe 12% in the Bank of Agri. So that is, at least is better, you know, but it's always best that we get things like single digit interest rates. That's on one side. The other side is the multiple taxations that businesses face in Nigeria. So you have so many layers of taxation, and that becomes prohibitive. You can have, in some states, you can have almost 6 kind of agencies levying you, and it becomes problematic for someone to run a business when you're paying so much tax. You begin to hear radio tax, television tax, you begin to hear local government taxes. You're paying, there's payee, yeah. There's income tax. Yeah. Then if you're in the oil and gas industry, like some of the things that we do, you have the NSITF. You have all sorts of things that you have to pay for.
We suffer renewal, ownership renewal. What do you
know,
call
at the same time, as a company, you're also expected to pay, contribute to the pension of your staff. You're expected to put your staff on HMOs. So how do you do that? How much are you really making that you can put your staff on HMO, pay their pension, pay your payee, pay your income tax. Income tax is probably around 30-something% now, maybe 30 or thereabout. So you pay payee. So it's like you're working for the government. Mm-hmm. So that's why people are cutting corners. All right. You know, now you are trying to pay import duties at the port. The rates are astronomical. People can't buy cars anymore because the rates on used cars are now so high. Maybe around 35%. I gathered the last time. So people can't buy cars. So businesses are suffering in Nigeria, and we hope that the president and the administration now and the governors can really do a lot to help entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs, especially MSMEs, are the ones that create jobs in any economy, and we create the most jobs. And if we are having so much problems that we cannot take money at single-digit interest rates, we are facing multiple taxes at all levels. We are facing some of the law enforcement agencies have become
lords.
And I mean, you just have some of different agencies come to your offices and be asking questions. Before you know, the people from the Ministry of Work, Ministry of Labor will come. All they are coming to do most of the time is you must give them money. Before you know it, another agency is there. So it's a very problematic situation, and people are losing jobs because the truth of the matter is that if I'm not making profits, people can't keep their jobs. Yeah. And so the government needs to understand that if you're not solving all these problems, then the government is not doing what it should be doing as governments. Businesses need to be supported. When you go to China, I have more than 20 Chinese partners across our business divisions. And in China, the government helps those businesses to survive. And that's why they're expanding massively. But in Nigeria, it's as if the government is killing businesses. And look at what is happening to Dangote now. He has spent $20 billion to build the biggest single refinery in the world. And people in government, for their own selfish and best interests, which we don't understand, will not even allow him get the crude oil he needs. Okay. So
it's been solved now.
It's
been solved
in some way, but I hope it's been solved.
The government says he's entitled to paying in Naira.
In Naira. So that helps. And we should thank the president for intervening. But we know that there's a lot of undercurrents.
Yeah. Okay. That, let's leave that for another time. Yeah. We are all Nigerians. It's in our DNA. You never can tell. I don't even know whether I should call you an engineer or a mister. That's why I've just said Bolaji, because you are a professional engineer, chemical engineer, and today you are into entrepreneurship. So I say, Bolaji Jegede, we will be back. This is the first part. We will go on a short break, and when we return, we will look at some of these things your organization has been doing.
Thank you.
Viewer at home, I have been in a chat with Bolaji Jegede. He is an entrepreneur and a chief executive. We will be back. The show remains pertinent questions, and we will keep on asking him very many pertinent questions as they affect his work, entrepreneurship. welcome to the show, and which is hosting Engineer Bolaji Jegede, a business manager, consultant, project manager, trainer, social developer in many aspects. Before we went, I was telling the viewer that this is a man who has left his 40 and is now into real business. Let me ask you, a chemical engineer, holder of a first-class degree in that field, what pushed you out of your 40 and now you are into entrepreneurship?
Okay, so for me, entrepreneurship is something that I believe is my calling. I believe that's what I'm born to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I started entrepreneurship while I was in the second year in the University of Lagos. Mm-hmm. And when I started, okay, I read a book, The Richest Man in Babylon.
Okay.
And that book stirred up something in me that began the entrepreneurship journey. And so in my second year in the University of Lagos, studying chemical engineering, I began to think that, okay, it's like I love what that book talked about and how you could grow your income. And I started thinking around what I could do. And so I think the first thing I did then was that I went to get a distributorship of a mosquito repellent. Mm-hmm. They used to call it Odomos. Okay. So when you rub it on your body, mosquitoes won't be able to bite you. And in the rest of Lagos, because we're very close to the lagoon, so there's a lot of mosquitoes, and people read, you know, at night, and it's a lot of mosquitoes. So, and that's entrepreneurship. You have to be solving a problem. Yeah. And so mosquitoes was a problem. So when I got that distributorship, so I would go from lecture theaters to other lecture theaters, selling it in the night when people are reading, you know, so people will buy it and they use it, you know, and they solve a problem. Effective. It was effective. And I was making money doing that. And that became very exciting, you know, and that I went on and on. By the time I was graduating in the University of Lagos, I already had 5 businesses on campus. I had the photocopying center in my room, in my hostel. Then I had another one in a girls' hostel. So I partnered with one of my classmates to be running it in our room. And we're sharing the profit 50-50, the one she's running in her room. So later I also started, I realized that when I was getting to the 300-400 level, we're doing what we call programming in engineering. So I went to go and learn how to program. That time was still Fortran programming, C++, those kind of very old ones now. And so I went to go and learn it, and I knew it very well. I started what we call the BJ Programming Institute. So my classmates would come to my institute to come and learn. Okay. So at that time, I would charge them about, I think, 5,000 each. So before I knew it, I had more than almost 30 people in my class. Mm-hmm. Training for about 2-3 weeks. Yes, students, my classmates. Yes, yeah. So, you know, so I was running that institute, training people. Then, of course, many of them too, because they probably wouldn't even know it. So I would still have to solve their assignments for them, and they will still pay me for that. So later on, I started forex trading. So I was training people in forex, you know, and then later, after about 5 different businesses I was running on campus. But I also had the presence of mind to be able to also focus on my academics. Mm-hmm. So I was still able to come with a first class. Mm-hmm. And when I was also graduating, I was the entrepreneur of the year. You know, so, and I was still the 3rd best graduation student in the faculty of engineering. Right. You know, with a CGPA of 4.8 out of 5. Mm-hmm. So I was able to blend academics and entrepreneurship, you know, from university. So that's what I've been doing since I left university. Mm-hmm. You know, I had a scholarship to Cambridge University for my master's degree. Okay. You know, so I went to Cambridge University, but I realized that although I knew I could succeed academically, but I was more interested in entrepreneurship. Yeah. So when I got to Cambridge University, I was on full scholarship, and by the second term, I just didn't like the classroom environment anymore. It wasn't what I really wanted to do. So I dropped out of Cambridge University, and I left England. I went to Ghana to set up an oil and gas company. You know, so that didn't even pan out well. I lost all the money, and I came back to Nigeria, started all over again. You know, so there's all that roller coaster, risk taking, and that's what I enjoy doing. You know, so that's how I started the entrepreneurship journey from the university.
Okay.
And now it's 21 years.
Okay.
And we're doing some amazing things.
Okay, we will get to some of those amazing things shortly. Foundations do not necessarily make money, do they? What you call foundations?
So what you call foundations, they are typically not for profit. So it doesn't mean that they shouldn't make money, because they do make money. They make money enough to be able to continue running the foundation and continue to do the amazing work they do. But they are not profit driven, and that's the difference.
Now, imagine a Nigerian foundation not being profit driven, especially younger ones like you. You are not talking of the Dangotes who have gone through the mail. Yes, they have it. How they got it, we don't know, but they have it. They may lose. What lessons do you draw from some of these ones who have already established?
Okay, so
and the challenges they went through too.
Okay, so running a not-for-profit organization, or what you call a foundation, is something you do. So businesses do it when they have made money, so that they can use that, some of their money, to give back to the society. Some people run foundations as their own business or as their own calling, right? So typically and ideally, foundations should be not for profit. But it is not to say that they will not earn money, because if it's an organization, so you have staff, you have overhead, you have to pay for your light, you have to pay for your vehicles, you have to maintain your properties, you have to pay your rent. So they must be able to make money and to be able to solve all those things they need to solve, and also why they're also, doing amazing things in the society. So what people do typically is to apply for grants. So there are a lot of development partners, the United Nations, the EU, there are all sorts of development partners that allow foundations to apply for grants, and they get grants to do the program they are doing. And so that's the ways in which you can do it. So that you are getting grants, or you have a business, then part of your profit, you put that into community development through your foundation.
You are an accomplished entrepreneur. The story you have just told us, dating back to your student days, got to a point you were even employing, your student, your classmate, course-mates became your students in that institute you set up. Currently, you are the convener of Osun Vision 2035. Make Osun great for all. What brought this about?
Okay, so Osun Vision 2035 is one of the initiatives that I came up with to help Osun State, to transform Osun State into an economic powerhouse in Nigeria and Africa by 2035.
That's some 11 years.
That's some 11 years time. And the idea is to be able to maximize the opportunities that Osun State actually presents. So in the area of tourism, in the area of economy, in the area of technology, in the area of entrepreneurship and leadership. So the idea is to, so what that initiative is going to be doing is that we have about 8 strategic objectives or initiatives that will crystallize into making Osun State that powerhouse that I hope that it can be. And that, of course, we involved a lot of key players, entrepreneurs, the young people of Osun State, government, key stakeholders will have to, rally around that initiative for it to be a success.
Okay, you mentioned you have about 8 objectives.
Yes.
Is food security one of them?
So there's the agricultural revolution, and that's where the food security actually comes in. And Osun State is geographically positioned in a manner that Osun can become the food basket of Nigeria by 2035. And that's the objective under the agricultural revolution of the Vision 2035 for Osun State. That Osun State should be the food basket of Nigeria by 2035. And that's very possible.
I'm very interested in that. Yes, you said that's very possible. Perhaps I should allow you to tell us how
so
possible and how practical.
So when you look at Osun State, we have a lot of arable land. And there is no local government in Osun State that does not have 1 or 2, 3 crops that they produce. Now we have a lot of fish farmers in Osun State. We have a lot of people in piggery, in farming, in all sorts of agricultural endeavor. And the idea really is, if we're able to galvanize stakeholders around those people and create the enabling environment to make agriculture, attractive to young people, it's possible to actually make Osun State the food basket of Nigeria. And that's what we're going to be doing, because we're going to be launching the vision itself in November this year, November 11 to 14. And the theme for that summit is going to be